Hello, welcome. This is Austin. We are going to be starting with our DevC training, and I had told us that we are going to be doing most of the work on Saturday, but in order not to make the work to be too bulky for Saturday alone, we are going to be starting HTML today. Then we'll look at CSS tomorrow. We'll look at JavaScript next tomorrow, so that by Saturday we'll basically be unblocking any difficulty that we are having. All the difficulties, we are going to put it up in the messenger, Facebook Messenger, so that we'll look at them and we'll be able to look at them together on Saturday. So we are going to be starting today, and like I updated us, my name is Augustine Emeka Ikene. Like I updated us in the messenger, we are supposed to become full stack developers after this our core track. Basically, as full stack, we are supposed to know we are working with the main programming language known as JavaScript. We are supposed to know both the front end and the back end. For the back end, we are going to be using a JavaScript runtime known as Node.js. For the front end, we are going to be using React. And the database that we're going to be using for our final project is Postgres. So for us to understand Node.js, React, and how to connect with Postgres, we are supposed to know the basic language that we're using, which is JavaScript. And that is why, for the sake of the people that are starting programming newly, want to take a foundation class, a little brush up in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And that's what we're going to be doing this week. Next week, immediately, we're going to be entering Node.js, and we're going to be covering all the assignments and the projects that are given in the Open Classroom platform. So that is how we are going to be doing it. So step by step, you are going to find out that we'll be able to cover everything. So don't be angry when you see this basic class in HTML and CSS. It's just for us to be together, work together, so that everybody will be on the same page. So we are going to be learning Node.js, we are going to be learning React, we are going to be learning Postgres, and we're going to put the knowledge together to do a project, the capstone project, using the agile methodology. I'm going to be creating a pivotal tracker project management system. We're going to be opening accounts with it and link every of the member there, so that I'll be giving tasks to everybody. All of us will work together to develop this project together. Then in the process, we are going to be using the GitHub, so that we can know how to make Git commits and everything. So please, if you have any questions on how we're going to be going about this, please drop them in the comment section. Let me know about them while we start. I did a live stream for the HTML, beginning part of HTML. I've already uploaded them. I'll be sending them to you. If you notice any hitches in it, you tell me, so that maybe instead of having a live stream, I can record, because when you record before you upload, those network breaches will not be there. So that let's know the best way to handle this, so that we can be able to do it very fine. So for us to code HTML, you need the notepad. This is the notepad, and you need a browser. We are using Chrome. So if you have a Windows operating system, notepad comes along with it, and this is the Chrome. So this is a basic HTML document. You have the HTML tag, opening and closing. The closing always has a /. So just like you have inside your body, in your body, you have your head and you have the rest of your body. So this is the head and this is the rest of the body. In the head, you have the most important thing there, which is the I. In HTML, the most important thing in the head of the HTML is the title. So the title here is known as DevC. Anything you write here, that's what comes in your browser on top of this place. Then every other thing that you have in your website will be inside the body, and that is why we have this is my first website here, and we have this is my first website here. So if you give an attribute to the tag and give any value, I'm giving an attribute of background color, BG color, equal to gray, and that's why the background is gray. If I change it now to say yellow instead of gray, and I do Ctrl S to save. If you don't have Ctrl S, you can click here and click on save. Then I come here and refresh. I'm going to see that the background is now yellow. So any work you do here comes out here. So we're going to be using in subsequent classes using Visual Studio Code, but it is good that you know how to use the HTML to code this. So in the class I had on HTML, I coded this from scratch. So this is the basic syntax. You can have some that will have doc type for HTML5, but even if you don't have doc type in this, you're still going to have this to show like this. Please, if you have any questions on how we're going to go about this, if you're in group 6 and group 7 of the Andela DevC training, I'm your mentor and I'll be taking you on all these. So we are going to be having classes within the weekdays, but on Saturday we are going to be having like question and answer to unblock everybody's problem. If you have any question, please drop it on the comment section. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be starting our welcome. I hope you can hear me very well. We are live streaming for the DevC mentorship for Andela. I'm going to be your mentor for those in group 06 and 07. My name is Emeka Augustine Ekene. We're going to be starting with HTML. Like I told you, we are supposed to handle HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on Saturday. But in order to avoid all of them getting jam-packed on the same day, I want to be able to take maybe HTML today, CSS tomorrow, JavaScript next tomorrow, so that by Saturday we will actually be unblocking it. If you have any problem, we'll be able to unblock you and take it generally. So the two software that we're going to be using to work is Notepad. You can see this is my Notepad is already open. I hope you have a Notepad. Then another thing you need to code is your Google. So the two things, Notepad and Google. If you have a Microsoft system, operating system, Windows, or you have HP, the Notepad comes along with it. And Google Chrome you can always download and have. So this is my Notepad and I'm going to be starting immediately. HTML, as we all know, simply stands for Hypertext Markup Language. It is the language of the browser. That means that if you're having Google Chrome, Opera Mini, Firefox, Internet Explorer, all these are browsers. All of them understand HTML. So that's why it is the basic language for browser. And to code HTML, like I said, you need this editor known as Notepad. And you also need a browser, Chrome. This time around we're going to be using Chrome. You can use Firefox or Safari or anything, but we are using Chrome. So I'm going to start up with the basic HTML syntax so that we understand. I hope that most of us already know how to code HTML, but for the purposes of getting the people that are starting new into programming, that's why we're taking this whole. So I'm going to start coding immediately. So I have HTML, which is the beginning tag. Then I go down, then I have the closing tag of the HTML. So those are the opening tag. How you know an opening tag is that there is no slash, forward slash, but the closing tag there is slash. So I'm going to write down these simple code and I will explain it for all of us. So immediately after the HTML tag, which shows that this is HTML document, you're going to have the head tags. Very, very important. You need to have your head tag, and inside your head tag you're going to have the title tag. So title is where you put the title of your website. So I'm going to be having putting the title as dev C. So that is what I have as the title. So I'm going to have a closing title tag. You can see that the closing always has a slash. So I'm going to go down and now close the header tag. So always make sure that you have the slash. So that is the heading is done. So inside the after the heading we're going to have the body tags. So this is the body tag, the opening, and then we have the words closing body tag. So that is the basic syntax. And inside the body, this is where you have what you want to be contained as your right up. So I'm gonna have this is my first website. So that is the first HTML document that I've written. So I want to explain this for you. Now let's take this as you're having a human being. You have the head, the tip of the head and the tip of the toe, and you know inside the human being you normally have the basic two divisions: your head and your body. So this is your head and your body. Then inside your head you're supposed to have your eye, which is the most important thing in your head. So in this HTML, the title represents the eye, that, and inside it has the content dev C. Then apart from the head, you have the body containing every other thing. So that is the basic explanation that we can use to remember this. So this is what comes in every HTML. Basically, you have the HTML tag opening and closing, showing that this is HTML document. Then you have the head tag, where you have the title. The title is the most important thing there, but you also have things like the meta and the links to the style sheets and other things in the head. So as we progress, you're going to be seeing other things that can be in the head apart from the title. So you can have other things here apart from the title. And the body signifies the main body of the work. So we're going to save this and see how it works. So if you want to save, you save immediately after writing the basic HTML tag. You go to File, click on Save As. Be very careful, make sure you follow this exactly as I'm saying it. If you don't save it like the way I'm saying it, you will not be able to get it run very well. So check the folder that is here. This is desktop. So I'm going to be creating a new folder on the desktop so that I'll be knowing where all my files are being stored. So I'm going to have a new folder, then I'm going to call it dev C. So that is my new folder, and that is where I want to save this. So I'm going to save this with web1.html. Very, very important. You must put HTML, web1.html. Then in the text document, make sure you select all files. Some people, when they do this development for the first time, it will not be running because you don't do all these things. So make sure you do this. It has to end with .html. You have to select all files. And make sure you note the folder where you're saving. I created a new folder, dev C. So all my dev C, HTML, and other files, I'll be saving it inside here. So I'm going to click on Save. So once I save, you can see that this thing now has web1. So this is the document web1.html. That is the first web page that we've created. You're going to see that the title will be dev C, and inside the body, we are going to have this is my first website. So in order to run this, we've done the code writing in the text editor known as Notepad. In order to run, we'll now go to the browser known as Chrome. So this is our Chrome browser, but we can simply get to the folder, dev C folder. You know, I created a new folder on the desktop. Sorry, my desktop is very, very unkept. I'll fix it very soon, but let's manage it for now. So on the desktop, I should locate my dev C folder. So it's inside my dev C folder that I have my my work. So I'm going to locate dev C folder. You see, because the desktop is not well kept, locating dev C will be a little bit problem. So I can simply type D so that it can fetch me where dev C is. So you see it's here. I'm not seeing it, but it's around here. So I'm going to double click on it. So this is the folder dev C opened. So you can see web1. So once you double click on web1, it will make you to see the code. You can see this is my first website. You can see, and this is the code that gave it. So if I minimize this, I'll be seeing both of them alongside. So you can see in the title you have dev C. That's why here here you have dev C. Can you see here? This is dev C. Anything you put as the title comes here. Then anything you put inside the body comes inside here. So this is, as a programmer, this is what you are going to be doing. You're going to be writing all your codes in Notepad, whereas you'll be running it in the browser known as Chrome. So if you make any changes here, you see it here immediately. So let's make a change here. So inside this body tag, I'm going to simply put something inside the body tag in order to make the color to be different. So I'm going to put something. I'm going to simply say BG color make sure there is a space between the body and the attribute you want to put. BG color equal to red. So BG color simply means background color equal to red. So I'm going to click on file again and say save. So once you say save, when you get back to this one, you don't need to do anything. You just need to go to this reload tab and click on it. You can see that the background is now red. So that is how you're going to be doing. Anything you make changes here, you save, you refresh here, you see the output. So I'm going to simply change this red to gray. So once I do that, I will do Ctrl S, which is save. Then I'll come here and click this reload. You can see that it has changed to gray. So with that, we are going to be making some changes here, and we're going to be making sure that it affects here. And that's how we're going to be doing this. HTML is very simple. So you just need to know the various tags and various commands that do different things. And that is what we're going to be doing as we progress. If you have any questions on this little one that we've done so far, please make sure you ask me. Drop it on the comment section, whether it's on the YouTube page or on our messenger group. We're going to be doing some stuff today. We'll do HTML today. We'll do CSS tomorrow. Then we'll do JavaScript next tomorrow. So that on Saturday, we're going to have a full interactive session where everybody can ask any questions on these basics. So that by next week, we are going to be starting with Node.js and database, after which we enter swiftly into our React.js. And in the upper week, we are going to be doing Agile. We are going to be using the Agile methodology to solve the projects that are already given to us in the DevC learning core track. So thank you. I'm going to be handing off now. Then I'll start again by continuing with this after seeing your questions. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. So this is actually where we stopped in the last class. So we're gonna make some changes to this to make it to look fine. And like I said before, everything you want to be in your website has to be inside the body tag. You can see this is the beginning of the body and this is the closing. So this is my first website. That is what you're seeing here. The devc is what you see on top here. So I just reduce this so that the size will be there, so that you can see the two at the same time. So I'm going to come here because I want there to be a heading on top of here that will be centralized. So I want it to be there. So in order to have that, I'm going to be putting some simple codes that will make it to have such a thing. So I want you to code along. So there is a tag known as h1, and that's what we're going to be using. So I'm going to be using h1 tag. So inside it, I'm going to be having the content will be devc training. That's the content. And you know, to close any tag, you have to always use the / to close the tag. So that is the tag. So we are going to be having a h1 tag with this. So I'm going to simply click on file and click on save. Then here I'm going to refresh. So you can see now I'm having devc training because I put it here, and it's in bold because we have h1. If you don't have h1, it will not be bold like this. So you can see I can make this h1 instead of h1. I can have h2. So h simply means heading, so it's a heading tag. So I now have h2. I can go and save. So once I save, I'll come here and refresh. You can see it's smaller now. So I'm having h2 tag there. Now if I want it to be the heading, and it might be good if I centralized it. So in order to bring this to the center, I'm going to put another tag known as the center tag, and I'm going to put it here. So you can see that the more tags you put, the more your website gets to look better. So I'm going to use this tag. You can see this is the center tag. So once I put it here, I'm going to close it here. So make sure you learn how you open and close, and the positioning of the closing and opening. So I'm going to have these center tag closed here. So once I close it, I can go to file, save. Then I come here and refresh. You can see the devc training is now in the middle. So you can see that by adding more tags, you get your website to be looking better. So the more tags you add, the better your website gets to look. So that is how you go about doing all this. We are going to be adding more tags, and the more tags we add, the more our site will look better. I'm going to add more and more tags so that you see how it actually unfolds. We are going to be having links, and we are going to be having many other things that will make our code to look better. So I'm going to try bringing in a picture here. So I'm going to be putting the code for picture. So if I click here and I press down, the tag for picture is, you put it like this, and we'll just simply like img stands for image, src stands for source. So what is the source of the image? So I'm going to simply say pick one. That's the name of the image. So it can be anything you want depending on the name of your image. So .jpg is the extension of the image. So that is how you bring in an image in Notepad. This image is not going to show now because I don't have any image known as pick one in my file, in my folder. So I'm going to simply go to save, then I'll refresh. You see that there is image here, but it's not showing. So in order to make this to be on another line, it's good I put break. So I can click here and I can say br so that it will be on another line. So I will now click on file, I click on save. When I click refresh, it's now on another line. So I'm going to try bringing a picture inside the folder that contains this web1 so that the picture will be able to show. And when I bring in the picture, I'll rename it to I'll rename the picture to pick one. So how do I get that? You can always get any image you want from the internet. So I'm going to go to internet and try getting an image. So what image can we get from internet? I can simply say computer. So if you want to get any image when you're designing, that's how you go about it. So if I type computer on Google, it's gonna bring I will now click on images. So that's how you get images, so that you can see plenty images of computer. So I'm gonna pick up this first one. I'm gonna right click on it and say save as. You can see save as. That's how you save any image from internet and use it for your work. So once I click on save as, you can see my dev.c. This is my in my desktop. This is my dev.c folder that I'm working with. I'm gonna double click, then I'm gonna click here and I'm gonna say pick one, which is the same name that I gave it on my code. So once I say pick one and I say save, so this image is now saved on that inside the folder. So I can get back to my code. I can get back to my code. This is under dev.c and try to run the same code so that I'll see the output. Okay, so I get back to my folder at the desktop, and I check out dev.c. This is dev.c. So this is web1. I'll click on it in order for it to open. So you can see now that I have the picture, the image is now showing there. So this is my code and this is the output. This is the dev.c training, which is inside the h1, h2 actually, and it is centered. It's centered. You can see it here. Then the next paragraph is, this is my first website. This is it here. In order for the next thing to be on another line, that's why we put the br tag. Then this is the code or the tag, the img tag that brings in the image, and that is why we have the image here. Can also give some attribute like the size, like length and width of this image, so that it will appear here. So please, what I want you to take home from this is that the more you add tags, the better your site looks. So that is where we're going to be stopping now. In subsequent one, we are going to put links to all these. We're going to make it more of our own. So I would suggest that you give me pictures in order to make this class interesting. I want you to give me a picture that you want me to replace here with, and I want you to give me some write-ups. So do that. Once you supply me some write-ups, some pictures and the links that we're going to create, then we'll move over to the next class. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Let's continue. This is where we stopped in the last time. So this is our basic HTML on the notepad where we are writing our code, and this is where we see the way it looks on the browser. We are using Chrome and we are using Notepad here. So we are going to try to make this look more like a website for DevC training. So we are going to put links to the various other web pages that we are going to be having. Currently we are having just one page, web 1. So we are going to be making other pages. So this is our folder containing just the code we wrote and the picture. So we're going to make like 4 more pages. So I'm going to simply copy this, then I'm going to paste it again and again and again. So let's just paste it into 4 places. So I'm going to right click on this first one. I'll rename it as index, so that it will be our index page. Then I'll right click this second one. I'm going to rename the second one as services. That will be the services that will be offering. I'm going to rename this one as contact us. Contact us is going to be a contact us page, and I'm going to rename this one as members gallery or gallery. This gallery is going to contain all the members of this our group 06 and 07. So those are the pages that we'll have. So we're going to link up all these pages. I'm going to give us the tag that you can use in linking up these pages. So these are the pages. So I'm going to first of all open this very one. So I'm going to open index, and I'm going to open index in Notepad so that I can work on it. So this is the Notepad for the index. I hope you can follow the procedure. There are many other ways you can do this, but I'm just doing it this way. So this is the index, and I'm going to introduce the code that will do the linking of the various pages that we've created. So you can see right under this body, I'm going to click here and I'll press the enter key so that I can bring in this code. So this is the code that does the linking. We'll simply use a href, that is if you want to bring in link, so equal to the source. So you can see that I have index.html from the names that I just gave, index.html. so that is the file that is linking to. Then I'm going to boldly write home as what we are going to be seeing to be the link name. Then I'm going to close up this link by simply saying a. So that is the first link. Then the second link is going to be okay, let me still include another. Let me use this last one to be the about us. So I'm going to rename this last one to about us. So those are the pages that I have. So I'll go back to index. So the first one is home, the second one is going to be about us. So I'm going to simply copy this, copy, I'm going to paste it, go down, paste it, go down, paste it to as many as the number of pages that we're going to be having. So if you have the first one to be indexed, the next thing we have after the index is we have about us. So I'm going to write about us. So as what we are going to be seeing on our page, I'm going to write capital letter about us. So notice the way I write it. The spelling, the way it is here is exactly the way it is in the file, whereas here is what we are seeing when we look at it from our website. So after the about us, what do we have? We have services. So I'm going to also have services here. Oh, make sure this one is going to be exactly the way it is on the other side. So it's going to be services, whereas here we're going to have capital letter services. So take note, after services, what do we have next? We have contact us. So notice the way I'm going to be writing it is written together, the contact us, because here it is written together. Take note, if you don't do it this way, you're not going to be seeing what you want to see. So yeah, I'm going to write it the normal way you're going to be visualizing it. So I'm going to put space this time around, contact us. So take notes, very important. That's how you're gonna do it. Then lastly, we are gonna have the gallery. So make sure you submit your your profile picture that I will put here. I want this to be for everybody, so make sure you submit a passport for me to put here. So I have gallery just the way I have it here, .html. Then I have here members pictures. Okay, so that's what I have. You can see this is what I have in my index. So I'm gonna simply go here and say save. So I'll now copy this this very link. I'll make sure I paste it on all the other ones. So I'll copy. So our index page is gonna be let's make it green because we are in Nigeria and we just had our independence. So let our index page have the color of the Nigerian flag. So green. That is the background color for the index. You know, all of them are going to be having the same content for now, so we want to use background color to differentiate them. So the index is going to be having the background color of green. So I'm going to go to file, I'm going to click on save. So I'm done with the index. So I can now copy only this link. I want to put this link on all my pages, so I'm going to click close this, and I'm going to make sure that I close all the notepads. So I'm going to be opening this one by one. I've done the index, so I open the about us, open with notepad. So I'm going to simply come under the body, then I'll paste all the links. Then I'm going to leave this as yellow, the about us, let it still be yellow. So I'm going to say file, save. So I'm done on this one. So I'm going to go to the next one, services. I'm going to say open with. I'm showing us one by one so that we can know how to do this very well. So I'm going to go down, I'm going to say Ctrl V to paste all of it. Then I'm going to use services. I'm going to use the background color of gray because I want to use background color to differentiate. Then I'm going to simply save this and close it up. Then I go to contact us. I say open with notepad. Like I say, we are using notepad now. Very soon we'll start using VS Code, Visual Studio Code. That's a more advanced and better code editor. So I'm gonna put here what color do we need to use for contact us. Let's use red. So I save, then I close it up. Then lastly, for gallery, I'm gonna open it up with notepad. So what color, before I put the color, I'm gonna put the links. So what color do I put here? Let's use blue. So you see that all of them now have different colors. So you save and you close up. So let me still make sure that I'm having the right thing on this. So all of them now have it. So I can simply open only these index page. You can see that all the links are up here now: home, about us, services, contact us, members, pictures. So I can click on about us, it's linking me to about us. Services is linking me to services. Contact us is linking me members page. You can see that all the pages are now linked up, and that is what we want to achieve, and that is what we've achieved. So in subsequent classes we are going to make sure that the spellings are correct. Then we're going to advance more in doing better things. Now that we've had different pages, please, I want us to develop, as an assignment, I want us to develop contents for all these. The about us, write something you think is okay, put it on the messenger, the Facebook messenger, so that I can just copy it and replace all these. So until you do that, that's when I will move on to the next class. Thank you, and God bless you as you follow. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. In subsequent classes, we are going to delve into making this look more beautiful, bringing in CSS and other things. Thank you, and God bless. Hello, welcome. So we are continuing our DevC training. This is I think the 5th video in this series. So now we get to my folder, you can see now that I now have pictures up to pick 1 to pick 10 because I want the different web pages. You can see this link. This is home, this is about us, services, contact us. I want all of them to have different contents. So that's why I downloaded more pictures from Google and named them pick 1 to 10. So I have another, you can see another text file that I just created. So this text file simply contains the content of the different web pages. Index.html has this content, about us has this content, services has this content, contact us has this one, gallery has this one. So I did this because I want all of them to have different contents, and that was what I gave us as an assignment, bringing contents for this. So we can see now, so if we come to index, this is what we now have. Instead of what we had before, this is now what we have in our index. We inserted other attributes apart from the CRC, which is the image source, pick 1. The auth is what will be shown in case if the picture is not showing. So we want this letter to be written my pick. Then I'm giving it height of 200 and width of 200 in order to make the sizes to be consistent. So these are different pictures that I have. So once you put this and you save, you know we already put this link in the last one. So if we refresh, this is what we are going to see. So this is the content. This is my first website. This is the official website for our communications in DevC, and these are the pictures. So this is the content and this is what we are seeing. So the same thing I did, I came over here, copied this for about us and put it in our and I went straight to this about us. I right clicked and opened it with notepad. So I inserted the content so that when you now click on about us, you now see a different content telling us what this website is all about and the courses that we're going to be covering. If you click on services, we also changed it. Services, we also changed members into gallery, and I told us this gallery we are going to be putting the members pictures. Every member of this our group, the 06 and 07, put it here. So I'm giving us this and rounding up here. If you have any questions, drop them in the comment section. I want you to get me other tags that are in HTML and think about better way of improving these contents so that in subsequent classes when we look at CSS, we'll be able to use CSS to make this to look better. Remember, this basic HTML is not what you're going to be doing in real life when you're going to be using things like React, frameworks like React to do the design. But it's good you understand the basics of HTML so that when we'll be using React to design and be using other things like the UI tools to do better design, you'll be able to understand how these things go. So that's where we're going to be stopping for now. Please, if you have questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Let's us be chatting in the messenger chat so that you get everything. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome again. This is Augustine Emeka bringing you the training for the DevC, making you to become a full stack web developer. Today is a wonderful new day and we want to start immediately. I had earlier solicited that you make content for the various web pages that we have. So for now, as at today, we have about us web page. We have application form, which I just did last night. I wanted us to put it together so that we can learn a whole lot of things from there. We have contact us, we have gallery as we had before, we have index, we have services, then we also have tags now. So this tags page is showing us other tags that we have in HTML that we can use in our various works. So I just made these tags and this application form. I'm going to upload all these files to you so that you can download and continue working with me so that all of us will be on the same page. So as it is now, I'm going to upload it so that we can see it. But yesterday also night I also worked on making some changes. You can see these are the links we have. We have home, about us, services, contact us, members, picture, register, and then HTML tags. So I added these HTML tags and this application form newly so that members can click and get registered. So this is the link. So this very link side is this up one that you're seeing, home, about us, and everything. This DevC training is the heading that we are having here. This is my first website. This is what we are having here. This write-up is what we are having here. Then I now introduce, this is called unordered link. So there are other tags that we did not look at in our previous class. So I want you to learn how to start using them. So if you want something to come out in bullet form like this on an unordered list, this is the tag you use, UL and the LIs. Then this image is what we have here. So that is what we have, this closing body tag and closing HTML tag. So this is just like a summary of what we have now. So all these other pages have added something. If you click on About Us now, you see I use ordered list for this one. So instead of using unordered list, I use ordered list 1, 2, 3. That's why we are having services, the same thing. I use ordered list. Contact us, you can see on ordered list. That's what I used here. Members gallery, nothing much. Register, this is a form, this is an application form. So this is very important, and that's why I want to open it. So if you open this application form with Notepad, I told us immediately after this, so when we enter JavaScript, we'll start using VS Code instead of Notepad. So you can see this is the application form code. The links, these are the links here. Then the Dev C training application form, this heading, this is what we have here. Then these other ones, name, if you want to bring in a text field, you have to use the tag input type text equal to name, then you put. If you want to use a text area, this is what you use, text area, this kind of thing is known as text area, whereas these smaller ones are known as text field. And these are the what you use in bringing in the tag for textbook. You use input type text field. If you're bringing input type text, if you're bringing text area, I have text area, that's that's what you use. You can see all the input type text again because of these two. So this is a radio button. So if you want to bring in a radio button, this is how you bring it in by saying input type radio. So you complete the code, put in the what you want to be there. Foundation track, you see I developed it to make it look like this dev C. Gender, male and female. If you want to use a checkbox, I did that too. So this is country. If you want to use select, this is known as select button. If you want to click and have something come out, so this is the code for that. You can use select, put the name and put the values of what you want. Then this is final send button. This is how you bring in a send button by saying input type submit. Once you have input type submit, you put the content, you have something like this as a send button. So once you send something, there is hidden. If you don't want it to be showing, but once you click on send, you will see you will see something written out. So submitted true. So that is how you bring in a hidden something by using input type hidden. So these are other tags that you need, very important tags to produce a form. Form is very, very important. If you're designing anything that has application like a portal, you need a form. So that's why I quickly did this so that we can use it. Then finally, if you click on the last link, you have the HTML tags, which is the last thing I added last night, which I want you to take a look at. So open with Notepad. Good. So we are now having this is the tag, this is what is showing. So basically what I have here is that I wanted to show us that you can have doc type HTML instead of just having XML. You can also have other things like meta in your head tag. You can also have your style sheet HTML CSS. Like I'm saying that anywhere I have H1, that the color should be red, and that's why here that I'm having H1. That's why the color is red. You can see this is H1, text to draw attention, text to draw attention. So you can put your CSS, which we are starting today, to be internal or external. So this is an example of internal CSS because it's inside the same document as the HTML. In subsequent one that we're going to be looking at today, it is going to be external. So you have other things in the head tag. This is our head tag. You know, in the previous class we said that the only thing that was in our head tag then was title, but you can have things like the meta name, keyword, description, author. You can see all this. So these are things that will help your SEO, search engine, or help you in your search engine optimization and rendering your page. So you can have all this in your head, not just the title. So you can have the style sheet as well as these meta descriptions. So after that, you have the normal. These are the links. We are going to use CSS to make this link look more beautiful in subsequent classes. Then text to draw attention, H1. This is it. If you want to bring in H1 abbreviation, this is the code to bring in ASAP. If you put this, you will see that ASAP simply means as soon as possible. You can see this is how you bring in stuffs like this. So if you want to bold in something, you can see it here, bold. I want to bold. You see, so you can be seeing earlier of them here. You have, if you want to block quote, to indent something in block quote. If you want to centralize something, you can see center me. This I want to be bold. This is the bold form. So if you want something to be in big, this is going to be big. You can see this is going to be big. So you have different tags that do different things, and you might want to use them in your own page. And that's why I've taken our time to bring all of them. Center, if you want to emphasize, you use EM. If you want to italize, you use I. If you want to bring a paragraph, P. So you can see all of them. If you want to bring superscripts, subscript, this is a subscript, this is a superscript. These are the codes, sub, super. If you want to strike line through, that is what you use in striking line through. So that is what these are the different tags you can use to do different things. The unordered list, the ordered list, the unordered list, and the ordered list. These are the codes that you can use to do them as well. So so you can see this summary of almost everything. So you can check out all these codes, so that in the subsequent class we'll look at CSS. So that's where I'm going to be stopping for now. So you can see that our website is now better, the contents are richer, but I still want you to get more content so that we can make it look better. Thank you. God bless you. Hello, welcome back. We are continuing with our DevC training for Andela. I hope all of us are on the same page now. I've already shown us the site where you can get all the codes so that you'll be on the same page with me. We are starting CSS today. We've been looking at HTML all through. So CSS is very, very important because it is what makes the display of your HTML to be nicer to the eye. When you look at it, your website has to look very beautiful. And also, you're supposed to have the same design for all the pages. Like now we have home. If you click on about us, we have different background. I actually did this like this so that's to show you the different links. But now you're supposed to use one CSS to make all of them to look the same. When you get to popular websites like Facebook and Google, you see that when you're moving from one page to the other, most the structure is the same. So it's the CSS, also known as cascading style sheet. Cascading style sheet, CSS. That's what makes your website to look better. So we are going to be learning how to write the codes for this cascading style sheet. And this is a given style sheet that I just wrote. Basically, when you write the selector is simply the tag that you have in your HTML. You know, you will have our body tag that we said if we wanted to do our body tag, we had a tag like this in our HTML. This is our body tag, bg body. Then we'll close it up. You understand? So this very tag, if we wanted to give it a color, we would have said, from what we learned in HTML, we would have said bg color equal to, if it is red, we'll just put red. So that is how you give a color if you're doing the normal thing in your HTML. But if you're using CSS, if you do this, you have to do it for the various pages. But if you're using external CSS or cascading style sheets, this is how you give the color. So you say background color, this is how you write it, then you put the value. So it's a pretty different from what you're doing before, and this will make it more standard. So this is a given external style sheet that we are going to be using. So for the body background, we are giving it color of light blue. That's why we have here now light blue. So it's no longer having the color of the HTML, it's now having the color we are having here. So how do you write a CSS file? First of all, when you write the selector means the tag, the body selector. You put the property that you want to ascertain, the nature or the style. Now we are looking at background color. Then you put the value. What color do you want it to be? If you put red now, you are going to see a different thing. So let's change this light blue to red. Then we'll do Ctrl S to save. Then we'll refresh. You see now it's having red color. So this is how now H1 is saying that everywhere you see H1, let the text align be center and let the color be white for all H1. And anywhere you see paragraph, this is you want the font family to be Verdana and you want the font size to be 20. So that is how you go about it. So I'm gonna take this back, save and refresh. Now I want you to take note of the basic syntax of HTML. This is what we call selector. these tags, they are known as selector in CSS. Then this is what we call the property. That's the property you want to give a value. Like you want to give a background color, you want to change the color, you want to do the text alignment. Then the value is the actual instruction you're giving it what you want. So we have selector, property, and value. So very important. So I've already linked this to this. So if I open the index, this is the index that is showing. So if I open it in Notepad, I'll be able to see. You see? So this is the Notepad of it. So you can see this is how you link it. If you want that very CSS to be showing on any of your page, just come here and put link rel equal to style sheet, type text slash CSS, then href, that's your linking. You want the sources was style.css. So why is this style.css? Because I've already saved this very file. This is style. This file is style. I already saved it. So I saved it here, style.css. So that if you go to any of them now, so let's go to the next one is about us. If you see about us is still having yellow color. Now if you open the code for the about us, this is the about us page. So I'm going to right click and open it in Notepad. You can see the CSS is not linked. So if I now go and get this very CSS, if I go to this index, they get this very line, just this line. Always make sure that you're saving it in the header, inside the header. You can see here I put it above the header. This is not the right position it should be in. So this is actually supposed to be here. So you're supposed to put it just above your title. So this is the right place to have this very cascading style sheet. So I'm gonna cut it out from here and I'm gonna put it here. So this is where it's supposed to be. So that is my index page. So any of the pages that you want to have this CSS inside it, just get to this is the header. Like I said, it has to be in the header or the head tag. So I'll put Ctrl V to have it there. So if I now save this and refresh this about us page, it's going, you see now it's having the same as styling as the index. So that's how you do your external style sheets. You can also put it directly inside, like the one I did here in my HTML tag. So this very one, if you open this code for HTML tag page, so if you get to this page, you open it up with Notepad, you're gonna see what we call internal. This is what we call internal style sheet, because this is the style. If you want to write it in a page, you can use this code. Make sure you open the style tag and close it, but it has to be inside the head. It has to be inside the head. If you're also linking, the link should be inside the head. So this one is an example of internal style sheet, because you wrote the style sheet inside it and you can see that it's affecting the work. Like here, you say that you want all the H1 to have the color of red, and that's why you're having color of red here. But you see in the other pages, like the index, I wrote an external style sheet and I brought it in using this very code, link rel. So very, very important, or link href, then you put the style sheet that you've written. So this is the style sheet that I've written, and that is what I'm linking to the various pages. So I'm giving us an assignment now. Please link up all the various pages with this very style sheet and also develop it more so that it will look much better. So I'm just giving us all these are just simple basics. We're going to be doing something that is more factual and much more better if you understand all these basics. So you can simply I just sent out on our messengers, I sent out the link to all the codes so that you can download these various codes, the various files that we are using, so that all of us will be on the same page while we move. So simply move on to JavaScript. There are more to it in CSS, but this is just the basics. We can talk about Flexbox, we can talk about grid systems of styling and many other things, how to style links and plenty of other things. But as we are doing the main project from the Open Classroom Foundela, we'll be able to look at every other thing that we are not able to look at now. Well, these are just the basics that I'm just introducing also to. So in the subsequent classes, we'll dive into JavaScript immediately. Then as we are doing JavaScript, we will now be doing more of HTML and CSS. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. This is Austin, mentoring for the DevC training. Today we're going to be looking at JavaScript. JavaScript is that programming language of HTML and the web. So it is the programming language that you can use to make the HTML and CSS that we've been looking at. You want to make it to be more powerful, more interactive. You want to make it look good. You want to produce animations. You want to produce things that will fascinate people. You use the language JavaScript. So that's what we're going to be learning. A good example of what JavaScript can do is here. You can see here, what can JavaScript do? When you click this button, you see this click me button. This text here is going to change. So when I click on it now, bam, you will see that it has changed. So that is what happens. So this is the actual text there, JavaScript and change HTML content. When I click here, bagam, you see it has changed to hello world. So that's what happens. If you refresh again, it will happen again. JavaScript can change HTML content. You click here, click me, you see that this text will change. Bam, it has changed. So that is what JavaScript can do. HTML cannot do this, but JavaScript can do it. And that is why we are learning JavaScript. It's very powerful. You can use it to do a whole lot of things. You can use it to post information from a form to a database. It can interact with database. It can tell you real time what time is all about. You can use it to develop chat applications, big heavy applications that we have in this world. They run on languages like JavaScript, PHP, Python. But JavaScript is very good because you can use it for both the back end and the front end. You can use JavaScript runtime known as Node.js for your back end to connect to database, and you can use the JavaScript framework or library known as React.js for front end. You can also use Angular. But in this DevC training, we are going to be looking at Node.js and React.js. So let's look at JavaScript in details. Like I made this little note. I got most of them from W3 School and other web resources. JavaScript is the programming language of HTML and the web. Now, how can you make JavaScript to come out? How do you echo it and make it come out? You can use these four methods. Either you use inner HTML, document.write, window.alert, or console.log. When we're going to be using our VS Code, you're going to see a lot of this console.log. In this my training, I'm going to be showing you more on inner HTML and document.write. So take note. Now, if you want to write a JavaScript code, this is an example of a JavaScript code. You can see the equal to sign that you use here, very important. This is showing that this is a variable and this is the value. So this value is a string because it's inside quotes. So you must enclose every JavaScript code that you're writing inside the script tag. This is the script tag. So if it is internal JavaScript file, it has to be like this. But if you're using external JavaScript file, you're linking it to another HTML page, then you have to use this code to import it or to bring it in. Script, then CRC simply means SRC simply means the source of the JavaScript. Put the name, then you enclose it with this. So this is how you import. You bring it into another file as an external script. But this is how you put it into your file. We're going to experiment this so that we'll see how it works. So you can see this, what can JavaScript do? This is an example of a code. You can copy out this code, this very code here, put it in Notepad. When you run it, you will have this. So let's study this code. This is doc type HTML. This is telling us that this is actually HTML file. But inside this HTML file, we are now having a JavaScript code. So this is the JavaScript code that we are having inside the HTML file. So you can see this line of code, button type button. This is actually what is making this JavaScript to behave in the way that it's behaving when you click. So anytime you click, it's gonna do what you want it to do because of this JavaScript code. So you can see this JavaScript code is not actually enclosed in these script tags. But that doesn't mean it's gonna, because of the advanced browsers that we are having now and the advancement of the code, you can actually not put the script and still get it to work. So this very code here that I just highlighted if you put it inside a notepad and save it with anything you want .html, and you run it just like the way we've been doing the HTML codes, it's gonna run and you'll be able to see this. So when you click on this, you will now have it behave the way you want. So we're gonna try this by copying this very one. So all the resources I'm using, I'm going to paste them on my on the website so that you can get all of them. I'm going to put a link. So we are still looking at what JavaScript can do. We have not actually started using JavaScript per se. So we are looking at what it can do. So I'm going to say Control N for a new file, Control V to paste this. So this is a HTML document that has JavaScript. So we can run this and get it to work and do something. So we're going to be starting immediately. So I'm going to first of all explain this very code that ran to give this. So I'm going to copy it out just the way we used it. So I'm going to say Control N for a new this, and I'm going to paste it. So this code gave birth to this. So I want to explain this one by one so that we can understand. Doc type HTML, like I told you, HTML5, that's how you start it with this HTML opening tag and closing tag, body opening, body closing. So this is basically HTML. H2, that's heading 2 elements. That is what we have here. But now starting from here, this is the paragraph element, and this is the paragraph element that we have here. Then this last one is the button, and this is the button we have here. Now this button is having an on-click event, so that whenever you click it, what do you want it to do? It will do this it will perform this JavaScript instruction. So I want to explain this one by one so that we can get it. Now we use JavaScript to work on your HTML to make it to look better. So this is already HTML document. So we're introducing this JavaScript here in order to make this perform the way it wouldn't do normally. So how does it do this? Now, if you whenever you want to put an element that you can easily change or work on, it's good you use the paragraph tag. So that is why we use paragraph to do this. But for you to manipulate any HTML element, you have to give it an ID, because it is with this ID that the JavaScript will see it and work on it. So you can see the ID here is demo. So when the JavaScript is working on it, it took note of this demo, and that's how it was able to work on it and get you the result. So the next HTML element here is the button, but this button is going to be performing this very function using JavaScript. So I want to explain this function so that you understand it. So what it's actually telling is that you have a paragraph element with the content. JavaScript can change HTML content. So that is this paragraph with the content. Hello JavaScript. Okay, let me refresh this so that it will be what it used to be. JavaScript can change HTML content. So that's what we have. Now you have now a button, and this button is having the content of click me. So the same way you have this button, the content is here, click me. But this button, since you want it to perform a function, you now give it the on click event. So you're telling it that whenever this button is clicked, what do you want it to do? It's going to document or get element by ID. It's going to look at this very document. So when it looks at this very document, it's going to get an element that has the ID of demo. So which element has the ID of demo? Is this paragraph. It has the ID of demo. So when it gets this element that has the ID of demo, that is going to give it an inner HTML that is going to change this very content that is hard. This content that is JavaScript can change HTML. Change it to what? Equal to hello JavaScript. So whenever you click this button, that it should fetch this element that has the ID of demo, which is this paragraph, check the inner HTML, which is the content, and give it the value of hello JavaScript. Instead of this content that it's having, it should now have this. So that is in summary what it's doing. So that's why when you now click this button type button on click, that whenever you click this, that it should do what? Document.getElement by ID, that it should check this document, check it, and get the very element, which is paragraph, that has the ID of demo. You see, it's the paragraph that has the ID of demo. That it should now check the inner HTML, which is the content, and change it to hello JavaScript. And that's why when we click on this bagam, it will change it to hello JavaScript. So this is a typical example of what JavaScript can do. In subsequent classes, we are going to be looking at variables, arrays, and everything in JavaScript, which I've already prepared for you in form of a note that will make it easier for us to understand. So if you check this this whole folder, I've already uploaded it and I've shared the link both on the messenger so that you can easily get it. So if you open this very notepad, you're gonna see something that looks like a note where I have everything that I've been teaching all this while. So if you scroll down, you're gonna get to JavaScript. This is JavaScript. This is what I just said now, that JavaScript is the programming language of HTML and web, and this is the ways you can see show JavaScript. We are using inner HTML. We just used inner HTML in the last instance that I gave us. These are ways you can use to bring out JavaScript, and this is the first code that I just explained now. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be looking at more detailed things. We are going to be looking at variables and many other things that will help you to understand this very well. So I'm using resources like I told you from W3 School and from other web sources, which I'll be giving us reference to so that we can easily go to and learn more. So that is where we're going to be stopping for now. We'll continue. Please ask your questions so that I can pick them up, and tell me also the ways that you think that we can make this learning better. Thank you. Hello, welcome this morning. We are going to be starting with our Node.js, and in the previous conversations we have on Facebook Messenger, I told us to download Node.js, which is the runtime environment for JavaScript, so that we can code JavaScript effectively to talk to database and make it very interactive. So this Node.js is a runtime environment for JavaScript, and I expect you to download it. So to get it downloaded, just simply in your browser address bar, type nodejs.org/en/. So exactly what you have here. It will open this. When you open this, click on this very one that they say recommended for most users. That's the long time support. This is the most current one, but it's always good to use the long time support, which already has support. So I just clicked on it. You can see it's downloading now. Once it finishes downloading, I'll click here and say open. So it will install. The installation is very simple, so do it immediately so that you can follow up with this class. Then after installing Node.js, which is the runtime environment, we are going to install an editor, Visual Studio Code, that will help us to run. You can see that all the codes that we've been running, both the HTML, CSS, and the JavaScript, you can use Visual Studio Code to run them as well. So this is the address to install your Visual Studio Code. Get to your address bar and type code.visualstudio.com. So once you type code.visualstudio.com, you have this opened. So you can see where they wrote download for Windows. If you're using Windows like most of us here in Africa, so simply click on this one if you're using Windows. So once you click on it, it will also get you to this very page so that the download will start. You see, my Node is almost fully downloaded, but I've already installed Node before in my system, so I'm not going to click here and say open, but I'm going to install Visual Studio Code using the same method. But me also, I already have Visual Studio Code. You can see thanks for downloading Visual Studio. Download now starting. So it will start in any moment for Visual Studio. Or you click this direct download link to download. Once it finishes download, the same way you can click this button here and say open. So once you say open, it will start installing. You can see this is my Visual Studio Code downloading. Node has already finished downloading. So once both of them are downloaded, you install them. So immediately after installing them, then you're ready to start coding Node. So you can see this is our folder for the dev.c, which I've already uploaded, and I've given you a link to get them so that you can get all that we've done so far for this dev.c training. So if you want to now open them in Visual Studio Code instead of opening them in Notepad as we are doing before, So you can come to this your search bar and just simply type Visual Studio Code, or you can say VS Code. You can see it here. So once this open this app, click on it. So once you click on it, it will open up. So once you click on it, it will open up. Click on File and click on Open Window. So when you click on File, click on Open Window, get to the folder that you saved your work. My own is in Dev C, so I'm click on this Dev C here and I click on Select Folder. So once you do that, it will open up your folder. So you can see this is my folder of work, showing me all the works that I have, the about us.html and everything. So you can see this is the file. So instead of being in Notepad, this is how it is now. So I can also edit, because this is the best editor for now. For I think is the best editor that you can use to do a whole lot of things. So you can see now that you can see everything clearly and you can start editing. So this is my index.html. I can close up all this so that I can have my, this is index.html. You can see it is opened here. So if you want to run, very simple, you can right click and say open with live server. Open with live server. Once you right click and say open with live server, it will run the code. You see, it's still the same code we are having. So I can click on about us, click on everything, and it's still working perfectly. So that is the code that we are having before, but this time we are now working from Visual Studio Code. This is our Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to close this and open the Visual Studio Code again, because I already had it open before. So if you finish installing, like I said before, you can install, get to the website I gave you before, install Visual Studio Code, install Node.js. So once you're done installing, get to this your search bar and type in Visual Studio Code app. You click on it. So once you click on it, it will open up. So once it open up, get to the folder where you've been saving your files and open it, so that it will now be opened up in your Visual Studio Code. So you can see it's opening up. Visual Studio Code is the is the code editor that we're going to be using to do our coding. So you can do a whole lot of coding there. So anything that opens, forget about what is opening on my own, because I had already opened this before. Just simply get to the file menu, get to open folder, then get to the folder that you've been working on and click on it and say select folder. It will open. So the folder I've been working on is Dev C. This is my desktop. It's only the two folders that are there. So I click on select folder. It will now open up my Dev C. I can also close up everything here and reopen them newly. So once I'm done with it, you can always close this release, close this index.html that was there, so that you can, if the folder is open, you can open anyone you want by just clicking on it. It will open. So this is the initial code I have. This is the HTML, this is the head tag, this is the link to the CSS, these are the links to the various pages, the Dev C, H2, heading, the content, and every other thing. So if you want to run any code here, just simply right click and say open with live server. Now if you don't have live server, you can install live server by getting to the extension side. So when you click here, when you move your cursor here, you see the one written extension, you click on it. So once you click on it, you should be able to, this is what you have. So just click in the search bar and type live server. So once you click on, once you're typing the live server, once you're on internet, you should be able to see an option. You see, plenty options. You have live server. This is the live server. I already have it, so it's not saying install. But other ones that you don't have are saying install. You understand? So any extension you don't have, you can simply get to here and install them. So once you click on it, it will install. After installing, you can refresh or close and open up your Visual Studio again, so that it will start working properly. So I'm going to close this back. So this is my code in VS Studio. So once I have my live server, I can easily right click on any of the code or documents and say open with live server. You can see it, and once you click on it, the live server will automatically open your Chrome to the page that you want. So that's how you use VS Studio, and that is what we are going to be using henceforth. So we are no longer going to be using our Notepad. We are going to be using VS Code, so that we can properly learn the HTML and move on to Node.js. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome back. This is Austin trying to help you out with your DevC training. In the previous classes that we had, I noticed that the video, the voicing and the actions, we are not synchronized. They were not coming together. So I'm gonna put this up together in order to be a backup for that one. So I already know that the initial part of the video for the downloads for the Visual Studio Code and Node.js, both of them were done very well. So I'm going to start with the part where I try to open the folder of the work that we've been doing with Visual Studio Code. So that's what I'm going to do now. So this is the folder we are working with, the devc folder, which I've already given the link on the messenger so that you can have this folder. So if you open this folder, you're going to be able to see the about us, contact us, and the pictures, every other thing we have. You are still going to arrange this very well. It's not good practice to have the picture. You're supposed to have the pictures in one folder known as images, have the JavaScript files in another place, and the HTML file in another place. So having this is the folder. So how do we open it in VS Code so that instead of using Notepad, you can be using VS Code to work now? So after installing your VS Code and your Node.js already, so simply go to this is your search button. You click here, just type VS Code or Visual Studio Code, depending, anyone you type it will bring the app. So you can see the app Visual Studio Code. Click on it. When you click on this app, it will open up. So once you open up, you can track this folder here and open it so that you can be editing without the notepad. You can make better editing there. It's pretty better. You can see it is coming up. It's going to open now. So once it opens, that's what we're going to be using. We are not going to be using notepad again. We are going to be using Visual Studio Code because Visual Studio Code is a very good editor. The environment is superb. You can install a whole lot of extensions that will help you to make your work easier, and that is why we're going to be using it. So you can see it's opening. So this is the Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to close this up because I already opened this before. So when the Visual Studio Code is fully open, you're supposed to click on this file. Can you see file here? So no matter what is showing here on your own, when it's fully open, click on this file. Once you click on this file, click on open folder. Open folder. So once you click on open folder, you're gonna go to where you saved your work. You can see I saved my folder on the desktop. This is the desktop. So I'll click on that folder, which is the C folder, and I will click on select folder so that this folder will open. So select it and you wait for it to open. You can always close any other thing that you're seeing here that is not related to what you want. Close this extension. So the folders are supposed to open. So these are this is the folder. So if you click on any of the file, this is the HTML index.html that we had before. Once you click on it, it will come out here. So you don't need notepad, you just have to see it here. So you can see this is the HTML, this is the HTML tag, the head tag. So you can make any corrections that you want here. So you can make any correction. This is devc training. You can put devc training. You can write anything that you want and it will work. So once you finish writing, just do Ctrl S to save. So this is what you want. You can now run. If you want to run this, instead of going to your browser, you can simply right click and say open with live server. Open with live server. Live server is an extension that helps you to run your code. So once I click that, you will see that Chrome will automatically open to this file. So that is how you run in you see Chrome is opening and it's going to open the file. So that is how you run your code in Visual Studio Code. You can see it is open. So this is the file. So you can click the various links. You can see that it is still working normally like the way it was before. So that is it. That is it for that. So the live server, when you newly install your Visual Studio Code, you will not have the live server. So if you don't have the live server, you can check all these. The last one is called extensions. You can see it, extensions. Click on these extensions. Once you click on it, you have this bar coming out, the extension, this thing column. Click here and type in live server. Once you type, as you're typing live, you see many things that start with live. So this is the live server. Had it been I've not installed it, you see this installed under it. So you click on it. So once you click on it and install it, after installing, you can close and open up your Visual Studio again. It will start working. So any extension that I want, I can easily click on it, and that's why this Visual Studio Code is very, very good, because you can use the extension to make your work much more easier. You can download an extension that will arrange this our HTML file, make it look better. You can see that it's not looking better now. So you can download an extension that will arrange it. You can see this is also pretty arranged. There's another extension that you can install that will help you to arrange it much more better. So you can also make this to be increased so that you can be seeing it clearer. So that is it for Visual Studio Code. Make sure you download live server so that you can easily work on your files very easily, very well. So I'll click on this again. So anything that I want to open, I can easily open from here. So even the CSS file, once I click on it, it will open up here. And once it opens up here, I can actually work on the edit. Once you finish editing, just press Ctrl S to save. So that's how you work with this. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be using Node.js and other things to make our work much better. Thank you. Hello, welcome. This is Austin, bringing you the DevC training from Andela and Facebook. We said that we are going to be moving very fast. We are going to be looking at HTML, CSS, and JavaScript before we can start taking the exercises that are given from the open classroom. So today we are going to be looking at JavaScript, the basic intro we did in the last class. You can check the playlist so that you can check that out. So today we're going to be bringing simple concepts that are very, very important for you to get the basics in JavaScript. And we're going to be starting with variables. This is the source code and this is the output. And this output is in Google Chrome. So I'm able to get it like this because I use the HTML opening tag with the body. Then inside the script tag, that's where we have the JavaScripts. And if you run this code, you're going to see this. You will get this on the GitHub and also a link in the description part of this video so that you can get this code and study them. This is just like a summary. I actually got most of these from a tutorial on YouTube, Jerry Bennett, so you can check them out, but I'm going to explain them so that you can get the basic concepts, so that when we start writing proper codes in JavaScript, you'll be able to move along with us. So variables are things that can change, that you can have different values for them. So you're going to be dealing a whole lot with variables when you are writing codes in JavaScript. So we're going to be looking at them. Any line that you have these two double slash in front, it means that it is simply a comment. So the code is not going to run. You can see all these variables and these statements, they are not showing here because they are comments because of these two forward slash in front of them. But when you now start saying document.write, which is one of the way of outputting, then you start seeing them here. So I told us in the first class in JavaScript that there are 4 ways you can use in outputting something. You can use inner HTML, you can use console.log, you can use window.alert, and you can also use document.write. So here we're going to be using mostly document.write because we want it to be output in a way like this. So I'm going to continue now. So basic rules in naming variables. You will say that variable names can never start with a number. You cannot start a variable name like this variable name, my name. You cannot start it with a number. It cannot contain spaces, but you can also it can actually contain letters. Like this variable name, my name is containing letters. It can also contain number. You can say my name 01. Can contain underscore, and it can contain this sign. So these are the important rules in naming a variable, and that's why we have this variable var my name. You can see this is what we call camel casing. The first word is in small letter starting, but if you want to start the second one, it has to be in capital letter. So the value of this variable my name is Augustine, and that is my name, and the value of this variable my age is 34, and that is my current age. So var is a way of declaring variables. So this var simply says that this my name is a variable, but that is then. But currently in years 6, you now use let and const. Let and const. So if you want to declare a variable, you say let my name equal to Augustine. Let, and if that variable, if what you're trying to declare does not change, like pi, pi is always 3.142, you say you use const. So you can use let or you use const, but formally you use var. So the scope vary, and the problem with scoping I'm going to explain in subsequent classes. But know that if you now want to declare a variable like my name, it's better you use let my name equal to Augustine instead of var my name Augustine. So that's it for constant let and var. The difference is actually in scoping and whether this one is changing or not. Then you say that variables don't have defined type. So, or if you're coding something like Java that is strongly typed, you have to say, if it is a string, you have to say var string my name equal to Augustine. But here you don't say string or integer. For you to recognize something being a string or an integer, it has to be, if there is a quote around it, then it's a string. If it's a number, then it's a number. So there are actually other variable types like symbol, boolean, which we will soon get to. So let's get to these mathematical calculations, how you can do mathematical calculations in JavaScript. You can see you can use document.write to output a data to the browser. This is a browser, this is Google Chrome browser. I'm able to output all these because I'm using document.write. If you want to see anything, you say document.write. And that's why we say document.write. Now you say 5 plus 4, that is this first 5 plus 4. Because it is inside quotes, this 5 plus 4 equal to is inside quotes. That's why you're able to see them exactly they are, because it is being seen as a string. But this second one, where you have 5 plus 4 without a quote, is seen as a number, and that's why JavaScript will know and do the actual calculation. So 5 plus 4 is 9, and that's why you are saying 9. Then this break is for it to the next line to be on another line. So the same thing, you have this 5 plus 4 equal to plus this, and that's why we have this second one. So if it is minus, you do the same thing with break. So all the mathematical signs are used the same way. Instead of times, you're using this as the times or the multiplication sign, and this is what you use as the division sign. So as you're doing them, you're seeing them here. And this is modulus, simply means 5 divided by 4. What is the remainder? It gives you 1. So, and that is what you get here, modulus. So when you go through this, you're going to be understanding them because it is well commented. And that's why I'm using these resources. I'm going to upload this to both I'm going to upload it to both GitHub and also give a link in the description part. So this is how you do most of these kinds of things. If you want to get the maximum of a number, you just say number.max value. If you want to get the minimum, number.min value, to get the minimum possible number that we can have. So you scroll down, you see other things. If you want to round up something, you use to fix. If you want to round it up to 2 decimal places, you have to fix. You put 2. If it is to 3, you put 3 here. The same thing if you want to add a number, use double plus in the front. You can also use after or in front, depending on whether you want the operation to be done before the next line of action, or you want them to come together. You want it to be done after. So the same thing with minus. If you have this double minus, it means that you're decreasing the number by 1. If you want to add by 1, you use plus. Now if you want to perform calculations, a calculation on a value and assign the result, this is what you do. Let's say you want to add 5 to a number and now give the answer. This is how you do it. If you want to do a subtraction, if you want to do multiplication, and if you want to do this. So this simply means that the final number that is going to be here, which is the random, is going to be the initial number here plus the 5 here. So the other operation is similar to what you have in board mass. So if you don't have brackets, you're gonna do multiplication before you do plus or the addition. So the same thing, you have some mathematical properties and methods. The math e, if you want to get the value of this math e, which you already know, or the pi, these are the functions that or properties that you're going to be using for that. If you want to perform actions like cube roots, you want to round off to the upper limit or to the lower limit, or normal rounding up, or you want to get the log to base 10, these are the methods that you're going to use. So these are methods, whereas these are properties. How you differentiate properties from methods is that methods have these bracket, whereas properties don't. So these are the basic mathematical operations that you can have, and these are the outputs. So as you're studying them, when I send it across, you'll be able to easily know what each and every one of them do. And you actually need to learn this, because when you start writing proper Node.js or React codes, you're going to be using all these. You're going to, from time to time, want to write some basic vanilla JavaScript that will help you to run your code effectively. So you need to know how to do these mathematical manipulations. So after the mathematical manipulations, we talk about if you also want to convert. If you want to convert a string to a number, you just put number in front. If you want to convert to an integer, or you want to convert to a float, you put pass int for an integer, pass float for a float number. If you want to also do a calculation, finding the random number from 1 to 10, and also approximating to the lower boundary. So those are the things you can do with as it concerns mathematical operations. Then talking about strings, like I said before, string is anything that is any variable that has value that is enclosed in this quotation. The quotation can be single or double quotes. So, and you can combine two strings using the concatenation operator, which is plus. So you can see this random string is more than one, but it's being concatenated using plus sign. So you can do this basic thing for string. Then you can perform so many other operations on string. You can get the string length. String length simply means how many characters that are involved. Like here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what is the string length of these, or what is the total string length of all of these? So you can say the variable name, which is round string dot length, to get the length of the string. So you can also get other things like you can return the value using a start and an end index. You can also use slice. If you're using slice, you want to return some part of the string, you don't want to get all of them out, so you can use slice. You can also use substring. If you're using slice, then you're putting the start and the ending of the string of the string of characters that you want. But if you're using substring, you're putting the start and then the length of the string, or the number of characters that you want to be gotten out. So those are the things you can do. You can also use replace to get a string and replace it by another string. So you go and look for and on. This very and on, you replace it with forever. So using this very function replace. So you have all these functions that you can use on string, like substring, slice, replace. You can also use other ones. If you want to get the character at an index, you use the name of the variable character at the very index that you want. So if you want to split a string into an array, this is how you do it, by using dot split. So depending on what, if you want to split with a space, then you use this. If you want to trim, white space is this what you do, round string dot trim. Round strings is the name of the variable, which we already know. If you want to convert to uppercase, you say the name of the variable dot to uppercase. The same thing with lowercase. If you want to style, you can also style a string by saying the name of the string dot. If you want it to be big, you say dot big. If you want it to be bold, the same thing. So that's how you got to get all of these, by styling. So those are the functions that you can perform on a string, and those are the things that are available for numbers as well. Please do well to look at all these and experiment them one. so that you can actually understand the various methods and properties that can be used on numbers and strings. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. We are going to be continuing our series in summary of JavaScript so that we can head on to our Node.js and other very important aspects of this training. So today we're going to be looking at conditionals and looping. If you're going to be telling your program that if this person is having the actual login credential, the person should be logged in. If it's not, it shouldn't. So you are going to be making some statements using conditionals, and you're always going to loop through. If you want to attribute something, you want to attribute only one or all of them in the database, you're going to be able to loop through and do same thing to all the data in the database or even in your UI. So you're going to be doing a whole lot of using of conditionals and looping, and we're going to quickly look at what these conditionals are. And in that, we are talking about the if statement, the if else statement, the switch statements. You're going to be using a whole lot of them when you're writing your code. So summarily, like I told us, the material I'm using from one of the tutors on YouTube, the repens, and we're going to just look at these codes, and so that when we start using them in the actual work, it will not be difficult for us. So relational operators, we have double equal to if you are considering two things that are equal, not equal when they are not equal. If you're asking if this password is equal to the password that is given, or if this password is not equal to the password that is given, then do what you want to happen. So this is the equal to if you want to ascertain whether the two things are equal. This is not equal to, this is greater than. If the length of this character is greater than this one, what am I expected to do? This is greater, this is less than, this is greater than or equal to, and this is less than or equal to. We're going to be using them and you will understand them much better. And this is equal to both in terms of the value and the type. You use this triple equal to sign. Then you have the logical operators like the AND. If you want to use AND, it has to be 2 ampersands. And you also have not, which is supposed to be straight actually, and not, you understand. So we are gonna move down. You have var age equal to 8. I want to demonstrate the if statement. If is one major conditional statement. These are operators, the relational operators and logical operators, but you now use them whenever you want to make the if statement, and that's why we're having if age is greater than or equal to 5. You see, so we are using this relational operator, greater than or equal to 5, and as well age is less than or equal to 6, so it has to be greater than 5 and less than 6. You understand? So it's either 5 or 6. So if this is the situation, what do you want to happen? You have document.write go to kindergarten. So if the age supplied is between 5 and 6, this is what will be attributed. You go to kindergarten, and now we're having 8, so that is not going to happen. So the variable, the age is 8, so it's not between 5 and 6, or it's neither 5 nor 6. So now if you want to check another condition, this is known as condition, and that's why we call it conditional. If you want to take another condition, you can say else if age is greater than 18, document.write go to college. Is the age greater than 18? No, this is 8. 8 is not greater than 18, so this is not going to attribute. Then another one, say else if you have up to 3, if you have more than 3 conditions, you have to keep repeating else if, but if that's the end, you just put else document.write go to grade age minus 5. So you are going to see that this is going to be the one that will attribute, because this is most likely because these two conditions are not met, it's going to be this. So it's going to simply be age minus 5, which is 5 minus 3. So it will attribute go to grade 5 minus 8 minus 5, which is 3. So go to grade 3, that will be the attribute. So this one will have document.write true or false. So this is how you put all. This is simply all. So you can always run any of these codes in your browser and see what they make sure you put the script tag, the HTML and body tag, then script tag. You run them so that you see what the output looks like. Is document.write not true. So when it's not true, you know it's going to be false. So this is when you want to, if you want to escape something, if you are using escape characters, then you have to have this slash. Now we'll talk about switch statements, which is used to match limited number of options if your options are limited. And this is how you basically write a switch statement. So take note of how you write this. You say if you put the condition, then in curly brackets you write what you want to happen if the condition is met. But if you're using switch statement, you have switch, you put what you are looking at, then you state the conditions. Case 5, case 6. If the condition is actually fitting in case 5 and case 6, what do you want to happen? You want document.write to attribute go to kindergarten. Yeah, if it is case 7, that is what is happening, the condition that is met, then you want document.write to attribute go to first grade. Then you have your break. Always put break after putting the work that you need to be done after the conditions are met. Then if none of these conditions are met, then you have the default. So take note of the structure of this very code, because that is what is going to matter when you're using them. I have ternary operators, which are operators that assign a value based on condition. So you have your condition, then you put this ternary operator. If it is true, the first one will happen. If it is false, the second one will happen. So let's say you have a variable can I vote equal to age. So you want to, anything that happens, you want to assign it to this variable. So if age is greater than or equal to 18, if it is true, you understand, then you're gonna have true assigned to this. But if it is false, then you're gonna have false assigned to this. You understand? So basically, if this condition is met, this first one is assigned. If this condition is not met, the second one, which is the false, is assigned. So document.write can I vote, then can I vote will give you the right one, which should be age is greater than or equals to 18, whether it's true or false, the age that is given. Now we look at looping. Looping is when you want something to be done to several variables, the same thing. So loops actually happens as long as a condition is true. So you say let's the initial value of I to be equal to 1. So it's saying that while this is the while loop, while I is less than or equal to 10, I want this to keep happening. So I want document.write to attribute the value of I and put comma. Then after that first one, you should increment the I. So I'm going to be having, since the initial value of I is 1, we're going to be having 1, 2, 3, 4 until it's less than or equal to 10, until 10. So this is how you do that. So you want to attribute from 1 to 10. So you want to keep doing the same thing from when the value of I, the variable, is 1 to when it's up to 10. So look at the structure. You have to first declare and initialize the variable that you want to use. Then you put the while statement, put the condition, then what you want happen. Now document.write break. Now if you want to put break as when you're done writing the codes. So apart from the while, you have the do while. The do while is used when you must go through the loop at least once. So this one, for you to go through the loop, the condition must be met. But if you're using do while, then you have to go through the loop once before even you check the condition. So that's why we have here var guess equal to prompt guess a number between 1 to 20. So this must happen even before you start checking the condition, and the condition simply say why guess is not equal to 15. So once you pick a number that is not equal to 15, it can keep guessing. So once that happened, alert, you guessed it, 15 was the number. So you keep guessing until you get to 15 and you stop. Now you also have another loop known as for loop. For it's a self-contained loop structure, and this is how you basically write the for loop. you say for the variable equal to 0, that's the initial value of the variable. Then j less than or equal to 20, that's the extreme end, the place you want to get to and stop. Then you increment the variable by 1 at every instant until you get to 20. So now you say if j is divisible by 2, then skip back to the top of the loop. So that's what this is. You can actually combine for with the if in order to, when we'll be writing algorithms, we'll be using this more often and you understand it much better. So if j is if when you divide j by 2, the remainder is equal to 0, that means you're looking for an even number. Then continue. So now we have if j is equal to 15, break completely out of the loop. If j is equal to 15, then you break out of the loop, and then document.write the values of the j that you have. Document.write break. You always break so that your code will look much better. So yeah, we have variable customer, and this customer is having the details of a given customer, the name of Thomas, address 123 main, and balance of 550. Now you want to do something to this kind of object. It's good you use the for loop, and that's what is being demonstrated here. For this for in cycles through an enumerable property of an object. So you say for this, for in is advanced form of for, and it cycles through enumerable properties of an object. So this is an object. Whenever you have something in curly brace like this and you have it declared in form of a variable, call it object, because it has the properties of an object. You can see this is the name, is the address of a given person, and the balance. So if you want to cycle through these properties like the name, address, balance, you use the for in. So, and that's why we have for k. You just assume any variable name. K in customer. Customer is the name of the object. Document.write customer k simply means that document should output all the properties in this customer. Now we look at arrays. Arrays have variable sizes and can contain multiple types. In JavaScript, in other programming languages, mostly you have arrays containing only one particular data type. If it's going to be string, it's going to be all string. If it's number, integer, and all the rest is going to be them completely. But in JavaScript, array can actually contain a combination of strings and numbers, and that's what we're going to be seeing here. You have a variable declaring this array transmit. Whenever you want to show an array, it has to be in a block bracket like this. So you have a string transmit, you have another one 123 main, then you have a number 120.50, that's a float. So this is how you declare an array in JavaScript. There are other ways, but this is the most famous way. Then you have so you recognize an array whenever you have this block quotes. Then if you want to access the first item in the array, simply use this put the block brace, and inside it put 0 because array is 0 based in JavaScript and most other programming languages, 0 based. So when you document.write out this, you will see first state transmit 0 is actually the first one, which is this transmit. So you have first state transmit. Now if you want to add an item to an array, simply put the index that here you have index 0 1 2. So you want to add another one, comma 3. So for the third one, this is how you put it. You say transmit, which is the name of the array, and you put 3 and put what you want to be there. So if you want to output this array again, this transmit array, you have transmit 123 main 120.50, and you're going to also have tsmit at aol.com, because you've added it by using this statement, by simply putting this block brace and putting the index where you want to put it, then you put the value. So that's how you get this down. Then if you want to overwrite index 2 and fit everything x after 2 without overwriting, then you have to put 0 for second parameter or not overwrite. So if you want to have to overwrite index of 2, this 1 2, this 1 2 3, I mean this 0 1 2, if you want to override this one and fit everything else after the index, this is what this is how you do it. you put the index you want to overwrite, then you now put every other thing after it. So that is how you write the code. Now if you want to delete the fourth index item, this is what you do. From c.splice, you use splice to delete. So you're deleting the fourth index item, and that is the only one that you're doing. Then if you want to convert an array to string, you can use the toString, or you can also use the value of. So you use toString. If you mention the array, you put dot toString. This is transmit dot toString, or you can use transmit dot value of. So you put the array, then the array will automatically be converted to string. If you're writing exams on this, you might be asked on some of these functions that you can use to manipulate arrays. Now you can convert an array into a string with separator. This is how you do it. Transmit.join. Use join to convert an array to string, but now you want separators to be put there. So you're going to be using all these operations when you're going deep down into JavaScript. So take note of them. If you want to delete an index, this I've already told us what index are. If this is an array, this is the 0 index, 1, 2. So they are just the component, the elements of the array. So if you want to delete an index, you simply say delete transmit, then you put the index that represent the very value that you want to remove or delete. And you can sort an array in reverse, which we call reverse sort. So you, mostly also works for strings. You can simply say transmit, which is the name of the array, dot sort, sorts the array. You can also sort number like these variable numbers. So descending sort, you can return xy. If you put this argument, it will help the JavaScript to know how you want to sort. So if you want to sort in descending order, you have y minus x, and that's why we have this number.sort function xy, return x minus y, document.write num arrays num.toString, so that you put it back into string before you output it. Then you can combine arrays by simply saying one of the arrays, which is number.concat, the next array. So once you use the word concat or the function concat, you can combine two arrays. So you put the first array first, dot concat, then the second array. If you want to remove the last item in an array, use pop. So the array name dot pop with the brackets. If you want to add item to the end, use push. So pop and push, or to the end. Then if you're starting from the beginning, you have what we call shift. If you want to delete, use shift, but if you want to add, use on shift. That is first item. If you're coming from this side, the first items, so that is shift and on shift. Shift if you're taking out, if you're adding, use on shift. But if you're taking out from this other side, which is the end, you pop. If you want to get it back, you use push. So take note of that. And finally, we have for var starting from 0 and ending at the length of the array, and adding, always incrementing. That is how you write for loop. You always use for loop to cycle through arrays. Very, very important. So document.write transmit simply means that it should go through this array of transmit and output every element. So the elements of the array can be you can output them using the for loop. That's where we're going to be stopping. We've covered a whole lot. Please, I'm going to be uploading it to both my GitHub, and in the link that I gave us, there's this link that connects to this JC training. This is where I'm arranging all the training so that it will be easier for you to access. So from when we started to now, then all the codes. So you can see all the codes here. You can simply click on any of them. Once you click on any of them, you can then right click and copy the source if that's how you want to get it. But I've also dropped the CS files so that you can get them properly. So if you right click and get the source, you can simply copy this, place it in your notepad or your Visual Studio Code, and it will run. So that is why I got this out for you. So I'm arranging the lectures in such a way that it will be easy. Once you get to this website, you can see Node.js software development. So this is where I'm arranging it so that it will be easier for you to access at any time, even after this lecture. If you want it to be a reference material for you to learn from when we started. So the website is simply jam.unit.com. So once you open the website, just get to this right pane, the first one, because that's what I'm currently working on, so that we can follow through and understand this better. So I'm going to be giving us lots of assignments. You remember today is our quick Q&A section. So all of us, if you have any problems with your HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, we are going to be treating them today, so that by next week we'll start with the exercises and the assignments in the open classroom, so that everybody will be on the same page. Thank you. God bless you. Hello, welcome again. This is Augustine Emeka Ekene. Today we are going to be starting uh, coding in Node.js, and there are a couple of installations that we need to make in order to make our exercise a perfect one. So, like we had earlier discussed in our Facebook Messenger chats, you need a couple of things like GitHub. So simply get to your browser. If you're using Chrome, that would be perfect. Type in www.github.com, or just type in github.com. You can see it exactly the way it is now. And once you open, you see where they register. Click on register and sign up in GitHub, so that you have a GitHub account. We are going to be making Git commits, and we need GitHub accounts, and we also need Git itself installed in our system. And to install Git, get to this other website, git/scm.com. Okay, you can git-scm.com/downloads. So this is where to get Git. Git has to be installed into your system so that you can make commits. So depending on the operating system that you're using, I'm using Windows, so I'm going to click here and continue with the installation. So get registered with GitHub and install Git into your system. These two things are very, very important for you to follow the classes, because as we're going to initialize our project using Git, and we're going to constantly keep making commits, and from there you know how to use Git and GitHub. So make sure you get these things installed. GitHub will help you to push your code to a storage where you can collaboratively work on it. Now finally, the other thing I want us to get is Postman. Use Postman to test API endpoints. We are going to be writing some APIs, you understand, because we're going to have our code done in a very RESTful way, so that it can be used in every device and further uses, so that we can make our services available everywhere, and can always call our database from every device. So we're going to be using what we call RESTful API, RESTful, and we're going to be creating RESTful endpoints. And to test whether these endpoints are working, you need this application Postman. So make sure you get it. Postman, to get it, very simply go type in your address bar getpostman.com/downloads. So once it opens, because of your software, you're gonna see this. You click here, depending on whether you have 32 bits or 64 bits, you click the one you have. All of them just normal installation. You keep clicking yes, yes, and you go. So we're gonna need all those. With these three things that I've just said, now we can start coding on Node.js immediately. So please make sure you get them. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section, so that I can always look at them and be able to assist you. And if you have any suggestions on ways to making this our learning to be more fruitful, you can also suggest to me. I'll be glad to look at it. Thank you and God bless you. In subsequent classes, we're going to go straight into Node.js, and from time to time, I'll be bringing you some classes or few tutorials in JavaScript, especially the type of JavaScript that will help you to code Node.js very well. The higher array functions, the concepts of function creation using the ES6 notation, uh, destructuring, object destructuring, um, many other things that are very specific to using frameworks like React and the Node runtime. So I'm going to be giving all these advanced JavaScript classes from time to time. So just keep watching and keep interacting. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be starting immediately with Node.js. We are actually training you to become a full stack developer. And who is a full stack developer? A full stack developer is that developer that can do both back end and front end. Back end and front end. Be able to connect the back end to the front end and database and make a whole web application. So anybody that can do a full web application is a full stack developer. So what do we call a front end? This is an example of a front end. Anything you see when you open a website, this is LinkedIn website, this is the front end. So anything you see, like this is the YouTube, this is the front end. Somebody that is able to design this, put it in grid like this so that somebody can see it and appreciate it. If you want to go to home, you click here, trending, you click here, anything you want to do. It's the person that designs this user interface that makes it very attractive for people to look at your website and access it and get the information they want. They call them front end, or they call them UI designers. Now, all the contents of this front end, they are coming from somewhere known as the back end. So some other person is also designing the back end. So the person that does the back end connects it to the database and everything, or builds the architecture of the database, to call the person the back end engineer. So in this class, we are going to be learning how to both be a front end engineer and a back end engineer. And that is why we're going to be using Node.js to do this. Node.js is the JavaScript runtime that will help us create the back end, whereas we are going to be using React for the front end. So that's what I'm going to be doing today, and that is why we talk about Node.js. Node.js is not a programming language, it's only a runtime that enables the desktop or your system to run JavaScript without needing the browser. So that is why we're going to be using it, and we are going to be starting immediately. So what we are going to be creating is a whole project, and we are stemming our lessons from what we have in the open classroom. And so we're going to be creating the folder first that will contain everything. So I'm going to right click on my desktop and go to new. So I want you to do the same and click on folder. Then I'm going to put in the name of the folder. So our web application, what is it? What is going to be the name? So I'm going to name it dev C PRJ. That is dev C project. Dev C project. That is the that is our full stack project directory. So I'm going to open this dev C project. Like I said, that for you to be a full stack, you need to know front end and back end. So I'm going to create two folders, one for the front end and one for the back end. So this is folder 1. I'm going to call it front end. I've already explained what front end is. Then I'm going to create another folder and I'm call it back end. So take note of the steps I'm taking to build this project. That is how you're going to be doing your own, and you'll be able to follow up. So this is back end. So like I said before, the front end is what you see when you look at every website, whereas the data that serves to this website is being run from some other place, and that is where Node comes in, and that is going to be in the back end. So the front end will have our React, whereas the back end will have our Node. I hope we are clear on these two things that I've just said now. They are very, very important, and that is how we're going to be starting. So we're going to start, we're going to be able to open this our project dev C PRG, in the work that we have in Open Classroom, they call their own project a folder, Go Full Stack. But our own, we're going to be calling our own devc hyphen prj. So you can name it anything, but make sure that when you open it, that you have these two folders, one for front end and one for back end. So having done that, we're going to start building our environment so that we can start coding immediately. And for that, I'm going to open the Visual Studio Code, and that was why we installed VS Code. We say we are going to be using it, so I'm going to quickly click this, type VS Code and click on the app so that it will open. So once it opens, you're going to start immediately. So I hope you understand the steps that we're following. As I'm putting the steps, I'll be explaining it so that you can understand. Now, the Node.js that we installed earlier, we installed it so that we can be able to do stuffs. Can be able to have the npm, which is a tool that will be very invaluable for installing the packages that you need to build your project. So once you install Node, it comes with the npm, which is the Node package manager that you can use to do installations. So you can see I've just opened my VS Code and it's opening where I was before. That is the project file that we were using before now. So if you want to open your project in VS Code like I taught us before, click on the file in the menu, then click on open folder. So when you click on open folder, you select the folder. This is the folder we're working on, devc prj. So I click on it and I click on select folder, so that will open this folder. So that is the new folder that we have on. Okay, yeah, so you can see it, devc -prj. That's the folder we are working on. You can see the subfolders that we created, the back end and the front end. So this welcome window, I'm gonna click on it to close it up so that I'll just have my this stuff here. So I'm gonna click on this terminal so that I can have it, because I want to have a terminal to be working with. I want to have my console. So we need to see the console, because the console is very important. That is where we are going to be seeing our codes run. So you click on the terminal so that we can see the console. I hope new terminal, you can see it here. You can also use the command Ctrl Shift backtick. So I'm going to click on it. You see the terminal is opened here. So any code you write here, you can see it work down here. So you can see the directory here, desktop devc. So we're going to be starting. So make sure you open to this very place, and in subsequent classes we'll move further. Thank you. Observe the project structure, the project you're working on, the back end and the front end. Then you can start. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome. So this is where we stopped in the last class. We created a folder devc-prj. That is our project folder. Then inside our folder, we created the back end and the front end folders. So everything in the back end will be inside here, whereas everything in the front end will be here. Now, in the exercise given to us in Open Classroom, the front end is an Angular project. So you don't need to work on this front end. You just need to download the Angular work that is already there. Whereas we are going to be concentrating on the back end, which is what we are going to be using Node.js to do. For the front end, we are going to be looking at React in later courses. So we are going to use a project that is already done for the front end, and that is an Angular project. Angular and React are JavaScript framework. Angular is a JavaScript framework, whereas React is a JavaScript library, and you can use them for front end designs or front end development. But in this class, we are going to be concentrating on the back end development. So having said that, we are going to quickly install the front end application that we're going to be using for this. And first of all, we're going to, because it's an Angular project, we are going to be installing the Angular CLI. And for you to install anything in Node.js, you come to this place in this terminal. That's where we're going to be working on. So we simply say npm. npm simply means Node Package Manager, and you use it to make installations. So npm install. So that is the statement, npm install. Then what do you want to install? So we want to globally install Angular CLI. That's what we want to do. So we are globally installing Angular CLI. So that is the first thing we do, because we want to use this Angular CLI because we are using a front end made in Angular. So once you do that, you press the enter key, then it will take time and it will install. So I want you to observe what we are doing. I'm having my folder in the desktop, so that's why I have devc -prj in the desktop, and that is where I'm doing this installation. npm Node Package Manager, please help me install Angular CLI. So that's the first thing I do. So it will take a little while, then it will make this installation. Please bear with me with the time. My system is a little bit slow. So once I do this installation, I'll be able to clone the front end app from the GitHub repository where it is, and that's why I say that you must have GitHub installed in your system. You must also have Git, because we are going to be using all these to make our work to be effective. So while I wait for the Angular CLI to be installed, we'll take a little break. Then after the installation, we'll continue. Thank you. Hello, let's continue. So in the previous class, we did npm install Angular CLI. So when you do that, it's going to install the Angular CLI. At one point, it will ask you this question: would you like to share anonymous user data with Angular team at Google? So what I did was just press the enter key, so it will automatically select no for me, so that it will run the installation. Then after everything, it will say Angular CLI added 244 packages from 184 contributors in this time. So it's very simple. Once you type this instruction, npm install -g at Angular CLI, it will install it for you. So at any point that it stops, just press the enter key, it will complete. Now we are now going to continue. You can see that I'm in my folder in the desktop, devc folder. So I'm going to now clone the GitHub repo that has the front end. And like I told us, we're not going to be working on the front end for now. We'll concentrate on the back end because the front end code is already there. So I'm going to type in git clone and the address of the GitHub where we are getting the material, the Angular project or Angular app from. Then I will now give space and put front end to make sure that everything goes into the front end repository. This is the front end repository, and this is where I want to clone it at. So I can cd into front end, or I can write all of them in one line of code, which is what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to write all of them in one line of code by saying git clone. That is the command in GitHub. Git clone. What do you want your Git to clone? You want it to clone the app in this GitHub address. So the GitHub address is https github/open classroom student center this. So and it's the name is front end app, and I want it to be left in my front end directory. This is the front end directory. That's why I added this extra front end, so that it will come to this place. So once you type in this code and you press the enter key, it's going to clone. You can see it has written cloning to front end. So it's going to clone this very directory to front end. That's why we put front end here. If you had put back end, it would have cloned it to back end. So that is the process of cloning the GitHub repo, so that we don't need to work on the front end, so that we can concentrate on our back end. So it's cloning. Once it's done cloning, when you click on this folder front end, you're going to see lots of things there now, because you have it cloned. So that is what's going to be happening. So I'm also going to take another break, so that when it's done, we can move forward. Thank you, and God bless you. Hello, welcome. So we can see that we've already cloned the app. So the app has been cloned. Then if you now click on this front end, you see it now has content. Before, it used to be empty. If you click on the back end, you see there's nothing in the back end, but if you click on the front end, there is something there, because it now has something. So once that is done, we can now move forward with our coding, because we've cloned the front end Angular app. We've been able to clone it from the GitHub. So we now have the file. So if you scroll up, you're going to see the instruction that helped us to clone it. And the instruction simply says git clone, and that's why we downloaded Git, because we want to use Git commands. So we say git, please help us and clone the front end app.git that is in this web GitHub address, github/open classroom student center. And when you clone it, please put it in the folder front end. Put it in this front end folder. That's the instruction. So when you press the enter key, it will start cloning. So once it is done cloning, it will now bring you back to this place. So now we are going to start. We are going to go to the front end and look at the code. So how do we do that? We simply say cd. You cd into the front end. So that's the first one we do. So we cd to the front end. So that means you should take us to the directory of the front end. You should take us to this very inside this directly, because we are currently in the general directory known as devc-prj. So but we want to get into this directly. So once you do cd space front end, that is the instruction, and you press the enter key, it will take us there. You can see when you check this directly, the directory address, you will now see that it's reading desktop devc/front end. That means we are now in front end. This is where we are now. So since we are now in the front end, what do we want to do? We want to do npm install, so that we can install all the dependencies that comes with this web app. Since we did not do it by ourselves, this front end, we want all the dependencies that are necessary for the app to work well to be installed. So we give the simple instruction known as npm install. So we simply say npm install. That is the instruction. So once you do that, you press the enter key. So the node package manager npm is what you use for installations. So once you do that, npm install, you now wait. It's going to install all the dependencies. So you find out that when you install all the dependencies, you can now use another command known as ng-serve to serve your web app, so that we can see the Angular web app and see the way it is looking. Then from there, we'll now move into our Node.js and we'll continue coding Node.js. So I'm going to give a little while for this installation to happen. Then after the installation must have happened, then we can continue. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. So we just finished doing npm install to get all the dependencies into our application. We cloned a GitHub repo for the front end. So after doing the cloning, we gave the command. We went to the front end by saying cd front end, then we did npm install. So whenever you do npm install, what it does is that it installs all the dependencies. So you give this command, node package manager install npm install. So you can see now in our front end, you have new folders, the node models and the package log.json. So these two things are the things that came in because we did npm install. And inside the node models, that's where we have the node models. Inside it is where we have all the dependencies needed for this Angular front end app to work well. So you have to do that, and that is what we did. And with that, we are good to go now. So after the installations, you see found 0 vulnerabilities, added 1186 packages. So when you open this node model, you're gonna see all these packages. You can see them, lots of them. So all these are already made codes that are very needed for your application to work well. So having done this, we now know that our front end app can work. So we can now move forward by starting the server. So we can now start the server because we've installed all the dependencies needed for the development server to work. And to start the server, we simply give the command ng serve. So that is the command that we give in order for us to start the server. So I'm going to simply click the start the server so that we see the way it looks. So I'm going to say ng serve. So once I say ng serve, I'm going to press the enter key because this is Angular, and that is how you start the Angular server. So once you start it and the server is running, we can simply navigate to localhost 4200 to see our Angular app. And that is all we need for the Angular or the front end side of this. Then in subsequent classes, we are going to be looking at the back end, which is the essence of this our series, the Node.js back end. But we needed this front end so that anything we are doing in the back end, we can see it visually, we can see the way it looks, we can see the way it works, and we can always go forward. So you can see the process that we've gone through. First of all, we created a project and we called it the project devc proj. That's devc project. And inside this, we created two directories, one for the back end and one for the front end. And in the front end, we just installed an app, already made app from GitHub. Then it is in the back end that we are going to learn how to use Node.js to create RESTful API and connect to our MongoDB database, and also learn how to use it to connect to Postgres database so that we can be well equipped to do our capstone project. So once you do ng serve, you can simply go to your browser. So you wait for the services to start. Once it starts, you can go to your browser. So the browser I'm using is Google Chrome. So once I get to Google Chrome, you can see that it has started 0% compiling. It's compiling this our Angular app. It's going to show it very soon. But before that, I'm going to go to Google Chrome, where I'm expected to see the output. So you can see I just opened Google Chrome. I want to navigate to the address http :/localhost 4200, and that is where I'm expected to see my app shown. So the app is going to be showing part 1 and 2, part 3 and part 4. So whenever you see something like that, know that you've done all the processes well. So I'm simply going to say http, that is the address, :// localhost, because I'm serving from my local host, and 4200. So that is where you see our Angular app. That is where the Angular development server is serving to. So once I do it and I press enter, if my service is already up, it will show. So let me check my service. You can see that it is building this app. Very soon it will finish building it. Once it finishes building it, you can refresh this, and when you refresh it, you will see the Angular app here. And that is where we're going to be stopping now. In subsequent classes, we are going to be going fully into back-end development using Node.js. But this is where you are going to be. Okay, you can see it's almost done. You can see it. Okay, it is done. So this is Go FullStack Frontend App part 1 and 2, part 3 and part 4. So this is the application. This application was done in Angular, and it is already in GitHub. So we're able to clone it from GitHub, install all the necessary dependencies needed for it to work, and it's working. So this is our Angular app, and this is the app with which we are going to connect. Hello, welcome back. You remember in the first class we looked at the front end, and we got an already made Angular app that we're going to use for our front end. Now we're going to be looking at the back end, which we are going to use Node.js for Node. So what is this Node that we're going to be using? We need to know what Node is and what Express is. We are going to be using Node and Express to do our back end. So what is Node? Node is the runtime that allows us to write all of our server-side tasks. That's what Node is. It's a runtime. It allows us to write our server-side tasks in JavaScript. So with Node, we are able to write things like the business logic, data persistence, and security in JavaScript. So it's not a different language from JavaScript. It's also JavaScript, but for the server-side tasks. Node is also able to add functionalities that normal browser JavaScript does not have. That's why Node is very powerful, because it can give you access to local files. For example, it can give you access to your local files, so you'll be able to work with the local files that you have in your desktop or anywhere in your system. So those are the things Node can help you do. Now we'll talk about Express, which is a framework that sits on top of Node and makes Node servers much easier to build and maintain. So Express is a very good framework. It actually sits on top of the Node and makes the Node servers to be much easier to build and maintain. So we are going to demonstrate this with actual practice. So that is what we're going to be doing today, demonstrating this with actual practice. So to do this, we'll quickly get to our back end. You can see this is desktop dev c prg. So we'll get to back end. So how do you get to back end? The directory is currently showing the main folder, which is dev c -prgs, but we want to get to the back end. So if you want to get to the next directory or folder, back end, how do? You simply say cd, you cd into back end. So I will simply say cd back end. It's very simple. That's how you do it. If you wanted to go to front end from the main directory, you also say cd front end. So it will take it from dev c prg to say dev c prg / back end. So if I press enter now, you will see what it say now. We now have desktop dev c prg / back end. So you always be watching this address here, because it's telling you the current folder or directory that you're in. So once you get to this back end, we can now do what we call npm init to initialize our node. So that's the next important thing to do. We initialize our project. This is our backend project. We are going to initialize it. So to initialize it, what code do we use? We use npm. I've already told us what npm is. npm simply means node package manager. So we are telling us node package manager, please initialize init. Please initialize this project, npm init. So once you do that, it's gonna ask you a couple of questions which you will answer, and once you answer that, your node application will start up. So you initialize your project. You can also use default options or change them as you wish as you're doing this. And we're going to be having our entry point to be server.js. Those are the things you'll be able to do now. So you can see it's already doing the initializing. You can read the message here. This utility will walk you through creating a package.json. So that's what basically initializing does. It helps you to create a package.json file that will help you manage your that will help you work on your node application. So now it's asking you a question now. Package name, what name would you want this to be? This very package. Backend, I think backend is okay, but we can also name it our devc prg if you want to name it like that. So depending on what you want this to be, so I can simply say okay. Version, which version do we want? 1.1. It's okay. Description. So description, I can simply say backend to our devc project. That is the description I'm giving to this because it's the backend for our devc project. Entry points, like I said, let's use server.js instead of index.js. So I'm gonna use server.js as the entry point. Text command, we'll leave that blank for now. Git repo, leave this blank for now. Keywords, you can put important keywords that you want, but you can also leave it out for now. Author, you can comfortably put your own name. So I'm gonna put my own name, Augustine Emeka Ekene. License, just leave it as this. You can also use MIT license or leave it. So once you're done, it will ask you, is this okay? Just press enter or yes, then it's done. So you now have your package.json file, which you can check once you get to this backend. Click on it now, you see that it will have something. You see it's package.json. So this is what you're able to create using the npm init. So if you click on it, you're gonna see the content. You see the name backend, the version 1.0, description backend to our devc project, main server.js, that's the entry point, author Augustine Emeka Ekene, license IC. So this is what we are able to do using this. So this is the first point. You can also initialize a Git repo at the point by running git init. So I can actually initialize a Git repo so that I can always take my codes to GitHub at any time I want. So I can say npm init to initialize a Git repo so that I can always have my work saved on the GitHub, on the Git in my system. Git init, not npm init. So this is what I can do. So if I press the enter key, so you can see that it has initialized an empty Git repo. So the back end is already initialized with Git. So I can now create a .git ignore file that will contain the node modules, so as not to put folders in the node modules to my remote repo, because now the repo is gonna contain these files, but things like my node modules is gonna be very heavy and I wouldn't want it to get to the repo. So it's good I create what we call git ignore file. So if you want to create any file, you can simply head to, this is backend, this is where I want to create it. So I can come here, new file, I just click on new file. So I want to create a git ignore file, so I can simply say .git ignore. So this is the git ignore file. So once I create it, I can, inside it, I will now state what I don't want to be pushed to my repo. So what I don't want to be pushed to my repo is node models. So node underscore models. So I don't want to get them. I don't want to put them in the repo. So I just simply write it. So that is the first thing I'm putting there. So I'm gonna continue, and as I continue, you're gonna be seeing the various steps that we're taking. So I hope you understood what we've done so far. That we just initialize our project by creating a package.json that will state the various major things that we are having in our project. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be starting our basic server. So I hope you understood what we've done so far. I think it's also good that if I had initialized this If I had done this Git init in the main project folder, and that means I'm taking everything to the GitHub, and I'm trying to get everything to my remote repo. But you can see that I did it in the back end. That means I'm actually picking just the back end to the repo, which is also what you can do, because we are concentrating on the back end in this class. We are concentrating on the Node.js. But in subsequent classes, when we'll be doing the capstone project, we are supposed to pick everything and move it to our or have a copy of them in our remote repo. So I believe you understand this. We're going to be stopping here. In subsequent classes, we're going to be starting our basic server. Thank you. Hello, welcome. We're going to continue now. You remember we created the package.json by simply running the command npm init, and we're also able to create the git ignore so that we don't push the node models to the remote repo. So now let's create this server.js file, the entry point that will make you remember. If you click on the package.json, you see that our main entry point is server.js. So we're going to create this file. So to create it, very simple. Click here on the, you can see this back end, because we want this file to be inside the back end. You remember we finished off everything in the front end, which we are using Angular for. So you click here on this back end, then you click on this, you can see new file, because we want to create a new file inside backend. And this new file, we're going to call it server.js. So that is the name of this new file. So once I finish writing it, make sure you take note of the .js. That's how you save JavaScript files. So I press the enter key. So you can see now that my server.js is open, and this is where it is. So we're going to write a simple script that creates a server, after which we'll now install Express and show us the easier way to do the same thing. So this simple script is what we can do with Node.js. Create HTTP a server that can be seen when we check our port number 3000. So this is something we're going to be doing it with Express, and it will be much easier. So let's do this. So how do we do this? We first bring in HTTP. So how do we do it? We can use const. Remember what we are using now. If we use this, there's another way of doing this using the standard. We're using import. If you want to use import command, it's a better way to do. It's more modern than using const. But we're going to be doing const for now. I will also teach you how to use import instead of const. That makes it better. So I'm going to say const http require. That is how you bring in http. Const http require. So you can use single quotes and bring in http. So that is the first thing we do. So I'm going to close this off with semicolon. So once I do that, I can also now do const. Since I brought in my HTTP, I can now do const server equal to http dot create server. So I want to create a server, and that is simply how you do that. Please watch the way I wrote this. Const server equals to http. So I'm declaring a variable server to be equal to http dot create server. That is the method that we're going to be using. So I'm going to open up a bracket and also open up another one, and it's going to take in the following parameters: a request and a response parameter. So after which this is going to be a callback, and so what's this callback going to do? It's going to send the response.end. And what message is it going to carry? So it's going to carry, this is my server response. So that is the message you want it to carry. This is my server response. So that's what you want to carry. That's the message that I want to be shown. Remember, I'm getting this from the Open Classroom exercise that we already have. So I'm going to close this up here with a semicolon, and I'm going to do the same here. So this, our server is going to listen to at one port. So in order to tell it the port to listen to, we're going to say server dot listen. So the server does listen. Where is it going to be listening? So you either give a specific port where you want it to listen, or you can give a specific port as well as tell it to use the environment port in case when this is hosted. So if it is hosted, it's going to use this environment port, which we are going to say process.env.port. So this is a simple instruction that tells it to use if no port is the very port 3000 is not there. I should simply use this port. So that is what we are going to be having there. So it's either it's using the environment port or it's using port 3000. So once I'm done with this, I'm going to close this all off with a semicolon. And this is the code snippet that's going to be on our server.js. So this is simple HTTP, making a simple HTTP request. Once this HTTP request is made, it wants to return this message. This is my first server, and for us to see this, we need to see it at port 3000, localhost 3000. That is where we're going to be listening to see this port. So I'm going to simply say Ctrl S to save. I'm using a whole lot of plugins to make my work look much better. So in case if you don't have them, I installed Prettier and several other plugin extensions that make my code to look much better. So once I was done typing this code, I simply said Ctrl S. So Ctrl S is going to help me save the work so that we can try it out. So this is your server.js, very important. We need to create it in order for us to keep working. So we can actually run this code. So I can cd to my back end. You can see it is still in the directory devc prg. So if I do cd to back end, okay, so I'm now in backend. So I can simply run this very JavaScript code written in Node.js by simply saying node server. So once you say node space the name of the file, this is server.js, so I can simply say server. So once you say that, it's going to run this very code. So that is how you run a JavaScript file in Node.js. Simply say node space the name of that JavaScript file. So it mustn't be HTTP. This I'm doing HTTP because we are developing a web application. But if you write the normal simple JavaScript that we've been writing before, once you save it with .js, if you want to run it very simple, just say node space the name that you used in saving it. This is server. So with that, this is going to run, and we'll be able to see the output at this very port 3000. So localhost 3000 should be able to show us the output of this code. So in subsequent classes, we'll be looking at installing NodeMon. NodeMon is a package that will help us to always get our server up as quick as possible without having to always start and stop the server. So that's what we're going to be doing in the subsequent class. But I hope you understood this the way I explained it. So we brought in HTTP by using this require method. Then we'll we created a variable, constant variable known as server, so that we can use it to create a server. And this takes in this parameter request and response, and it's ending with this message: this is my server response. And this server is going to be listening at port 3000, and if it is hosted, it should just find the environmental port that is provided by the environment in which it is hosted. So that is the basics of this, and in subsequent classes. Hello, welcome. So we just created this server.js, and we say that to run this server.js, you simply write node space server. So once you do that, you should be able to see this run, because we are listening at port 3000, we should be able to see it run at localhost 3000. So if I just type in on the browser localhost 3000, you should be able to see this server run. You can see this is my first response, and this is the same thing written here. This is my first this is my server response. That is what I'm saying here. This is my server response because it's listening at port 3000. So you can see that this code is working perfectly. But in order for us to make it easier to work with Node server, we need to install what we call NodeMon. So NodeMon makes Node development much simpler, because what does NodeMon do? What it does is that it keeps watching your file and updating any changes that you make. So it makes it easier for you to work with Node server. So it will watch your file for changes and restart the server, making sure it is always up to date. So we're gonna do that. We need to install NodeMon. So that is what we're gonna do now. So the server is already running, though you cannot see it from this side. So I can do Control C in order to stop that. So I'm now having this so that I can install my NodeMon. So I'm installing it in the back end. Watch out the directory. Make sure you install it in the back end. So to install NodeMon, I simply say npm, which is Node Package Manager, and I'm telling it to please install globally to install NodeMon. So that is what we are going to install now. Install NodeMon. So NodeMon is going to help me a whole lot and help us, so that even when you make changes by writing another thing here, we can easily see it on our output immediately. So that is what we're going. So after installing NodeMon, now if you want to write run this code, instead of saying node server, you simply say NodeMon server. So you say NodeMon server. You also get here and you see the effect. If I try to refresh this now, it will no longer show because the server is not on again. You see, the site cannot be reached because why? I use Ctrl C to stop the server so that I can install NodeMon. So my NodeMon is currently being installed. So once my NodeMon is has finished installing, I can simply say NodeMon server, so that I don't need to close again in order to perform the next action, because it will constantly be up, and anytime I make any changes, I will always see it affected. So that is why you install NodeMon. NodeMon will watch your file and keep it up to date in case if you have any changes, to restart the server automatically for you. So that is why we need NodeMon in order to proceed. So NodeMon is going to finish installing, and immediately it does finish. Whenever I want to run this server.js again, server.js, we simply, instead of saying node server, we say NodeMon server. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be looking at Express. So with Express, we can do a whole lot of things. Like I say, Express is a framework that sits on top of the node and makes creating and working with API very simple, and creating servers very simple. So that's what we're going to be looking at next. So I think this is almost up. Okay, you can see it's done now. So if I want to now run this server.js, what I simply do I also say nodemon. Instead of saying node server, I will now say nodemon server. So once I say this and click enter, it's gonna start the, you see, starting Node.js. You can see watching, it's constantly watching this directly. So if I now go here and just right click, okay, automatically it even came up on its own without me having to do anything, because I'm using nodemon now. So if I get back to this and say this is my first response, instead of saying this is my first response, I say this is my server devc response. So once I say Control S, you're gonna see, you see, immediately I say Control S, something starts happening here to tell you that it's already receiving this work. So if you now go to this place and refresh, you see devc. Can you see devc is now added to the response? So it makes it very easy. Instead of me doing Control C to stop and restart the server, any changes that I make happens immediately. So I'm gonna say now hi. I'm gonna start here now with hi. This is my first server. Hi. Can you see that? So if I say hi, this is my server devc response. So once I say Control S, you will see what will happen here. So I'm gonna say Control S. You can see restarted. So it has restarted the node server. So if I come here now and refresh here, I'll see hi, this is my server devc response. So that's how we're going to be moving. So in the next class, we're going to be looking at Express. So thank you. Hello, welcome. This is Austin from the devc training. Today we're going to be looking at a couple of things. First of all, we're going to be looking at middlewares and how they work. Middlewares are code snippets that perform different functions, and we're going to be using middlewares to look at a couple of things. But before I do that, I'm going to open up these. This is Postman. Use Postman to check test our API endpoints, and I had earlier told us how to install Postman. So if you had installed your Postman and you open it, you can just simply put the address of the point that you want to take. You know we have localhost 3000. That is where we see our server run. So make sure you select the get command, then press enter. You're going to see the same thing that you would have seen on your browser. Message, this is my successful request. So you can see the same thing. But before you do that, make sure that your server is running. You can see that I've already done nodemon server. Make sure that it's running so that you can test your endpoint in the Postman. So in this class that we're going to be doing now and henceforth, we are going to be using Postman to check our endpoints and not the browser. We can also use the browser to do that, but we'll be using Postman and browser. So let's continue. So this is where we stopped in the first class, but we're going to be doing some things now. You can see this is the middleware that we used. App use message, this is my successful request, and that is why you're seeing that here. This is my successful request. Message, this is my success. This is a JSON file, a JSON. So you can always see your JSON in the Postman, and that is because we are requesting for this very point, localhost 3000. So, and that is why we are saying this. So this is the code snippet that makes it possible for us to see what we are seeing on the Postman, and it simply says app.use. Then it has two objects, request and response object, with a callback function that responds JSON, and the JSON is this is my successful request. So we're going to be adding more middleware to this, and in the middleware that we're going to be adding, one thing that will be different from what we have here is what we call the nest. It's going to have another argument known as nest, and what this nest does is that after performing this very command, it's going to jump into the next middleware. So this one does not have nest, so immediately after saying this is my successful request, it's not going to do any other thing. But we're going to be bringing in some code snippet that has some middlewares that can be able to do that. So to bring that in and to make this easier, I'm going to simply go and copy the code. This is the code snippet that should be in my app.js now. So I'm going to just pick them up to the last one. So I'm going to be dropping all these code snippets in my GitHub or in the description part of this video so that you can see them. So instead of having this now, this same thing, I'm gonna Control Alt and Control V to paste the new code. And you know that the new code already has this same thing. We are bringing in Express, then we are creating an Express app, which are the two first line. Then we'll do this. So this is the first middleware. So middleware must have these three arguments: request, response, and next. Next simply tells it to, after saying console.log request received, after consoling request received, jump into this next one and shows the status code of 201. After doing that, next is telling it jump into this next one and shows your request was successful. After doing this, jump into this one and also shows in REST JSON your request was successful. So that's what it does. Then after that, console.log response sent. So you see, whenever you want to write a middleware, it's very, very simple. So simply say app.use, then inside the bracket put the rec, rest, and next, then state the command that you want. If you want it to be rest.json or console.log, rest.json comes out in things like Postman on our browser, whereas console.log will come out in this part, this terminal. So having done this, I'm going to simply say Ctrl S to save. So you see, as I did Ctrl F, you can notice what is happening here. The changes are being made here. So as it's running, now if I go back to my Postman and click send again, I'm going to see, you see, your request was successful. So that is the new message is showing me now. And you can see the status code is no longer 200, it's now 201 because of all these other codes. You can see I say that rest status should be 201. So that is what is saying here now, rest status 201, and your request is successful. I think that is the last your request is successful. You can see it here. That is the last what's it called, middleware that was affected for rest.json. Whereas the console.logs of response sent successfully and received, they are now here. You can see them here, response received and response sent successfully. You can see the two of them. So these are middlewares. We just needed these so that we can move on for you to understand what middlewares are. But in subsequent classes, we are going to be using middleware that are very powerful and can do other things. Just before we go, I'm going to make these our server.js to be more powerful so that we can use them for deployment. As it is now, it's okay, but there are some code snippets that I'll paste in so that it will be ready for deployment. Deployment is when you're hosting your site. So I'm going to simply go to this notepad and pick up this code. You can see improve server.js to make it suitable for deployment. So I'm going to copy this code here. Like I told you before, I'm going to leave this code for you so that you can always have it and use them. So I'm going to copy this code. I'll come here. This is my server.js. I'm going to do Ctrl A to select all and Ctrl V to paste what I've copied. So that is what I'm having now. So I'm going to also say Ctrl S to save it so that it will come out here. So that's what we are having now. You can see now it's now say listening to port 3000. So that is updated in what I have here. So I added some codes that will make us know what is happening when it is happening. So in other classes, I'm going to explain this one by one, but take note of what I've done now. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. We're going to be continuing. So we'll try to create a get route. That is the first route that we're going to be creating. And for us to create this, we need to make sure that our website, the front end, is running so that we can be seeing what is happening. And to do that, you can actually click this plus sign to open 2 to 3 terminals. So like here now I have up to 3 terminals on. So I'm using the first terminal for my work, the back end. Once you click here, you can see another terminal. So this is the second terminal I've opened. This is for the front end. So immediately I opened it, I did cd front end so that I can get to my front end directly. So once I'm in the directory of the front end, I can now do ngserve. Ngserve is the command I use to run the server for the front end, for the Angular. So once I do ngserve, this is what I did here, ngserve, and now the server is running. So I want you to do that. Click this plus sign. In the new terminal that you have, do cd front end, then ngserve. Once you do that, the server will start running, so that when you get to your browser, you see this go FullStack. This is the website. So we're trying to, if you click on the first one, part 1 to 3, that is where we are starting. We're in part 1 to 3. So we're going to be able to put some things in here now. And that is what we're going to be doing here. So it's running already. So I'll go back to my other terminal, click here, go back to the first batch, which is the backend terminal. So I'm going to cd into my backend so that I can start coding here. Cd backend. Yes, so I'm in my backend now. So I'm going to start immediately to create the first route. So this route is going to be able to show us anything that is in the database. To get is the get route that will get everything that is in the database. This is our app for now. It's filled with middlewares, but we're going to be able to get something from database. But now we don't have database, so we can hard code the data inside here using the code for the get route, and that's what we're going to do. I'm going to simply get to my place here and pick it up. So this is the code, app.use API/stuff. This is the address that we are going to be using to get it now. So it's also a middleware that is going to be having arguments, request objects, response objects, and nest. So I'm just going to pick this code and use it and replace all the middleware that I have. So that is the instruction. Like I told us before, all these codes are already in our open classroom. I'm gonna be copying it and pasting it so that because of my memory, if I have to type it out, it will not work the way I want. So I'm gonna copy this up here. Copy. Then when I get here, I'm going to use it to replace all the middleware starting from here. This is the first middleware. So I'm going to select all the middlewares. This is the last middleware. I'm going to go up. It doesn't select down. So once I've selected all of them, I'll do Ctrl V to paste the new code. So this is what we are having now. App.use. This is the route where we are going to be seeing this. If you copy this route and put it in front of your local host in your Postman, you should be able to see all this. So what we are trying to get is stuff, and each stuff must have an ID, have a title, have description, have image URL, price, and user ID. So if I do Ctrl S to save this, and I get to my browser back and refresh this browser, I should be able to see the stuff here. But if I'm not seeing it, like I'm not seeing it now, then there's what we call CORS problem, cross origin resource problem. So because of that CORS problem, to sort it out, I need to copy this code that will handle the CORS issue. So CORS problem, it handles origin because our, you remember that we got our front end from an app that we cloned from the GitHub. So in order to enable it to work with different resources from different origin, like our server backend that we are designing by ourselves, we need to have this. So this very code snippet, we are going to add it before the API code. So when we get back here, just before the API, this is our API. So we simply put it up here. This is where we put it. So it will take care of the CORS problem. So if we now do Control S, I will go and run our server. Make sure the server is running like it was not running before. So I'll make sure that it's running. How do I run the server? I'm backend. I'll simply say nodemon server. Press the enter key. So I'll make sure that my server is running. The two of them, the two servers must be running, both that for the front end and the back end, before you can get what you want. You remember I said when you click here, you can see this for the front end is already running. ngserve is running it, whereas this is for the back end, which I just started now. So with time, so it's running now. So when I get back to my website and I click refresh, it should be able to show me those stuffs. You can see this is my first thing and this is my second thing. So both of them are now gotten. So you can see that this code is working now. So this is where I have my first thing and second thing. If you get to my app, this is the course middleware that enables access control that will allow origin of everything. This means everything, allow origin from everywhere. So whether you have your backend in another server or in the same server, it will work. Also allow all the headers from whether it's request, accept, content, any of these header, and also any of these header and any of these methods. So this is the code for the post on the get. This is the get. We are going to be changing this to get in subsequent time, but this is where we leave it now. So this is my first thing with all the other details, and this is my second thing. So you can see that it is now fetching. So when you get here, you see it's showing my first thing and my second thing. So if we make any changes, let's say this is 29, if we change it to 38 and we'll do Control S, then when we get back to here and refresh, we should be able to see 38, not 29. This is 38. So this is working for now. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be looking at the post command, post route. So I want you to take note of how the route is written. Very simply, you have API use, you put the address. So this is the address, whereas this is the res objects that will enable this code to work as a middleware. Then constant stuff is what is being gotten, and it has these various characters or properties: ID, title, and description. So that's where we're going to be stopping, and we'll be continuing later. Like I told you, I'm going to drop all the codes in serial form like this so that you can easily pick them and use them. Hello, welcome. Let's continue. So you can see our backend server is running and it's listening at port 3000. Now we're gonna install body parser, which is going to enable JSON to be transferred or be posted, because in this class we are going to be writing a post route. So for us to do that, I'm going to quickly stop this server from running by doing Control C. So Control C will stop it running. You see, it's still in the back end. So I'm gonna, as we are in the back end, install body parser. So to install body parser, I should be able to install body parser so that we can work. So I'm gonna simply say npm no package manager, please help me and install. And while you install, please save it. So what are we installing and saving? Installing and saving body parser. So that is what we are installing. So this body parser will enable us to move JSON file, because we are creating a RESTful API. So we need our data to be transferred in form of a JSON object, JavaScript object. So that's why we need to install body parser. So I'm going to install body parser in the back end. Make sure that you're in the back end when you're installing body parser. Then after installing it, I'm going to be able to bring it into this our app. So if I bring it into this our app, then we can move forward. So you can see it is installing. I'm gonna leave it for a while so that we can finish the installation, after which I'm gonna bring it into the app.js using the require keyword we know. So if we do const body parser equal to require body parser, it will bring it in. Then I can now declare it for it to be used by saying app.use body parser, and this time around I'm bringing the JSON of the body parser. So once I do that, I'll write the simple code snippet for the post API, and we should then be able to post. So let's wait for it to finish installing. Okay, you can see it has finished. It's a updated one package, so it has finished installing. So what I will do next is to import body parser here, just below where I imported the express. So to do that, I'm going to use this simple code, const, like I said before, const body parser equal to require body parser. So if I bring in this code here, const body parser, so I'm bringing it with this variable name body parser. Require is the keyword to import, and what are we importing? The body parser that we had earlier installed. So now we have body parser here. Now having this body parser, now I can make it a global middleware to be used, and to do that I simply come down here. Please take note of where I have all these my codes. I'm going to upload it so that you can use them. So I'm gonna simply come down to this place. Okay, I can actually do it here, just below this express app. Can come here and make it a global system by saying app.use, and in brackets I'm gonna put body parser. Take be very careful and check the spelling, JSON. Then I'm gonna put another bracket. So that is how you set it as a global middleware, so that you can always use it. So I'm gonna put this to close this up. So once I've done this, I can now write the code for the code snippets for the post route. So I'm gonna just come just on top of the get route. So this is the post route. I'm gonna simply copy this and I'll put it here, and it's just similar to the get route. It's simply telling us that this is a post route, app.post, and this is the address where you're going. This is the route address, and it's going to be taking the rest and next objects as arguments. So it's telling us that it's going to console.log the request body. So anything that I post, I'm going to see it here, and in this terminal it's going to console.log it, and I'm going to have the response status given and as well as the message. So here I will have the response status and the message together with the request body. So we're going to try one now and see the way it works. But before I do that, I have to start the server by saying nodemon server, press enter the key. So once I do that, I should be able to, once it starts running, I should be able to make this post request and have it shown. So it's running now. So let me get to my browser. So you can see here, sell a thing. Click on it. This is the post aspect. So title. So what should I type as my title? The post. Then price. All those things that we have in the other one. Description. My first post. URL. You can just leave this blank or just type anything, then submit. So once I submit, it brings me here, but I'm not seeing it here because I don't have any database yet to persist my this thing, to persist the data. But I can get back to my here uh, to my terminal and should be able to see it. Okay. So okay, the servers are running. So when I get back to my terminal, I should be able to see the console.log down here. Okay, I did not save this. Please let me save it. Ctrl S. So I have to make sure that I saved it. Then get back to selecting and write any amount. Write any description. Then submit. Okay, so it's showing here now. It's not showing here because no database yet. So when I get back here, you can see that I can see what I posted. This is the title, this is the description, this is the price, this is the image that I typed, and these are the IDs that are automatically generated. So you see that it is now working. So anything I post, I can see it console.logged out here because that's the command I'm using here, console.log. But when I use database, it will look much better. So that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're gonna do. Thank you. Hello, welcome and good morning. Today we're going to be looking at MongoDB. We want to persist our data that we are using in our API. So we want to be able to persist the data in a database, and we're going to be using MongoDB. In subsequent classes, we are also going to look at Postgres database, which is what we'll be using for our capstone project. But before that, we are going to be using MongoDB for this very practice. So I quickly head on to this very address, mongodb.com. That is where we're going to be downloading our connecting to our MongoDB Atlas. MongoDB Atlas is a database in the cloud. So it's better to use MongoDB Atlas than to install MongoDB in our system because it could be very complicated sometimes. So we're going to be using Atlas. So once you're on mongodb.com, the website, just check out these products. You will see MongoDB Atlas. Click on it. Once you click on it, you'll be led to this place. You will see Start Free. Click on Start Free. So once you click on Start Free, you will see sign up for a free cluster in minutes, and that's what I'm going to use if you don't have an account already. So I'm going to quickly put my email address here, c3ono32@yahoo.com. Then I'm going to put my first name, Augustine, my last name, Emeka, and I'm going to put a password. You see the requirement that the password has to be 8 characters minimum. So I'm going to put a simple password that has 8 characters minimum. So having done that, I'm going to click on I agree, and I'm going to click get started free. So that's how you set up an account. So after setting it up, okay, say the email has already been used. That means I had actually used this email before. So I'm gonna put another email. I actually want you to follow through. That's why I'm creating another account. So I'm gonna use Tclassified.com at gmail.com. So I'm gonna also say get started free. So if that email is not used, I'm gonna be led into the next phase of this process. So you need to have an account first with MongoDB so that you can use the Atlas and do your projects. Okay, so you can see that the email that I fed now is okay, and I'm being led into the other stages where I can build a new cluster and start doing my setup for my MongoDB Atlas. So I'm gonna wait a little. As you can see, it is loading. So once it's done loading, then we can move forward. Just like I said before, for the practices that we're going to be doing, we'll be using MongoDB. But the same logic that you know about when you learn with MongoDB, that's what you're going to be doing with when you be doing Postgres database. So yeah, and we are going to be using Postgres for our capstone project. Now, somebody might ask, what's the difference between MongoDB and Postgres? MongoDB is a NoSQL database, whereas Postgres is a SQL database. So when we go deeper into database and how it works, you will know what a NoSQL database is. And a NoSQL database is simply a database that works as a document type database, whereas in the other case you have Postgres, which is a SQL database. SQL is actually a query language that you can use in querying databases. So we are starting up with a NoSQL database in the type of MongoDB. Then for our project, we are going to be using a SQL database, and that is Postgres. So the network is like taking me quite a while. So I'm going to pause this video. Then when this has gone through, I'll continue. Thank you. Yes, welcome back. So once you're done opening an account with MongoDB, once you check your mail, you're going to see a mail from them. You can see this is MongoDB. So because I just created an account with the MongoDB at last, and that's why I'm able to see this. And once that is done, you will see this telling you to sign in. So I'm going to sign in. I'm going to try signing in using the email that I used, and that is Tclassified.com at gmail.com. So I'm gonna try signing in. If I'm able to sign in, then I'll be able to. Okay, you can see the email is taken. Then I'm gonna put password. So the password I used in creating the account. So I can click remember me so that I wouldn't have to do this every time I want to log in. Okay, say your session has expired, please log in again. Okay, click login, password. Your session, oh, why is it saying my session has expired? Okay, so let me just get back to MongoDB at last. Okay, sign in. Since I've already created an account, so I'm gonna click on sign in. Okay, brings this out. So username, my username is Tclassified.com at gmail.com. Okay, next, my password. So use a password you can remember. Yeah, so you can see it's logging in. So once it's logged in now, I'm going to be able to create clusters. Clusters are just services for database that you can use to do a whole couple of things. So about being logged in to the MongoDB at last. So with that, I can create clusters and get my database connected to my RESTful API, so that we can go on with our back-end design, back-end development. We'll be able to persist our data in the database now that we've created our database. So with that, we can do a whole lot of things. So I'm going to wait for the cluster page to come out so that I can quickly create the clusters. So like I was saying, the difference between MySQL and NoSQL database is that in NoSQL database, it works like document. It works in form of that document. You understand? You call it document database, where you have the data represented more similar to what you see in JSON. And you can use ORMs to fetch and manipulate data in NoSQL, similar to what you can also do in MySQL. But in MySQL, you use what we call structured query language to access and manipulate data in MySQL in SQL databases. So example of SQL databases is MySQL. Yeah, I've been making that mistake actually. But MySQL is different from SQL. SQL is general database system that you can have. Which one example is MySQL, another example is Postgres, and you also have Oracle database. So all of them are examples of SQL database. Then the other type of database is the database called NoSQL. NoSQL. That means they don't use structural query languages. So very good example of NoSQL database, and the most popular NoSQL database is MongoDB. And that is why we're using MongoDB for this. So you can see that the cluster page is fully open. So I'm going to click on build a cluster. So I want you to follow the steps that I'll be following. You see, so you have starter cluster, you have a single region cluster, and you have multi-region. So these are the clusters that we have. But you can see that this very one is $0.08, and you don't want to do something that you have to pay for because you're still in the development stages. So I'm going to use starter cluster that is free. So I'm going to click create a cluster. So make sure you use a free tier because you're just starting. When you start big and you feel that you want to do something bigger and you're developing an application that can be used by much number of people and for more useful things, then you can use any of the other paid clusters. So you can see here we have the cloud providers. You have AWS, you have Google and Azure. I'm going to choose AWS. So once you choose AWS, you can pick the region that is closer to you in these ones. So you have North America, Europe, Asia, Mumbai, Frankfurt, and the rest. But I think closer to Africa is Europe. Europe is much closer to Africa. So once you finish making these two selections, leave every other thing the way they are and click on create cluster. So once you click on create cluster, you're going to see that your cluster is being created. You can see where it is written your cluster is being created. So while your cluster is being created, I want you to click on the security tab. Or do we have to wait for this to finish creating? Okay, let's wait a minute so that we can see the security tab and we can move forward. So please make sure you follow the steps that I'm highlighting to make it far easier for you to work on. So our cluster is currently being created. Yes, like I said before, if you have any questions and concerns, you drop them in the comments section so that I can always look at them and proffer solution to them. If you need to contact me, I always drop my number. You can also communicate via WhatsApp so that we can have closer interactions and I can take your questions as they come real time. The people that are already on the WhatsApp group, you can see how interactive it is. I'm able to take the questions as you ask them. Good. So while we wait for the cluster to finish creating, I'm going to go to security. Can you see the security tab? I'm going to go to security. I'm going to click on database access. So I'm clicking on database access because I want to be able to add user to my database and be able to connect and do other things. Okay, and now database access is selected. You can see where they wrote add new user. So I'm going to click on add new user. So once I've clicked on add new user, I should be able to type in the username, but I already have Tclassified.com at gmail.com. That is my own the email I use as a username. So I can actually leave it like that, or I can simply type a username. Then there is auto generation of secure password, which you can click on show so that you can see the password. So I'm going to click on generate so that it will generate another password for me, and this is the password. So I'm also going to change this username. I'll put a simple username. I'll just say Austin, and this is the password that I generated. Make sure you click this auto generate so that you generate a password. So make sure you copy this password, very very important. When you're going to be connecting to your database, you will need it. So I'll copy it, then I'll go down here on the text that I'm using for you, the place I placed the code. You remember that I already uploaded it so that you can see them and use them. So I'll put this password here. I'll also write my username, which is Austin, and I'm going to be using it when we are doing the connection. So having done that, now you have a password and you have your username. I'm going to select under user privileges, read and write to any database, because that is what the privilege I want this user Austin to have, and I'm the developer, so I should be able to have this privilege. Then I'll finally click on add user. So that's the final thing you do. I'm going to close this up. So having done that, I should be able to move forward. So I'm going to go to, so you remember that our cluster is still being created. So while we wait for the cluster to finish creation, we're going to be doing other things. So you can see now that this my database has a user named Austin, who has the privileges of reading and writing to the database. So that done, so we're still waiting for our database to finish creation. So I clicked on settings to check out things that are there. Okay, this is where you can delete your project and do a whole lot of things. So I can also click on advanced so that I can see other things. Network access. Okay, yeah. So let's continue. So please click on under security also. After clicking on database access and creating a user, click on network access and click on add IP address. So click on it because we want to work on this IPY list. So when I click on that, you have add current address and allow access from anywhere. So make sure you choose this allow access from anywhere. Then click on confirm. So that's about the last thing you do. So once you've clicked on confirm, you're okay. So if you get back to your project, you should be able to see that your cluster is fully created. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be learning how to connect this very cluster that we've created to our RESTful endpoints so that we can persist our data. So if you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. So I clicked back on the clusters and I see that I already have my cluster. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be continuing. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Let's continue from where we left off. if you remember, this was where we left off, and we're going to continue. So now we want to connect our MongoDB Atlas database to our API. So to do that, you simply see here that they wrote connect. Click on this connect. Yeah, so click on that connect. Okay, so when it comes out, you see set up connection security. Choose a connection method. Connect. Choose a connection method. See methods to add data and diagnostic. Okay, connect with Mongo shell. Connect your application. Connect with Compass. So you can see you can actually connect with any of these. So but me, I'm going to choose this option, connect your application. See this, connect with Mongo shell. Under it you have Mongo shell with TLS. This one, get a connection string, which is actually what I want. I want to get a connection string, so I'll choose this, the second option. So once you click on the second option, you're going to see this. So here you have choose your driver version. So you have Node.js. This is actually what I want. I want for Node.js version 3.0 or later. I'm going to see whether I have okay. 3.0 is the latest, so I have it. 3.0 and later is okay. So here you have add your connection string to your application code. For example, this is what we have. Okay, this is the code that you're supposed to have, but I'm not gonna be using this code. I'm gonna just click on the correct connection string only. That's what I need. So this is the connection string only. Forget about this full driver example. Click on this connection string. You can see this copy here, so click on this copy so that you copy this connection string, because that's what you need. So once I copy it, I always put it down here in this my file, and I told you that I will always leave this file in GitHub and on the website so that you can always copy it and use. So now that you've copied the srv simply is the connection string, you've copied it, so we can now continue. So we can simply say close. So with that, we'll go back to our app. This is our app here. You can see where we have app.js. That is what is opened here, the app.js, and this is where we're going to put the connection string and get our stuff connected. But before that, we are going to quickly install Mongoose. Very, very important. But before you install Mongoose is you can use it to, if you want to talk to your database from Node.js, that is the best driver to use. So we're going to install Mongoose. How do you install Mongoose? You simply say npm please help me and install, and while you're installing, please save Mongoose. See the command, so you press the enter key. Sorry, I'm supposed to do this in the backend, but I'm doing it in the main file. So I'm gonna wait for it to finish happening. I'll seed into the backend and do it there. So it's supposed to be in the backend. So I hope you understood what I just did now. So I'm gonna stop this. Okay, it's almost done. Let's wait for it. Yes, let me continue. So I'm gonna cd into the backend. Cd backend, because that is where I'm supposed to install the Mongoose. So to install the Mongoose, so that I can enable connection to my database from the application, I simply say npm install. Please help me install, and while you're installing, please save Mongoose. So that is the command, npm install and save Mongoose. So I'm doing that in the back end now. You remember in the previous lesson I did it in the root folder, and that is wrong to do. So I have to do it in the backend, and that is what I'm trying to do now. So once that is done, I'm going to be able to simply write the code that does the connection. So wait a little bit so that it finishes the installation. So once it happens, I'm going to be able to import Mongoose here. And once I'm done importing Mongoose, I should be able to type in the code together with the connection strings, and my my backend should work. Okay, you can see it is done installing. So what I should do now, just beneath the app declaration, this is where I declare the app, constant app express. Just beneath it, I can bring in the Mongoose. Okay, so if I put enter and simply say const Mongoose equal to require, you know, I told us that you use the require keyword to import stuffs into the application. So I will say import Mongoose. So having that done, so Mongoose is now already in our system. So with that, I can now write the code for the connection. So the code for the connection, I can simply put it here. So I'll simply get to where I wrote it already. This is the code for the connection, and I'm simply gonna copy it. You can see it here. Then I'll put it here. So this code will help me to do the connection. So you see, it's very simple for you to understand. Mongoose.connect is simply telling it to connect to this srv, the string. So I'm going to put the string here, but before that also I should also put the password. You know, I copied some password and some strings, so I should be able to put it here so that it will work. So if you check this one out, you see it. This is actually what is there. So I'll put the connection string, then I'll put the password. So once you put the connection string and the password, then it should connect. So this is my own connection string, MongoDB blah blah blah. You can see the way it is written here. So I'm going to replace everything with this one. You can see it stopped at this majority. So you check this one too, it's the same thing. So retry right, you can see retry right equal to true, and what? So I'll just copy the connection string, my own here, and use it and replace this one. So this is my own, so I'm gonna just go copy it, the whole of it. You remember I brought it out here before. So that is the connection string. So I'm gonna come here, you see I have to highlight the whole of this, then I have to paste it here. So that is the new string, and this place that I have password, I simply have to remove it and put the password. So I'll go back here, this is my password, so I'm gonna select it, highlight, copy, then get back here, paste the password there. Okay, so I have both the string and the password. So for you to know where the string starts and ends, just in the code you can see the single quote, everything inside is the string. So just go copy the string that you got from your cluster, put it here, then check where password is written, replace the password, finish. So once you've done that, then your code is good to go. So I can simply come over here and say node bond. So I can use node bond server just to run the same server again. So for me to know whether it's working, I should be able to see these are successfully connected to Mongo at last. So once I say that, I press the enter key, then I wait and see whether the connection is done properly. So this code is simply telling the application to connect to the MongoDB using the connection string. Then if it worked out, that it should say successfully connected to Mongo at last. If not, it should say unable to connect. So you can see listening to port, that is for the server. So I should be able to see successfully connected to the server down here. So let me wait and see whether I can see that. Once I see that, then I know it's connecting. Okay, sorry, I did not actually save. So I'm supposed to do Control S on it. Make sure you save once you finish. So it's restarting again because I just did Control S to save. So after saving, I should be able to see these successfully connected to. Okay, you can see listening to port 3000 is listening already. So let's see whether it will connect to MongoDB at last. So that is how you connect to MongoDB. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be looking at other things, but we're still going to wait to see whether it will connect to Atlas. So make sure that you got the spellings right and every other thing. Okay. Restarting due to changes. Starting node server. Okay. So I'll wait, but even if I go off, please make sure you okay. It's actually reading a warning, deprecating warning. Current wireless string pass is deprecated. Okay, still going. It's not yet done. So finally, I'm supposed to see successfully connected to MongoDB at last. That should be the last statement. So once that is done, then you know that your connection is done well. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be using this connection to be able to reach our database and persist our data and do things the way they should be done. Yeah, thank you. Hello, welcome. This is Austin from the DevC training, and today we are going to be creating a schema, database schema. What does schemas do? Actually, schemas enable us to enforce data structure. It simply contains the fields that you want to be shown in your database. So that's what we're going to be doing. And to do that, we'll simply go to the backend folder. You see this backend folder, I just clicked on it. Then click on new folder. I want to create a new folder called models. So I'm going to create a new folder called models. Press the enter key. Then inside this new folder called models, I'm going to create a file. You can see new file. Then this file, I'm going to call it things.js. So this file things is going to contain the things that we want to be let me actually call it thing, not things, so that will follow exactly the way it is done in the open classroom. Thing.js is going to contain everything that we are going to be posting on our website. So I'll press the enter key so that my thing.js will open here. You can see here, so I have thing.js open. So I'm going to quickly pick up this code, which is what I'll put in my thing.js. I already told us that these are file. I'm going to be leaving it in the website where I post other codes so that you can easily get them. So this is the thing.js. What happens here is that we use mongoose. We imported mongoose here using const mongoose equal to require mongoose. Then this is where we created the schema that will help us to enforce the data structure. So this thing schema is going to contain the title of what we want to be posted, the description, the image URL, the user ID, the price. You remember the first one we posted, they had these similar fields. So this will enable us to enforce this very data structure. Then in the last line, we actually exported the model, which is the thing schema. So that we can easily import it in other places and use them. So once I do this, I can do Control X, and I can also run my okay, let me cd into backend.
so that I'll be able to run to make sure that our connection is still working. There's a problem that most of you will encounter in this the connection to the database. If your own is not working, maybe you had earlier installed your Node.js, you didn't just install it recently. So when you go to creating your cluster in MongoDB at last, make sure you use driver 2.21 or later. Don't use the 3. 3 I think is for people that just recently installed, like if you're just installing now as I'm teaching. So if you had your Node.js installed earlier, maybe you've been programming for a long time, using driver 3 might not work for you, because I actually experienced the problem. So let's say I run my this thing by saying nodebone, and I say my server. It's gonna work now because I'm using driver 2.211 or later. But when I use driver 3.0, you remember where you put this driver is after creating your cluster. When you want to connect, once you clean that connect, as you're copying your connection string, you're going to see where they wrote the driver that you can use. So make sure you choose 2.211 if you've always had your on Node.js. But if you recently installed, you can use 3.0 and above. You can see successfully connected to MongoDB at last. So my MongoDB at last is working. So this is my schema that I've just created. So in subsequent classes we're going to learn how to retrieve and save data. Thank you. You can also see that successfully connected to Mongo at last. So everything is working perfectly now. Hello, welcome. So let's work on our app to complete everything now, so that we can truly have a CRUD operation going on. That's a create, retrieve, update, and delete. We want to have all of these. So we'll simply get back to our app.js. So you can see this is where we brought in our Express, our body parser, our app, and our Mongoose. So what we're going to do now to do this is, first of all, we need to bring in the theme model, which we just created in the last class when we did the schema. So we'll try and bring in this theme model. So I'll just copy this. So you remember we use the require to bring it. We can bring it just below here, or I think it's better we'll bring it here, just below our express. So we'll do constant thing equal to require thing. So we're bringing it in here because it's I told us that whenever you want to bring in something, you want to import something that is a standalone model, we use the double quotes or single quote. But when we want to bring a something we created inside this our folder, we just use dot slash. You remember we created the models folder and the thing is inside the models folder. So that's how we bring it in. So next thing we're going to do now is to change our post route so that it can really function as dynamically. So I'm going to use this code now and replace the former post route that we have. So if you remember, this is the post route that we have where we had coded it, but now I want it to be done the way it should be. So I'm going to select the whole of this post route and replace it with this code now. So basically what this code is saying that we are creating a constraint from the object that we had earlier put in. So we're having title, it's going to be bringing in the title, description, all is going to be from request rec body, image URL, price, user ID. And what that is done, it says you save the thing into the database, and if it went through successfully, say post saved successfully. If not, it should catch any error. So that's what that is saying. So with that, we can implement a very good posting that will go to our database and persist. So having done that, we can also quickly, so that we don't split this video into plenty parts, we can retrieve everything. So to retrieve everything, this is the code that I'm going to use to retrieve everything. So I'll simply copy it. I'll go back to this other code that I had before. You can see API stuff. This was the former code that we had before, but it's not working the way, it's not persisting the data in the database. So to replace it, I'm going to simply so to replace this code, I'm going to pick up this code from here to here, and I'm going to replace it with the one I just copied. So what is this saying? It's saying that at this very route, that we should just find all. If you said find one, then we know we are retrieving only one thing, but this time around it's going to be finding everything that is in the database. And if that happens, it should show us the status code of 200, meaning that it worked. If it didn't, and status code of 400, showing that it did not work. So this is for a complete thing. If we want to get a complete thing, this is the get route for a complete thing. But if we now want to get specifically some things, a particular thing, so we can use this other code to get a particular thing, which is also needed. So I want to do the whole of them and just run them at once so that we can see the impact immediately. So I'm going to copy this to see a particular thing. So I'm going to put it here. So this is for a particular thing, and what makes it different is that we're having ID, and we are using find one here. So we are using find one, and we are using ID as the parameter that will determine the particular one that we are finding. So if it goes through, status code 200. If it doesn't, then 400. So those are the things that we're supposed to do. Now we can also check out the put and delete a thing. So I will simply copy this. This is put is when you want to change. If you want to make any change, that's the command, that's the API this verb that we use, put or delete. So I'm going to come down here now, Ctrl V to put a thing. Then if you want to delete, this is the app.delete, that's what you use. So I'm going to copy this code and I'm going to paste it here to be the last code. So with that, we have our CRUD operation effective. This app.delete, you are deleting at this very ID. So any specified ID we are going to delete, and we are using mongoose, this mongoose method thing.delete1 to delete a particular thing, whereas we are using thing.update1, this very mongoose method, to update a particular thing. So that is what we are doing, and before we do that, we had area created an object of the thing. So that is it. So I'm going to say Ctrl S to save this. So if it's still connected successfully to MongoDB Atlas, then we can actually practice this and it will work the way we want. So you see, successfully connected. So we can simply get to here and test everything, and we can see that everything is working. So we'll go to localhost 4200 where we are supposed to, okay, I need to make it to be running down here. So I'll go to the, okay, I'll open another bash environment so that I can make it run here. So I can say cd to front end, then I can say ng serve. So when I say ng serve, if it starts running, then I should be able to see it here. So in subsequent class, I'm going to show us everything, the way they are working, so that we can do the assignment from the open classroom. So once my ngServe starts serving, then if you refresh here, you should be able to see the website. So I'll wait a minute for it to come out so that I can refresh and go on. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. So let's take a look at our code now. So this is our app.js. We recently updated it. So this is where we'll bring in the modules or the packages that we're using. So this is const express require. We'll use the require keyword to bring in packages. So we are bringing in express body parser to help us transmit JSON. Express so that which is another model that sits on top of the Node server. It's a framework that sits on the Node server to help creation of API and make it easier. Body parser for JSON. Then the theme model that we created. You remember the theme schema that enables us to enforce root structure in our database. We brought it in here. Then the Mongoose, which helps us to talk to the Mongo Atlas database. So this is where we did the connection, mongoose.connect. Then we put the connection string, noting our password and our username. Then if the connection is successful, we have successfully connected to the MongoDB Atlas. If not, it will write unable to connect, which is the catch error that we have here. Now, this is a global JSON that will enable us global body parser.json to enable our code to be able to read and transfer JSON, the JavaScript object. And now this is app.use, where we enable cross-origin transfer to enable cross-origin transfer of data. Now, since we are having our, if you're serving your node different from where you're getting your front end, you need these calls to allow this cross-origin movement of data and enable the code to work. So you remember we explained it earlier. So we use this middleware to enable calls. Now we have the app.post. I want you to note the sequence. We did the post route first. Then after the post route, we now have the get route. That's for getting a single item, a single thing. Then after that, we have put, which is updating a single thing. Then delete, which is deleting a single thing. Then we now have the other get route for getting everything. And then we exported this app. So make sure that you, after having these codes, I've already kept the code snippet for you so that you can update. Now, make sure that your server is running. Make sure it's listening to port 3000 and also that the connection to the MongoDB Atlas is working. And that is what I enabled in bash run. So I also have another bash, another terminal where I'm running the ng-serve. The ng-serve is the server for the front end. So you must make sure that both of them are running so that when you check, it will be working. So you can see these two things. So if I click on this one, say this one, I can click on modify. You see this 900 ending it. I can modify this 900 to 555. Then I click on update. You can see that it's updating. It's now 555. I didn't have a URL for pictures. That's why my pictures are not showing. So if I click on sell a thing and put a new thing, let's say I call it Bob. Then I have price 5,000 or 500,000. Then I have anything here and anything here. Then I click on submit. So I should be able to see the new thing. You see Bob is now here. If let's say this thing one, I click on it. If I want to delete it, you see it's showing. Even I have a picture, the picture would have been showing before this. So if I click on delete, thing one will no longer be here. So I'm having Bob and Mama. So you see, so the whole CRUD operations, all of them are working perfectly. So take note of what is done here. If you have any question, drop it in the comment section. Now we're going to explore the exercise that is given in Open Classroom, which is what we're going to be solving. So this is the exercise, build REST API. So if I click on this activity to create a REST API, so I want us to solve this together. When we solve it together, we should be able to get to solve this and make sure that we've gotten our certificate for REST API. So I'm trying to open this now. Okay, so you can see it's loading. I want to load up the assignment that is given so that we can, you see, do your activity. Read the instructions carefully, then do the activity in the best of your ability. Once you finish, submit your work in zip file. So I'm going to click on continue. So you will find out the information you need to succeed in completing your activity within the instructions. Take time to read them thoroughly before getting started. Once you've finished, send your file in zip format at the bottom of the page. Okay, so they want us to finish and send our this thing in form of zip file. So we'll finish the work, we'll send it in form of zip file. So what is the instruction, or what are the instructions? You will create a RESTful API for an online recipe app. So we are creating a API for an online recipe app using Express, Node, and MongoDB. Your Express app will serve up by the Node server running on port. You see, the same thing. Your Express app serving the Node server, serving up the Node server running on port 3000, and it will be connected to MongoDB cluster. You will be implementing the following endpoint: the get. This is the get for all things. Then this get for single thing, post, put, and delete. This same API that we just rehearsed now. The front end app has already been built and can be pulled from the repo. So this is our front end. So I'm going to right click and open it up. So just the same way we did for the other one, we have to clone this and do ngserve and everything. It can be run in the same way as the course example by first running npm install and then ngserve. So we can do this. Then you do not need to create a new MongoDB Atlas account or cluster if you already have one. You can use the same cluster as a new collection. See, as a new collection will be created automatically, so long as you use a different model name, say recipe instead of thing. You see, so it's typically very simple to do. Deliverables, you will provide the URL to the Git repo containing your project. Your project will contain at least a server.js file containing your Node server, an app.js file containing your Express app, a package.json file containing all necessary dependencies, a model folder containing the recipe model in Mongoose. After cloning and an npm install, your app must run with the command node server or nodemon server. The maker will be running the front end app in parallel, and it must work seamlessly with your API. Evaluated skills. This activity will allow you to put skills below into practice. Put the skills below into practice. Your activity will be evaluated by your peers according to the stated evaluation criteria for each skill. Now, create a RESTful API using Node, Express, and this evaluation criteria. Running Node server or nodemon server spins the Node server up correctly, serving the Express app. Each endpoint is implemented using separate middleware. The correct HTTP methods are used in each middleware. No cause error call. All promise errors are caught and sent back to the client. Suitable HTTP status codes are attributed to each response. Now, use Mongoose to access a MongoDB database in an Express app. That's another one. Evaluation criteria. The Express app is able to correctly connect to the MongoDB Atlas cluster. A sensible recipe schema is built using Mongoose, including any required fields is exported to model. Then appropriate Mongoose methods are used properly for database access in various app routes. Now send your activity. So once you're done, you can now click here and download your activity. You can write a comment for the student who will be evaluating you. So you now click on submit. So I would like us to do this together. So everybody in our group, we are gonna do it and be able to evaluate ourselves. So I will want somebody to evaluate me. I'll be able to do this and send up the whole code both in zip file and to my GitHub. So I want you to go to the GitHub, be able to get this code and assess me and see whether I did the right thing. So in subsequent videos, I'll be summarizing the one that I've done for these assignments so that you can appreciate them and use them. Please take note of the summaries that I made there. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you. Hello, welcome once more. This is Austin from DevC Training. Today I'm going to be showing us the activity that we are given to do in the training from DevC and Della. So this activity, I've been able to complete it. You can see this is my work. This is recipe DevC, the activity that is given in the MongoDB Node.js activity in the open classroom. So this is it, and you can see it's working very, very well. So this is my app.js. So typically what was done here is that most of the codes that you have in your thing code, you can just follow the same procedure and write this code, and it will give you exactly the same thing. So you can see the model that I'm importing here is the model for recipe, and this is where I have my recipe.js. I just changed it. I looked at what was done on the Angular code that we imported, we cloned from GitHub. So I was able to give, this is ingredient, instructions, difficulty levels, those are numbers, whereas ingredient and instructions are strings. So I was able to make these major modifications, and the codes were written well, and it can show very accurately. You can see this is my app.js, the same connection string, only that you have different model. So with that, you can get the code to work appropriately. So this is I have this code already on my GitHub page. This is you can see it's /recipe/devc. So this is the GitHub, and it's showing the code. This is recipe devc, back end and front end. So you can quickly get to this my GitHub page. This is the address so that you can clone it and practice with this. Now if you open the MongoDB Atlas, you can see now that I have two collections, recipe and things. So under recipe, you can see the two things that I have on the recipe. Then if you open the app proper and you click on recipe list, you see those two things that I have. You can see that it is working perfectly. So this is the front end that we cloned from the GitHub. So let's say I want to add a new recipe. I can click on this new recipe. So I'll be able to add new recipe. So I can say the title of the recipe is I can use amala. So what are the ingredients that you use for amala? So you all know everything that you can use to make amala, which I don't really know. So you list them out. Then under the instructions, you can write what the instructions should be. Then under time to prepare, you know how long it is to prepare. Then under difficulty level from 1 to 5, I can put say 3. Then when I click on submit, you can see now amala is now added here. So I have amala here. So if I click on this amala, you can see more about it. Time is 300 minutes, difficulty level is 3. If I click on see recipe, I will see everything about the amala, including the time to cook, the ingredients and everything. So if I want to modify, I click on modify. Then instead of amala, I'm now having amala and ewedu. So having that and the time to prepare, I can now change this to 350 and difficulty level to 4. If I click submit again, you see now I'm having amala and ewedu. So if I click on it, I can see the information. See recipe, I can now see everything about it. If I want to delete, I click on this delete, it is gone. We are having only the two things I started with. So you can see that this is perfectly working. All the codes are on this my GitHub page. You can fork it, you can clone it, so you can use it and do your own assignments the way you want. So if you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. This is working perfectly now. I can take all your questions and get ready for React. Next week we are starting React full time. So from tomorrow I'll start preparing lectures on React for you. So this is the MongoDB Atlas where it is connecting from. So that is that for now. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be starting React.js. React is the front end library that we're going to be using to build our front end. You remember when we are doing our projects in Node.js, we used Angular, but React is very, very popular and we're going to be using it. We can use React to build a single page application. So this is the official website of React, reactjs.org. Now, why are we going to be using React? React is built and maintained by Facebook, and Facebook is actively maintaining and using it. Also, other big companies like eBay, New York Times, and Pinterest, all of them use React. So if you look at this, you see React makes it painless to create interactive UIs, that's user interfaces. So you can use React to create interactive UIs that are very, very powerful, and that is why we're going to be using React. So I hope you're excited. React is a JavaScript library for creating user interface. It seeks to make complex web applications less time consuming to build, easier to maintain, and more performant. It's one of the most popular JavaScript frameworks that we have and use today. You know, the other ones are Angular and Vue, and there are other ones, but React is very powerful. React also has a huge and active worldwide community and support from Facebook, making it a reliable choice for developers wondering where to invest their time. So you see, Facebook is actively working on React, and that's why we are using it, because we believe that it will always improve. So what are the key concepts that we are supposed to understand? We are supposed to know the fact that you can use React to build a single page application. So when we talk about JavaScript apps, we usually talk about SPA, single page applications. The acronym refers to websites that handle navigation in page without loading new pages via HTTP. An SPA website usually loads once, and after that manages all links and form submissions with JavaScript through IaaS requests in the background. Now, changes to the page and even URL address updates are handled by JavaScript as well. So in using React, you look at, there's what we call virtual DOM, and this is the concept that we use for SPAs, that's our single page applications. Now, the virtual DOM is a JavaScript object that describes the current state of your application's web page in the simplest way possible. So that's what the virtual DOM does. It dictates the current state of your application. So there is of course another JavaScript object that already describes the state of the web page, which is the document object model, or the DOM. So the DOM already describes the state of the web page, but the current state of your web application or web page is described by the virtual DOM. So what React does is that it reacts, the normal DOM reacts to the changes that are making in the virtual DOM, so as the page updates. So the actual DOM, the browser's representation, the actual DOM is the browser's representation of the web page and serves many uses. It is also a very large object and very costly to interact with. So you now have the virtual DOM. On the other hand, it's your application representation of the web page, and it's much smaller and less costly to update. So you now update the virtual DOM mostly, then at some point in time the virtual DOM now updates the real DOM, or the real DOM reacts to update from the virtual DOM. So that's what happens. So the virtual DOM allows the framework to keep track of its own idea of what the page should look like, and to compare that with the previous state of application without incurring all the overhead of constantly modifying
and reading the browser's actual DOM object. This turned out to be the great performance, and some versions of this approach has been adopted by many other JavaScript frameworks aside React. Now, for you to understand React, you need to understand the concepts of components, web components, and modularity. In React and most other JavaScript frameworks today, instead of writing web pages as one long page of nested HTML elements, we define components that encapsulate blocks of functionalities and design. They can be as small as or as large as you like, but as with functions in JavaScript, where organized code produces components that are relatively easy to read and understand. So use functions to create these components that do similar things. So we have plenty of components coming together to form the web page. Now we also have what we call web components. Browsers are moving towards adopting a different but related concept called web components. These are reusable page elements that encapsulate pieces of functionalities, such as search input that offers live previews of search results, or a button that shows a tooltip on hover. So that's what page components are. Web components allow you to build complex functionalities into a custom HTML element that you can share and reuse on any web page without worrying about whether it is compatible with other JavaScript components libraries on the page. So web components are a native web technology and are distinct from React components. So make sure you know that. Now the concept of modularity is also very important. React is not a full-featured JavaScript framework. Very important that you know that. Its job is to manage elements on the web page and make sure that they redirect your data correctly. It leaves it up to the programmer to decide how to handle communications with the server. The fact that React is modular in this way means that it can be used in many different contexts to solve problems with rendering performance and code organization. In fact, the React community has developed a number of solutions like Flux and Redux to complete your application architecture. So very, very important. You need to know that. This modularity also means that developers have many other choices to make around developing a front-end application beyond just, well, we just use React. There are different architectures, libraries, and toolchains that make up a React app environment. And many of these configurations have their own resource and community. It's a very innovative ecosystem, but there's a lot to take in. So these are some of the things that are in our open classroom. I'm trying to summarize them in a way that you understand. As a result, in our course, in this React course, React will be focusing on React as a standalone UI library. We use build tools like Create React App. I'm going to be showing us how to do that. That abstracts away most of the tool chain choices for you. Just be aware that React is often paired with the libraries such as Flux or Redux in practice. So if we have time, we'll also go into Redux. Now, HTML in JavaScript and JSX. Very, very important for us to understand these two. HTML was originally designed as a tool for creating mostly static documents that users could browse on the World Wide Web. In the early days, JavaScript was useful for enhancing these pages with simple interactive elements like drop-down menus. JavaScript was about manipulating a document whose main definition was HTML. The JavaScript on today's web has become increasingly complex, though to the point where we often are not sure whether to look to the HTML or the JavaScript to understand the document. This kind of JavaScript is full of snippets of code identifying places in the HTML document by selectors and often building a new elements to insert into the HTML, and wherein there is the original source document, or modifying the original document in other ways. So it's important that we understand that front-end frameworks solve this problem by turning
the relationship around and defining HTML inside JavaScript. So that's what framework, that's what they do. They define HTML inside JavaScript. They avoid selector group by organizing the rendering logic in consistent reproducible form that is easy to read and reason about. Now, each framework has a slightly different way of handling HTML in JavaScript. These approaches are often templating languages. They are often called templating languages. Most frameworks separate JavaScript from HTML, defining templates in separate files, but React uses a template language called JXX. So React actually uses a templating language called JXX, which literally combines JavaScript, HTML, and JavaScript into a single file. This means that often in React, you will be writing code in JXX rather than strict JavaScript. Don't worry though, it is really just an augmented form of JavaScript, and everything you learn about JavaScript will still apply here. So very, very important. JXX is the templating language for React, and it is a combination of HTML and JavaScript. Take note of that. Now, JavaScript framework and delayed rendering. That's the last concept we are going to be looking at. The client-side rendering that single-page application do means delayed rendering. So it renders in a delayed form, and delivering more JavaScript to the client. This is a limitation that all JavaScript frameworks have, although it is ideally mitigated by faster interaction after the page has loaded. So after the initial loading, there is faster interaction, but the initial loading is delayed in JavaScript frameworks. Now, since these kind of web apps don't serve their main content directly as HTML, there is a delay after the initial HTML page is loaded before JavaScript renders the application. Now, on mobile devices especially, this can be a long delay, as the framework often has a large library to download in addition to the app code that the developer writes themselves. Now, frameworks are increasingly working around the problem by creating server-side rendering engines in Node.js that can pre-render the app in static HTML, so that the browser has HTML to read immediately on page load. So React, Amber, and Angular 2 communities are all developing versions of this technology. So now that you have some background on key React concepts, let's take a look at how to build our first React app. So we are going to be using Create React App, and we are going to be creating a project that will follow through to go through all this. So welcome to our React class. Like I said, this is the official website of React. It's declarative, it is component based, and React is actually learn once, write anywhere. You can use it to build a single page application, a single component. This is how it looks. You can use class or function. This is a class. Hello method extends React components. This is a single component. You have the render and the React DOM render. This is a stateful component. This is how you give a stateful component using this constructor and set state. This is a full application having constructor and the render method. Then you have a component using external plugin. This is an example of that. So you can always check on their website to see a review of how React works. So in subsequent classes, we are going to start building a React app. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at how to use Create React App to spin up a project in React. And to do that, very simply, you need to have your editor. This is my editor, Visual Studio Code. You already know from our Node class.
Now you need to have Node installed, and I've already shown us how to install Node. You can check the previous video, you see it. I always say that it's good we use this long time support version. Just go to nodejs.org /English /en/ make sure you download this very one and install it. The installation is very simple. Now we are going to be using a package manager for Node known as Yarn. In the previous class we used Node package manager npm, but for this due to the one that is used in our open classroom lectures, they use Yarn. So I want us to use Yarn so that we can follow up. So to get Yarn, simply head to yarnpkg.com /en/docs/install #windows-stable. So look at this very address here. Just copy it and put it on your address bar. Then you'll be led to this. This is the official Yarn web page where you can easily get the Yarn that suits your operating system. And using Windows, there are many ways you can install, but I'm going to use the simple Windows installer. I'll just click on here, this download installer, so that it will download, and I'll install my Yarn. And once I've installed my Yarn, I can simply head down to my editor here and say Yarn create React app, so that I can start I can add my create React app. I can install it and use it to spin up my project. So until that happens, I have to wait for Yarn to finish installing. So you can see it is downloading. So I'm going to stop this video and make sure that it finishes downloading, and I'll install it. Then in subsequent classes we are going to be looking at how to install create React app, which is a very useful tool that you can use to create React applications, and also use it to spin up a project, and we'll continue. So before I do that, if you are wondering whether you have Node.js in your system, there's a simple way you can do it. First of all, you know, this is in devc prog. This is the former project I was using. So I'm going to just cd back into my desktop because I'm going to be creating my application. So I'm in desktop now. So to know whether I have Node.js, I simply say node -help. So that's one way of doing it. You can also say node -version, so that you know the version of Node. So I'm just confirming that I have Node, so that I can, okay, you can see it's showing us all the helps that we have. So that means that I have Node. You can see user Node blah blah blah. So all this shows that I have Node. If I had also said Node version, that's node -version, then you can see I have Node version 10.13. So I'm having Node. So the other thing that I need is my Yarn, which is the package manager that we're going to be using. So I'm already downloading my Yarn. Once you finish it downloading, you just click here and click on open when download, or to run it. So make sure you run it so that Yarn is running. Then we can start using Yarn in our system here to create our React application. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. I will continue later. Thank you. Hello, so let's continue with the installation of the Yarn. So this is the Yarn that has fully downloaded. So I'm going to just click here and say open. You have various ways of doing your installation. So this is the Yarn installer. You remember we're taking this first option of installing Yarn. So I got to their website. This is their official website for Windows, and I clicked on this download installer. So this is coming out after I clicked open the downloaded installer. So I'll click on next. So I'll click on accept, next. It's installing inside program files. So next, then I click on install. So it's gonna install, and that is how you install your Yarn. So immediately after the installation, I'll start using it in the editor and see the way it works. So I don't know whether it's gonna take time. Let's give it a little while.
If it takes time, then we're gonna stop the video and continue later, but if it doesn't, possibly wait for it to pop up. So it's just a simple installation, so I'll wait for it to finish installing. Then once it's done, then we can start using it here to add or install create React app and continue our project. Thank you. Okay, there's a pop-up asking me whether I want to install, so I'll say yes. So you see the installation is faster. Okay, it has finished installing, so I can click finish now. So since my installation is done, I can now continue. So to check whether I really have yarn, that's what I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna say I'm gonna be able to add what we call create React app, which is a tool that we can easily use in bringing in creating our React app. And to do that, I'm gonna say, because I already have yarn, I'm gonna say yarn global, because I want to bring it in as a global package. Add, I'm telling it to add for me, create React app. So this create React app is very, very important. That's what you use in creating your React app. So I'm gonna say enter. Okay, it says bash yarn not found. So I'm gonna try restarting my system, making sure that the yarn is working. If it is not on the system environment, I should be able to put it. So let's quickly do that. Thank you. Yeah, so now that I just restarted my system because I newly installed yarn. So now that yarn is working, I can now bring in create React app. So to do that, I simply say yarn. Make sure that you're in empty desktop. You're not in any directory, you're just on desktop. You can see I'm on desktop. So I say yarn global add. So I'm trying to add create React app. You see the command yarn add global yarn global add create React app. So once I do that, I press the enter key. You see yarn global, you see it's bringing it in, resolving packages and stuff. So yarn is now working in my terminal. So after the installation, if you're not seeing yarn, simply restart your system. That's what I did. I restarted my system and now yarn is coming. So please make sure you do that. Most of you will just finish installing and immediately try yarn. So restart. Once you restart, your terminal will be able to see it and it will start working. So after bringing in the create React app, I'm going to use create React app to spin up an app. And the app we are going to spin up is the app that we'll be working in, and that will be our front end application. So for you to become a full stack developer, you need to know backend and front end, and we are done with front end from the little we've done using Node, MongoDB and Express. So for the front end, we are using React. You can also use Angular or Vue, but for the purposes of the lectures from our open classroom, we are using React. So I'm going to wait for yarn to bring in create React app. So once I install this create, you can see the difference in the language. Yarn uses add, but if you're using npm install, you use install. So if you're using the node package manager npm, we would have said install create React app, but for yarn we are using yarn add create React app. So understand the differences We could have used npm as well, but we want to use yarn, package manager yarn, because that is what is used in the open classroom. So I want you to take note of why we are making that choice. So it is fully there. So you can see success installed create React app. This is the version with binaries. So we can say create React app. It is done in this second. So to check whether it's working, I can simply put in this command, create React app help, just the way we checked for the other one. So I can say create React app double then help, create React app help. Okay, say the command is not seen, so I have to check. There's a mistake in my create, so I have to write it more. Create React app help. Okay, so you see there's no e in this create, that's why this one didn't show, but this one is working now. Okay, so it's working perfectly. So now to create our React app, now this is the command you use. Now that create React app is working, we'll now say create React app space, then we'll put the name of our app. So what is going to be the name of our project, the front end project we are building? So I'm gonna just say FRT, meaning front end, FRT app. So front end app. So that is the project we'll be building. So I'll just click the enter key. So the name of our app is FRT app, front app. So as you can see now, it's creating the new app and it's putting it in our desktop, installing packages. So we're going to see a whole lot of packages installed, and with these packages we can quickly get on to creation of our app. So welcome to our React class. It's going to be very enjoying. You can see a whole lot of things are opening. So in subsequent classes we are going to be looking at these folders that are being created by this powerful tool, create React app. So we're going to inspect it and look at everything that is inside it. So once this is done, you're going to see a new when you go to your desktop, you're going to see this prg file, this FRT app that we just created. You will see it here, and we'll be able, you can see it here already. It's already a FRT app, so we'll be able to open it from inside here and now inspect all the files that are inside there. Thank you. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Thank you. Hello, welcome. So we're going to inspect all the files that are installed as we are using the create React app. So you can see that using the create React app, I've been able to install all the do the installation. So this is where we did it, create React app, creating new React app. You can see everything that went down. So in the end, after creation of the app, they say I should cd into the directory and then do yarn start to start the server. So I'm going to do exactly that. So I'll do cd into the front end app, which I specified as FRT app, front end app. That's the first thing I do. So I'm in the folder now. You can see I'm in the FRT app. So I can now do yarn start, just like doing npm start if you're using npm. So if I do yarn start, I think you should start the server. But as the server is starting, I want us to, you can see yarn run version, the React script start. So it's starting the React script. So I want to open the folder so that we can inspect and know what everything in the folder. There are various functions. So that's what I'm gonna do now. So to do that, simply go to File, Open Folder, so that I can pick out the folder. This is my front end folder, FRT app. So I click on it so that it will open. Something is smelling.
They smell like wire. Check your wires.
Tell him. Tell him outside to check that wire that he plugged. And something is drawing the light too. Check what you plug that is drawing the light. Please unplug it. Okay, so this is our FRT app. So you can see we have node models, we have public, we have SRC, we have a git ignore, we have package.json, yield, and yarn log. So we need to explain this. And okay, let me toggle for the terminal to come out. Okay, the terminal is back. So let's inspect this. Let's inspect it. The node models we already know from Node. These were all the external codes that needed for our package for our app to run. This is where they are. They are all the external codes that you need for this our React to work. The public is where you keep all the static files and everything that you want the public to see. Then the SRC is where we have the source code. All our source code that we are going to be writing as developers is going to be in the SRC. Now git ignore, like we all know, all the files that we don't want to be taken to the GitHub. That's what is contained in the git ignore. Then package.json is the specification of our app, showing all the dependencies that needs to be installed. So when they are installed, they are in these node models. Well, package.json tells us that this and this are what is going to be installed. You can see all of them. Your app need them to work. This for development and this for production. Then the readme is where everything about your is like the documentation of the create React app, how it works. This is the documentation for it. The yaml is what you get from because we are using yarn to do this, and this is where we'll get the yaml file. So as React developers, we are going to be working mostly in the SRC. Take note. So in the SRC you have app.css, the CSS for our app.js, the JavaScript, which is the main code for the app.test, the test files, index.css, the index that is going to be given to the public to render, index.js, the same, the JavaScript for that, logo.svg is the logo, then service workers. So those are the files. So very soon we are going to be working on these files. We'll just make some little modifications and we'll see the impact. So let me do the same thing that I did before. cd into front end. Okay, it's already in front end, so I'll just do yarn start. So this yarn start starts the server for the React, and I hope you now understand everything here. So most work that we'll be doing, we are going to be doing it in this SRC. This is the public, like I said, is our public files, so it's good you take note of it. The yarn log is similar to the package management as we have in package.json. If the package.json describes your app dependency requirement, the yarn log describes exactly what must be installed to meet the requirements, down to the exact version of each dependency. So take note of all this. The readme is generated and it's an extensive documentation on the use of the create React app. The git ignore is also generated for you that you should feel free to you can also feel free to replace the git ignore. The public is the public root of your site. Okay, you can see that it's automatically opening localhost 3000 because I did once you give this command yarn start, it will automatically open your React here. So you're going to see it. So while it is opening, let me continue. The public is the public root of your site. Files in here are accessible to anyone on the web. It is a good place to keep the static files and assets that aren't being managed in the CRC. So anything that is not in CRC will be in the public, whereas the CRC is your application code. Like I said, this is our application code. These are what we will be working on. So we can create component folder here and start creating our components in order to work. So if we want to handle non-JavaScript assets in React, like this SVC, all of them are given as a value. Let's say when you go to app.js, you can see where they are imported because they are seen as values, unlike what you have in normal HTML. So you have the CSS being imported as models. They are models because of the Webpack, the way the Webpack loads all these files, making them very possible for you to import them and use them. So in subsequent classes we are going to go deeper into this, but before that I'm going to open, since our development server for our create react app is fully open, I'm going to open it up. Okay, you can see it here. So this is localhost 3000. This is where you can see your application running. So you can see learn react, this app.js. This is the one that came in with the create react app. So as we are modifying this, we are going to be seeing different things. So in subsequent classes we are going to check it out. Thank you. Hello, welcome. So we're going to be continuing from where we stopped, and I just did yarn start in order to start the server, the development server for the React app. And when you get to the Google Chrome and you type localhost 3000, you're going to see that it is actually running. Now we're going to be looking at the concept of mounting React inside a web page. So how do you see React? How is it that the React that you have written in the SRC, which is where is going to be containing all our codes are going to be written here. So how is it mounted in this public folder that the client see? So if you check this public folder, you're going to see index.html, and that is where everything happens for the client to see. But the codes are written in the CRC. So where in this index.html, where is the connection between this index.html and the other index.js that is inside the CRS? And that is what we're going to be explaining. So this is the public folder that the client see, that everybody can see, and this is the content. So I want us to understand what is here. You can see this is like normal HTML document with lots of comments. If you remove all these comments, you see that you'll be seeing very few things. So things of note here are, number one, we talk about this link rare icon that provides the favicon. And also another thing that is important here is the this very URL link to the manifest.json, which is here. Then another thing here apart from the comments is the div id equal to root. Very, very important. So this div id equal to root is actually the connection between this and the index.js. So I'm going to be explaining all this, and we are doing this under the topic mounting React inside web app. Now before we get into JavaScript code, let us have a look at where the browser starts with your web page. So this is where the browser starts with our web page at index.html. So this is the static HTML file that is served from public index.html. It actually served from public index.html. Now looking at the file tells you that it's truly is a shell of the web page. There's basically nothing in here of interest to the end user. Mainly there is a link to the favicon, which I just showed us. This is the link to the favicon, which I've also shown us before. There's a link to the favicon and an empty div in the body with an id root. So this is the empty div in the body with the id root, and you can see this is the empty div. There's nothing in here with the id root. Now to continue, looking more closely, this line in the head tag contains a strange URL. So if you get to the head tag, this is the head tag. This is our head tag. So there's this line that contains a strange URL, which I'm going to show you, which is this. Okay, which is this public URL favico.ico. So notice this. This wouldn't work if served to the browser as it is. And the generated comments below, all these comments that we're having here, the generated comments below explains that this whole file is usually a target for the build script. So this is actually, anytime you see something like this, public URL, blah blah blah, like this, inside this dollar percentage sign, it's just telling us that this is actually a target for the build script. So basically, the build process will generate new version of this file that has the right URL in here. So the build process that is enabled by all the things that we installed when we are using create React app will enable us to create a targeted build page into this URL provided. Now this very thing, public underscore URL inside the percentage sign, will be modified in place wherever it appears in this file, which allows you to place other resources in the public URL here and the link to them inside the file in place in plain HTML. The other thing of interest here is this line of div root, which I had earlier shown us. This div id equal to root. That's the other thing of interest. And this defines the elements in which your React app will be rendered. Note that this static HTML page doesn't have to be blank. You can add whatever static design frame and elements you prefer around the root elements. And know that the app will appear inside the element when the JavaScript executes. So it's very, very important that you take note of all this. Note that there is no tag to load the JavaScript or CSS here. There is no tag here loading JavaScript or CSS. These tags will also be generated by the build process and inserted into the body elements here. So all the tags for the CSS and JavaScript will be built and generated into this very div id root. So take note of that. Now let's look at the JavaScript file that is responsible for mounting your app inside the root element. So which JavaScript file is responsible for mounting your app inside these very root elements? To get that, you simply go to the src, then you check out the index.js. So this is the JavaScript app that does the function of mounting. Now the naming of this file suggests its relationship to the public index.html, this very index.html, just as index.html is where the browser looks. Just as if the browser wants to look for this for the app in this project, you go to index.html. The same way index.js is where React looks for the initial instruction to build your user interface. So this is actually where React looks for the initial instruction to build your user interface. Take note of this, very, very important. Now, since this is also the first JavaScript file we've looked at, let's take a minute to understand what's going on in here. So let's take a minute to understand what's happening here. Now, you see these first two imports, you're importing what we call named models. So if you want to import named models, you just write them inside single quote. But if you want to import path models, you have to put /. So take note of this. Named models are standalone models that are already built and they come in when you do your install. Whereas path models, they are like files that you already created inside your folder. So you're showing the path to the file. So take note of these two very, very important things. Okay, so let's continue. You can also see them, all these named models. You can see them in your package.json. Very, very important. So you use yarn install to install them.
Now, modules that aren't named can still be loaded by specifying their path, and that is what we did here. They are not loaded, but you specify their path so that this file can see them. And that is basically what we did in 3 and 4. Now, well, take a look at those files in a minute, but first let's look at how the app is mounted. Now, the import statements at the top of the file each have 2 user-defined elements, the name or path of the module to import and the variable name. So this is you have the variable name and the name of the path to import. So this is the path to import from, whereas this is the variable name. These are the variable names, and these are the what you're importing from. So this is the variable, and this is where you're getting it from. So take note of those two. And so it has the name or the variable name that the loaded module will be assigned to. Now, you can use whatever variable names you want here, but when loading named module, it is good idea to use variable name that matches the variable name of the module in the file where it is defined. So you can actually use anything here, but it's good you use something that matches the names. So the variable, these are variables, React is variable, this is variable, but everything here is the module from where the variables are imported from. So you can use anything as this variable name, but it's always good you use something that is similar to what is here. Now, rendering your React app into the web page. How does it happen? How do you render the React app into the web page? Next, we have the code that invokes some of the important modules to tell React to render the UI inside the root elements in the web page. So if we scroll down, you see this code that says React DOM.render, because you've already imported React DOM already. So you can now use it to render by saying React DOM.render app. Then how do you render? By document.getElement by ID root. You remember the root that you saw in this index.js, this very root, ID root. So that is what we are having here. So that is why we are able to render everything here into that index.html. So take note. Now, first, let's look at the render function. It belongs to the React DOM. This render function belongs to the React DOM module, which was imported in line 2. If you check line 2, you see that React DOM was actually imported here above. So the render takes 2 arguments. You can see it. One is a React component to render. This is the React component to render. It is called app. You can see it here, app.js. That's the basic components that comes with. You don't need to create it. So this is the app component. And another thing is that it takes also a DOM node to serve as the render container. So it has also a DOM node to serve as the render container. So take note of this. So this is the DOM node, document.getElement by ID root. So it is the container that will house all your React app. Now, we've already been over how the root elements was defined in public index.html. So the second argument is provided here via querying the DOM. The first argument is where our app starts to take shape. This is a reference to the app component, which can find defined in app.js. So this very app is actually in this app.js, so we can open it. So that is how this is done. So each component is rendered using the DOM inside this index.js, which is put inside the root in the index.html in the public file. So take note of this. Now let's look at the JSX, which is the templating style that we are using here. Now, if you check out the CRS index.js, which is where we are, it has .js extension. You can see index.js, but actually it isn't a valid JavaScript, as you can see from the line. So you can see that this is not a valid JavaScript, but we actually call it JXX. So from this line, you can see that this is not actually what you see in a normal JavaScript. Now, this would throw a syntax error if this were to run in a JavaScript interpreter. This is an expression of the JXX templating language. It will be replaced by the JSX interpreter with the components named inside the angle bracket, with this very component named inside this angle bracket. Now using the normal JavaScript. Now incidentally, you can also just write normal HTML tags here. Now you may notice that React is imported at the top of the file but not used anywhere in the code. If you notice here, this is where we did the importation of the React, but it is not used anywhere in the code. In a JavaScript file, it will be safe to delete an unused imported library like this. But in JSS, we have to include React because the JSX tags will be compiled into calls to React.createElement. So all this JSS code is going to be compiled into calls to React.createElement, and the code will crash if the React object was not present. So if we didn't reference this, when this is compiled from JSS to normal JavaScript, it will crash. So that's why we reference React, because this will compile into calls to React.createElement. Very, very important. So you can try replacing this very app line with some normal HTML and see what happens when you reload the app. So that is the explanation of what really happens for you to mount. So you actually have your mounting happening in this index.js is actually the instruction telling your React app to mount, but it's actually mounting into this index.html via the connection of the this document.get element by id root, this root id. But what is it mounting? It's actually mounting this app, which you can see in this app.js. So this is actually the what is mounting. This is your app, your basic app. It comes with the immediately you do the create React app, this app will come. So we're going to be creating similar apps to this one, and we're going to continue working. Thank you. Yes, welcome back. So we're still taking a look at the app.js. So this is where we made the imports for the models that are needed for this our basic component, the app component to work. So this app component is like a container for the rest of the components that will be created. So we are having a function based component, and that's why we have function app. Then it's going to have this return function that is going to return what you want to be shown. And here you are having the logo, the header, and other things. So you can see it. So this is actually what we are seeing when we run this code here. This edit src app. That is what we are seeing here. So you can see that it's running very fine. Now here that we have image src equal to logo. Inside this curly bracket is what we can this JSS code. So we can actually here can actually contain any valid JavaScript code. So the previous class I was explaining a class-based component, but this is a function-based component. So you write the function and the name of the component, then use return to return what you want to be shown on your page. But take note, had you been having a class-based component, it would have been class, then you write the app name, or you say class app extends component. In that case you must, or you say in that case you must have imported as a variable here component from React, or you just simply say class app extends react.components. So that is how you write the React base. Then it must have a return a render function. So this render function will now have this return. But in function base you can just simply write the function and the name of the component, then you say return, then you write what you want to be contained using JSS. So this is what we call JSX, which is transpiled into normal JavaScript. And also note that anytime you have a curly bracket like this, you can put a valid JavaScript file. So this is our app.js. This is a function-based component. In subsequent classes we'll move further on this. Thank you. Hello, welcome finally to this introductory series for our React. Let's look at serving and deploying your React app. So when you're done developing, let's say that we didn't make much changes. How do you serve? How do you deploy? So to serve first, before we deploy, to serve, you simply give the command yarn start. So once you give the command yarn start and press enter, then your browser will automatically open to this. So you can also make changes, like here is what we are seeing. This is what is coming out. Edit code, you can see it. Edit, you see src blah blah blah, save to reload. This is what is being served here. Edit, you see src, save to reload. So if you make any changes by going to this place to say edit, this is my React app. You see, we just added something. This is my React app. So once I say Ctrl S, which is save, and I get back to here, I should have it here, happening here, if this is still running from the last okay. So it's actually supposed to update automatically, but let me see whether it will come up, the changes I just made now. Okay, let me make sure that I save by saying Ctrl X very well, and I get back. Okay, it's reloading, so I'm supposed to see the changes. If not, I'm supposed to run I'm supposed to run yarn start again. So if you want to make changes, like I said, all your changes will be made in the components. So this is the basic component I'm using, the app component, the first component that houses every other component. So I've just made change by adding this is my React app. So when I get back, I'm supposed to see it rendered here, but for one reason or the okay, it's here. This is my React app. So let me make another changes now that everything is clear. So I can say, let me just add Augustine, and I do Ctrl S. So once I save, I check back on my server. You see Augustine just came out automatically. You don't need to refresh to see it. So let me do another thing. Augustine is my name. So I just added that, and I did Ctrl S to save it. So once I get back to my page, I'll see it. Augustine is my name, you see. So because the development server automatically recompiles, so that you can see what you just made changes. So the next thing I'm going to do now is to tell us about the other scripts that we can see. If we check the package.json, this is it. So we can see other scripts that we can run. You can see React script start. This is how we did start. When we say yarn start, we just started. So we can also say yarn run build to build this script, or test to test, or eject. So let's try any of these. So I'm going to open up another command line, bash command line. You'll notice I'm using bash. So I'm gonna, it's already in the FRT app that we are doing. So let me say yarn run build. So if you want to deploy this app after creation, it's good you run the build, because your file is going to be compressed and made well in the build folder, so that your deployment environment can simply look at it and deploy your file. So let me say yarn run build, and I'll press the enter key. Let's see what's gonna happen. You can see it's running the build script, which is React scripts build. So after running this build, we are going to see another folder here that will come out, which is the build folder, and that is where we can get our build from when deploying to other environment, to our hosting environment. Then another command that we can run is yarn test if we want to test our code, and this yarn test is actually using the jest test for our code. So we're going to try it. The Create React app also provides you with an out-of-box text runner. So this text runner is supplied via Jest. So the test runner watches changes to your app and tries to run the related test. The generated app already provides you with an example of smoke test. And this smoke test we can actually see in this. We are looking at it here, app.test.js. Now if you make changes to app.js, the runner will run this test again. So the name of the file implies that it contains tests of the app components. A smoke test typically just renders the components in question to see that it doesn't throw any error. These are many ways to locate and there are many ways to locate and name tests and many testing strategies. So I recommend that you read more about tests in the Create React app docs. So can you also use run build? Very important, because you shouldn't try to run your app as in the public server, though, because the files aren't packaged for efficient performance. That's when you want to deploy. If it is the deployment mode, you have to do yarn run build. So you also definitely don't want to serve your app from the development server that we are using when we run the yarn start. So you can see that the build has completed. You can see the time for its completion. So with that, now you can see this folder here. This is the build folder. So you can check through it and see everything. So this is what was going to, if you take this static file and take the JS file, this is, you can see the main.js, which is a compressed version of our code. So that is what is going to be hosted. So take note of all this. So whenever you are done with your reactor, make sure you do yarn run build, or also test it by using yarn test to see whether it's actually working well. So in subsequent classes, we are going to go into full creation of React app. Welcome. Let's look at this React project. We are going to be building a React app. So we're going to be looking at the process that is involved, the steps, the procedure. If you're given a React app to build, first of all, you're going to be breaking the requirements needed for the app to be built down into components before you start. And we're going to be trying to do this today. So we are looking at a project, and the project says that this is called from the Open Classroom React lessons. That's where I got this project from, and I want us to look at it together and solve it. Now suppose we've been asked to create an app that renders a sortable, searchable list of products. So you can see this is a list of products. We want it to be sortable, and we also want it to be searchable. This is the search column. You can type bin here, bin bag, so that it will come out. You can also sort by name or by price. So this app, this React app, has to render a sortable, searchable list of items in an imaginary store, and allows the user to add and delete products from the list. So it will also allow the user to add and delete. So if you click here, you can see this, you can delete. Then if you come down here and put anything here and click on save, you can add. So you can see the things that could be done with this application. So it allows the user to add and delete products from the list. Now, based on some unstyled HTML, it's supposed to look something like this. So it will actually look like this if it is not styled. You remember, you can always add your style, your CSS, to make it look much more better. But this is basically how it's going to look like. It's going to render a sortable, searchable list of products. So this is the search column if you want to search, and this is if you want to sort. These buttons are for sorting. These buttons are for deleting, and this form is for adding. So you can see that it actually has everything you want. This looks like a very simple application, but it's very powerful. You can use it to do a whole lot of things, you understand? Even without some of the functionalities here, you can use it to build powerful applications. So I would like us to study it and learn how to produce something similar to this. Now, what do we see when we look at this very app? What do we see? How do we understand it and be able to break it down into components? Now, there is a search input at the top that should filter the products as you type, so that only products you match the current searchable strings are shown. So this is the search input. So anything you put here, if it matches what is inside the your database or anywhere that you're calling your list from, it will come out here. So that's the first thing, the search input. Now secondly, the only show products in stock checkbox should hide any product that aren't in stock, shown in red. So once you click on this, there's a button here beside this only show products in stock. Once you click on it, it will show the ones that are not in stock. It will highlight the ones that are not in short in the shop or in the store by showing them in red. So that means that all the ones in black, all the products in black, they are actually in stock, but these ones are exhausted. So that's why they are in red. Now, thirdly, in the table, each column should be sortable in ascending and descending order, and the current sort should be highlighted. Okay, so this is the table. Now each of these columns, you can see that you can sort this one up or down, and this is showing blue because the descending order is the current sorting. So we are sorting by name in descending order, that's why it is showing blue. But these other ones also show that we can actually sort it because of these two arrow buttons, but that is not the current sort that is happening. So the current sort that is happening is the descending order, that's why it's showing in blue. So any of these columns are sortable. Very, very fantastic. This is very powerful application. Now, fourthly, on the right, there are buttons to remove any of the items from the list. Now, on the right, you can see buttons to remove any of the items. So once you click here, this beanbag will be removed. Once you click here, this forte piano will be removed. So you have the delete button beside any of the list. And lastly, at the bottom, there is a form to create a new product. When you hit save, it should add your new products to the list. So you have a form here where you can actually create new products. So this is the form. So you put the name, category, price, in stock. If it is in stock, you indicate and you click on save. Once you click, it comes out in this list. So this list is very sortable. This is the total list of everything, both the ones in stock and the ones that are not in stock. Once you click here, the ones that are not in stock will be shown in red. Once you type in here, you have specific one that you want. The list will be showing only the one that is that matches the search string. So that is the summary of what you are supposed to produce. Now, we are not going to address how we get the data for now or save it after changes have been made. Instead, let's assume that we have a JSON API that provides us with the data like this. So this is actually the data, but this is actually the data from a JSON API, but you can actually persist your data in database. So let's work as if we're not having database now, but as we move on, we'll learn how to connect database to this, and it will actually work better. Now let's continue. So you can see from the data we have products, that's the table is products, then inside it you have ID, then we have category, we have price, we have stock, true or false, this is boolean, this number, float, and this is string. So you remember how we created data schema? We can use data schema to do this and it will work perfectly well. So let's continue.
To create our demo app, we are going to closely follow the recommended steps for defining and creating a React app in the official documentation for getting started in React. So we are going to follow the official guidelines. Now we are going to be building something somewhat more complex than the example app in the documentation. So this what we are building is actually more advanced. Like I said, you're gonna be, if you want to use it to build any other application, it's gonna be super easy and super good, and you can do a whole lot of things. Now, and using the directory setup that Create React App has provided us with, but the steps are the same thing. So we are going to be building something somewhat more complex than the example in the app documentation, and using the directly setup that Create React App has provided us with, but the steps are the same. Okay, this means our first steps will be to identify the components in our mockup. So this is our mockup. We need to identify the components in this our mockup. That's the first thing you do whenever you're giving a React app to produce. This something like this could have been done with Figma. You understand? Somebody will do the initial design, depending on what the client wants. So now, after doing that design, it is now very important that the first step will be to identify the components in the markup and write static version of the app. So we'll be able to identify the components and write a static version of the app. Now, step one, defining components. That's the first thing you do, to define components. So immediately after defining the components, we can start coding immediately. Now, we want our components to be as simple and as easy to understand as possible. Each component should represent a discrete bit of logic and have the single purpose. There are no hard, so very very important, whenever you want to bring out a component, make sure that that component represents a discrete bit of logic and have a single purpose. There are no hard and fast rules of composing components, but if something seems complicated, it can often be refactored into a new component. Let's walk through the process of breaking up our mockup into component parts. So let's do it. Well, we'll start by just listing all the parts we see. So first of all, let's be able to list all the parts that we see. We'll see whether they are up to being components or whether they can be broken down. Now we have number one, a search field that queries the list. That's the first component. That is this one, a search field that queries the list. So the next will be this checkbox, I think. So a stocked filter that also queries the list, reducing it to stocked item. So this is the stocked filter. So this is actually a filter. So when you click it, it filters and brings only the ones that are in stock. So a stock filter showing us the ones that are in stock in black. So that's the next component. Now, a table of products which itself is made up of. So this table of products is a component, but inside it there are a couple of components. A column heading that each have two buttons for sorting. So it has this column heading. You can see it. Each of them has two buttons for sorting. So this is a component on its own. Now it's also rows of products that each have a delete button. So we have these rows of products, each of them having delete button. So these are also components. Now, and finally, we have a form for adding to the list, which is made up of three test inputs, a checkbox, and a save button. So the final thing there is this form here. So let's move on. So those are the main components that we can easily identify by looking at the mockup. Now, the first two items seemed related. The first two items is the search field and the stock filter. So two of them seem related. Since they both filter the form, okay, I can see them comprising a single component. An argument could be made to break them up into two components. But since neither of them is reused, since we are not reusing them, and their functionality is going to be pretty similar, we'll keep it at one to restrict the number of components. So we'll try to restrict the number of components by identifying if two components are having similar functionalities and they are not going to be reused. Now, the products table seems like a component by itself, perhaps with nested components for the sorting and deleting buttons. So is the product table is a component by itself, but then it has other components nested inside it, like the sorting at the header and the delete button by the size of the list. Now, everything on this list pertains to products in some way. So I'm going to nest these three components under the product. So we are nesting the three components under the products component that will be responsible for rendering everything else. So now the component tree for our app ends up looking like this. So this is the component tree for our app. It's very, very important that you understand this component tree, because we know that React is a one-way binding framework, so that we know how the binding should be done. Very importantly, you need to know the use of props and states. You can use props to affect an event. So from, let's say, this child component, you can affect an event onto up like this using prop. Whereas state, if you define the state, let's say in this product, which is the common component for all of them, all the child will be able to see them. So it's a one-way thing. So you use prop for event to cause an event to be taken up, whereas you use state to pass information down. So take note of that. So look at our component tree. You have products as the main component, the main app. Then you have the filter, product form, and product table. Then under product table, you now have product table headers and product row. So those are the things that we're going to be looking at. You can see it's very, very well established. Always know how to nest components into another, so that it will allow for easy flow of information, so that with our prop we can easily affect event handling. Then also with our state we can easily flow down information down. So that is what we're going to be designing. Please if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. In subsequent classes we'll start this design. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, let's quickly build a React app. The React app that we explained in the last class about products. This is the app structure. We have the product app, which is the basic app that will be inside the app component. Then we have the filters, the product form, and the product table inside the products. Then inside the product table, we're going to be having the product table headers and rows. So this is this app structure, the structure that we're going to be using to build this. So to do that, the first app.js, this is the app.js. So this is supposed to be the content. It will have just the product, and that is this product. So when we go inside the product, we will have filters, product form, and product table. Then when we go into product table, we have product headers and product rows. So let's do the first one. So we'll bring the products inside the app.js. So this is our app.js. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to leave this code in the website where you can always use it. The way I'm using it is very, very simple to use it to create the app. So I'll go to my text editor. Take note, I've already done yarn start so that my server will be running. So this is running at localhost 3000, so that any changes I make, I'll be able to see them. So I'll go back. This is the folder that I had area created, FRT app. So inside this, we are going to be having the product. So this is the app.js that came with the create React app that I used in showing out example. So I'm going to simply say Ctrl-O to select all of it, Ctrl-V to paste the new code. So this is the new code I have. I imported React from React, then product from product.js, which I'm going to be creating very soon. So this is how you create a class-based component in React. Class app extends react.component, and this is the render method that's going to have a return statement, and it's going to be returning products for now. So I'm going to say Ctrl S to save this.
So once I do that and I go to my this is the localhost 3000 where it should show. So immediately the changes are complete here. I'm going to be able to see it here. So I can refresh while I wait for that to happen, so that I'll see the new what I have here newly. But you know that product app component has not been created, so I'm going to try creating all of them now. So I'll be creating everything inside the src. So I just have the app.js. So let me create the product.js. I'll click here, and once here is highlighted, I can go to new file. So the first thing I'm going to have is the products.js, and I press the enter key. Notice the way I wrote the name in capital letter, product.js. So I'm going to quickly go here. This is product.js code. So I'll paste in the code and let it show. Then later I will explain it for you. So I'm going to copy this. It's product.js. I'm going to paste it down here. So now I have product.js, basically imported React filters. Like I said, inside the product, you're supposed to have filter, product form, and product table. You can see those three things. Those are the things here: filters, product form, and product table. Then I brought in the products, since we are not persisting our data yet. Then normal way of creating a class-based component, and that is what we have. So I'm going to say Ctrl S to save this. So I've saved it. Hope I did not make any changes. This is my product. Okay, maybe I made I wouldn't know. Let me just do Ctrl A and Ctrl V to paste it afresh. Okay, then I'll do Ctrl S. Okay, once I did Ctrl S, the prettier helps me to arrange it very well. That's what actually happened. So I now have product. Okay, so it's trying to compile, but you cannot find filter and other things. So let me keep putting. So I've sorted out product.js. So let me go down again. Let me pick filter.js. So I have to create it first, then I have to put in this code. So note the name, filters.js. So I'm gonna do the same. Click here, new file, filters.js. Then I press the enter key. So here I'm gonna Ctrl V to paste the filters.js. So this is the filter.js. Then I'm gonna Ctrl S to save. So that is taken care of. I'll go back again. So what else after the filter? What else is inside the product.js? I have the product table. So notice the name. So I'm gonna also pick up this, copy. The name is product table.js. So I'll click here, new file, product table.js. So take note of the name, product table.js. So I'll press the enter key. Then I'll paste the code, Ctrl S to save. So this is product table.js. So that's done. Then I'm gonna pick the other code, product table header.js. Product table header.js. That's the next thing. I hope you're noting where we're getting all this from. This is after product. We have product table header and product table row. So I'm gonna click on src product table header.js new, and I'll write product table header.js. So I have that. product table header.js. So I'm gonna paste the code and I'm do Control S to save. So everything is almost done. Then the next thing is product header, the CSS. It has a CSS, product table header.css. So I'm gonna select the code. We are putting everything in the src file. Take note, product table header.css. So I'll click here, click new file, then I'll write product table header.css. That's the cascading style sheet file. Take note of how it is written. Press the enter key. So this is a CSS file. I'm gonna paste and I'm gonna do Control S. So that's done. I'll go back again, pick up the product row.js, very important. So I'll copy this product row.js. So I'll copy and I'll click on src, new file, product row.js, product row.js. Take note, see the way the files are named, very, very important. So I'm gonna Control V and Control S. So you can see it here. This is the product rows.js. It's importing product row CSS. So I'm gonna create that too. So next line is product row.css. So I'll copy this, then get back to CRC, product row.css. So I'm gonna type product row.css. Okay, then I'll press the enter key. Then I'm gonna paste it here and do Control S to save. Okay, so what else is left? Lastly, we have the product form, which is the last one, product form.js. So I'm gonna pick up the code, copy, then I'm gonna go to src2 product form.js, new file, product form.js. okay, product form.js, that's the last thing. So I'm gonna do Control V to paste this and I'm gonna do Control S to save. So with that I have everything. So if I now go to my browser, I think, oh, perfect, you see it's working now. So I have my React app here. I have the search, this is the search button, this is the search button, this is the filter, these are the product table headers, these are the rows, and this is the form. So everything is showing perfectly now. So in subsequent classes I'm going to be explaining the codes one by one to you. Well, just take note the way I created everything. It makes it pretty simple. So this is the static app. We're going to be making this app to be dynamic by adding states and event handling. So and I'm going to be explaining, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. I'll also be explaining the various components that we are creating, and it's showing this way now. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. This is Austin from the DevC mentorship program for learners. Today I'm going to be explaining the code that we did yesterday for the creation of static app. You remember what we did first was actually to study the design that we are given. Then immediately after studying the design we are given, we then started coding. So I want us to take a look at the code and try to understand it very well, because we're going to be doing so much React. We're going to be using React for our capstone project. So I want us to really understand how it works. So this is the project that we are supposed to do. We are supposed to have the app.js, which is the main component app, from where our project can be launched. So this is the app.js. So inside the app.js, we are going to have products. You can see it here, products.js. And inside products.js, we are supposed to have filters, product form, and product table. So this is the filters, this is the product form, and this is the product table. Then inside the product table, we are going to have product table headers and product row. So you can see product row and then product table headers. So the accompanying CSS file is for the styling. So I want you to understand how this is structured so that you can be able to understand it very well. So having this product, which is the first one, is going to be inside app.js. The filters, product form, and product table are going to be inside products, whereas the product table headers and product row are going to be inside product table. So that is what we are having here. So this is a custom code for creating a component. You have the app.js component. So we imported the React from the React model. Then this is a named model, whereas we imported product from the path product model. This is a product path model. That's why we're having /. So after this importation, you know how basically how you create a component is by using this class declaration by saying class app extends react.component. Then it must have this method, render method, that will have a return statement inside it. Then inside this return statement, that's where you have everything that you want to come out. So we have here my React app. If we go to the browser, you see it's my React app. So after that, you now have, that is the header. Then inside the section, you have this product component. So this product component that we are having here is actually this product here. So you can see the way we included it inside the app.js. Now when we go to this product component, we should be able to see the filters, product form, and product table, and that's what we are going to do. So we check through all these ones we created yesterday. So this is product.js. I click on it, we see the same thing. We imported React, we imported filters because we are having, you can see we have filters, product form, and product table. That's why we are having filters, product form, and product table, because we are importing them because we are supposed to have them here. Now we have variable products. This is the products data that we're going to be used. The first one is musical instruments, the price and the stock and everything. The second one is musical instrument category, the price and everything. The name is cello. The third one, the name is forte piano. The fourth one, chase launch. So these are just the data that we're going to be used. So we had coded them here inside the product, because we put it in the product because the product is like the ancestor class or component. So other components under it, like the filters, are going to inherit from it. So here we have class product extends react.component. This is just the way of writing a component, a class-based component. If you're writing a function-based component, it will be different. This is a class-based component. So take note, class product extends, make sure it's in capital letter, the first letter, extend react components. I must have every component must have a render, because that's what is rendering. And inside the render, you must have the return statement. Now inside this div containing all the things that should be here, we have filters, we have product table, and we have product form. So you can see the three of them that are inside here: filter, product form, and product table. Those are the ones we also put inside this div. So it's very, very simple to write this code. Then we exported the products because we are going to use it in other folders. So take note how you export default products. So now I want you to take note, you see these two filters and product form. None of them has this product equal to products. Now why do we have this? We are going to be passing this down because we want these products to be used inside here, inside the product table. So this is how we'll pass it down. By once you want something like this, is this state, we can call it state, or we can call it the data. This is the data product declared by this variable. So if we want it to be used in any of those or those other components, we have to pass it. So this is how we pass it, by saying product equal to product, because we want it to be used in product table. So take note of that. Now having seen that, next thing is for us to check the filters, product form, and product table. So we'll start with the filters. I click on filters, the same thing, import React from React, and class filters extend React dot. You see, just the same way you write class here, extend React dot component, then the name of the component, then the render and the return statement, the render function and the return statement. Now input is going to be you're going to have a form, because this is what we are having here. This is a form. We want to put the search in input field and the filter. We want to put them in a form so that they will be in the form of a form. They will be in a form. So that's what we are having here. So we have the form, opening tag for form and closing tag. Then inside it we have the search. So this is input type text placeholder search. That's why we're able to see this search here. So having seen that, now the next thing is the checkbox. So you have input type checkbox. Use this ampersand for space. Use this code for space. Then only show stock products, and that's why we are seeing the. That's why we are seeing this. This is the checkbox, and this is the only show stock products. So having seen that, and we now close the paragraph tag. We put this one in paragraph tag. We have this one in input. So we also export filter. So the next thing after the filters is the product form. So I'm going to go to product form.js. You can see it, import React, just the same way. Class product form extends React.component, render function, then the return statement that shows what will be returned. Enter new product. So this is the product form. If you click here, everything here is the product form for new product. You see, enter new product. That's what we saw. Name and the input field, category and input field, and all the rest of them. That's what we have here. Enter the input form, then the label name, input text type, category, and the rest of it. So when you go down, you now export this product form. So what's the next thing? Next thing is product table. So I'll come here and click on product table. You see, we imported React. We also imported row. Project table, remember, is also inside it. It has the nest of you have this nested inside it. You have product table headers and product row. That's why we're having product row imported and product table headers imported, apart from the normal React imported. So now we have class product table extend React component render. Let product array equal to product key. That okay, this is the actual array that's trying to map out the product that is inside the inside you. Remember this app.js product.js. I mean, you remember this product. So these products want to be able to map them out. These variable products that contain this array of products, you want to be able to map them out, and that's why inside this product table, that's why we are using this. We say let products array equal to object.keys this does props. So we now use props because we want to be able to inherit those products. So that's why we have this does props products, because you remember that we passed products into the product table. So that is because we wanted to get these products there. So that's why we have this dot map PID. If you're mapping, you have to have ID for you to be able to do that. So this dot props product ID. Now let row equal to be an empty array, which we are going to now. Product array is dot for each. So you're mapping through this product array that you had earlier created here, so that you can now show them inside this product row. And so that is basically what is being done here. So we are using this product row because we had earlier created it, and that is why we are having it inside this product row. So it's going to return. After that, it's going to be able, you can see where we did this in the render section, then inside the return section where you want it to be returned. That's why we're having this product header, and so that's why we're having this product header here. So we have the rows here, and we have the product header here. So take note of all these. This is the column name and column price, and that is what we are actually seeing here, name and price as the headers. So that is how you were able to, that is how we are able to list all of this under these two headings. Okay, so what is the next thing? Okay, the next thing is now the product table headers and product table row. You can see that they were used here, product table headers and you can also see product table rows. So the rows are the contents of the product, whereas the headers are just the headings. So that is why after let row equal to this, after getting all this and putting it inside this array, we are now able to using table to echo row here, and that's why after the header you are seeing the row. So take note of that. Now finally we are looking at the table header. Okay, this is the CSS file. You remember CSS file is very simple. Dot product table header current, then the background color, you just giving it background color. So let's look at the table header itself, the normal importation of React, and now the product table header.css, because we are using CSS. Now we have class product header extends react.component render and the return render function and the return statement. Now we also, because we are passing those data from up there down, that's why we are using this props.column. Take note. So once you want to pass any data or any variable down, you have to use props. So we have this props.column. Then that is how you got that in. Then you can now say button class name product table header current. This was what was styled in the style sheet, and you have this, and this is the, you see these two codes, they are HTML element that you can use to define something like this arrow. So they are actually for this arrow. So when you see them, take note, these codes are just for the arrow buttons. So that is how you have your product table header. So take note, this props.column, because we are bringing in from the upper level component. Now finally we are going to look at product row. So I'll click on product row, normal importation of React. Then we're also importing the CSS. Take note that will style it. Now class product row instead React.component render return. So now in the rows, very simply, you can see class name, this props product.stocked. So all the stocked products, we are going to be giving them this very styling. So now we also have products.product.name, prop.product.name, so with the price as well. So this is the last thing we are looking at. So take note, the other ones are just the CSS. So those are the codes, and I believe that you understand, you can appreciate it much better. Now in subsequent classes we are going to be looking at states and event handling. Thank you.
Yes, let's continue from where we stopped. Today we're going to be looking at identifying states. Now, so far our app has no state. That is, there is essentially no user interaction and nothing ever changes. So state is simply those information that can change when there is a user interaction by button click or anything. When you type inside the search, so as those changes, the list, as the number of listed item reduces or increases, will cause such states. So all those information that can change, which can be represented in a code, they are known as state. Now our task now is to identify what information can change as the user interacts with the app, and to represent that information in code as state. Now when we are done, the app still won't be interactive, but we'll have defined the bits of data that can change. So in this section we are not making the app interactive, but we are trying to be able to identify those data that can change. So how do you do that? We actually put them inside the state. So before the render function, that's where you locate your state. So you do that by saying constructor, by invoking this constructor function or method. Then you call the argument props, and also this inside the curly bracket you now say super props. Now this state is equal to all the things that you think that can change. So example is the filter text and the in stock checkbox. So we initialize them, that's inside this constructor. So for the filter, initially it's going to be empty string, the in stock only is going to be false, and the product is going to be these products that you have in your database or you've earlier said. So these are the data. We know we had coded our data. Now we have the render, then we're going to pass them down.
by using for the filter text, you have this you remember all these components, you go inside them one by one. Filter dot state was to in curly brackets for values JavaScript code, this dot state dot filter text. For in stock, we have this dot state dot in stock only. So these are the two things in filter. Then in product table, we have the other things, the three of them, the products the same way, the filter text, and the in stock only. These three things are going to affect the product table. That's why we brought them in here. Now the product form, we are leaving it out for now, so we export. So the next thing is to quickly go into the so this is the new code that you're going to be using. I left it somewhere too, so this is where I left it. You can also copy it and paste and be able to experiment this is it. So this is the new code. So that is what I'm having now. Now when you get to filter.js, the same way, you now pass down what you already put in the upper one, which is the filter text and the filter button. So to pass them, you use props. So you pass the states down using props. So you indicate the state in the upper component, whereas in the down component you use this dot prop. The upper one use this dot state and put. But here now in the value and the checkbox area, that's where you bring in the what you're passing. So you have this dot prop filter text, and here in the checked we have this dot prop in stock only. So take note of how you do this. Then there are other places where we have state change. That is where we're going to look at now. So we've taken care of what is in the products. Then we'll pass it down to the component that are following the products. So the next thing now is to go to the next thing that has state change, which is the product table itself. So quickly head into the product table. This is the product table. But inside the product table, we are also going to have another state change because things are changing there. So we'll take care of it. Things like the sortable column header, which is another JavaScript file that we are going to create. So inside it, we'll do the state, bring in the state just the normal way, constructor props, super props, then this dot sort by key and order. This is the sortable. I want to put it in this form. Now remember there are two places that we are colored, but now I want to put it in one form so that any current one can be highlighted the right way. So that is why we have this code, and we also have the normal sorting. This is the JavaScript code for the normal sorting, and it now does the normal rendering here by pushing to the array. So here now we also have this. We are going to pass down this very state down to the sortable column. That's why we have this dot state dot sort for the first button and for the second one. First one is name, second one is price. And that's why when we now got to this sortable column header, we now did it here. So this is the this is where it is receiving it using props dot current sort direction, and it renders it. But take note of this sortable column dot current. This is where the CSS is coming. You know, whenever you say class name, you're bringing in the CSS, and this is the CSS that gives the background color to be blue, and that is why we have this background blue. So after the sortable column, I think that is the last thing. The sortable column is the last thing. So take note, this is the CSS. I drafted it. It's not in the open classroom, but I believe this is how you have to do it and get it. So make sure you import it here. So in the subsequent class, we are going to be looking at how to use event handling to affect all that the states that we've been able to identify. So you remember where we identified the states in the products. Very, very important. Product.js. There is a state happening there, and we also identify the states and other states in product table. Then those things that are affected in the state, make sure you pass them down through using props. Thank you. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Yes, welcome. Let's finally handle affect event handling. We want to handle user input. All that remains is for our user input to update state correctly in our app, and it's very simple. So we are going to this will be done with event handlers, like the ones we've used previously in the course. That is when we are trying to explain what props and components are and what event handling is. Now we are going to write a bunch of event handlers that should call set state. So whenever you're talking about event handling, you're supposed to hear this word set state. So set state is very, very important. This is the word set state. So we're going to be creating event handlers and we're going to be using it to set states. So when we create these event handlers, we'll bind them, then we'll use them to set states to update, and that is event handling. Now the complexity here lies in letting a child component event affect its parent state. So the DOM pattern for this type of communication is to bubble events up the DOM tree. By contrast, instead of explicitly bubbling actions up, we pass handlers down. So as you're passing handlers down, then the actions are going up, just like any other kind of information via props. Now when called, we'll make the necessary changes to the parent state, and that's what we're going to be doing. Now to illustrate how to handle events by passing handlers down, we'll start at the top of our component tree. The product's component state is affected by 3 user actions that are triggered in descendant component. Now those actions are filtering the list of products, submitting a new form, and destroying products. So those are the things we are going to be looking at. Now let's start with filtering the list of products. We simply want to set our local state to match whatever state is triggered in the filter component. This involves writing a simple handler that takes input and passes it to the state. So we're going to be writing handlers. So you can see this is handle filter. It's taking in filter input, and this dot set state to filter input. So this will be the latest state that is setting it to, which is taking place in the descendant component known as filters. So take note, we are creating handlers for the filter, for the save button, and for the destroy, which is this is what we are looking at. This is the destroy here, this is the save button, and this is the filter. So those are the things we are taking care of in this product.js. So once you finish creating the handlers, next thing to do will be to bind them by using this handle filter to bind this. So bind them, then after binding them, that is all. So you create the handlers, then you bind. Then make sure that when you now get down to here, that you take care of it by saying on filter equal to this dot handle event. So these are already in the other file that we created. So those are the new things we're adding here. Also make sure you do on destroy this dot handle destroy. Make sure you take care of these 2 things. Then on save equals to this dot save product. That's the handler. So having done that, we are going to move straight down to the next thing. Immediately after handling, doing event handler and binding, and as well affecting the change in the various components that we are looking at, the next thing will be to go to the filters. This is the product.js that we just looked in. So we'll look at filter.js. So I'll click here. Similar thing is happening here, but the only difference is now we have the constructor. We employ the constructor here because we are having changes. So we have constructor props, super props, and this dot handle change equal to this dot handle change bind. This is the normal binding. So here is where we create the handler handle change. So that once we click, you remember it.target is for click event, so that you can click and get the accurate sorting, which is the value and the name. And that's all. And once you do that, you use props. Very, very important. You must have to use props to pass it back. So that's why you say this dot prop dot on filter. So that is why when you go to product, you're able to see on filter here. You see here we have on filter to be equal to this dot handle filter. So make sure you take note of it. That's why we're having on filter here. So because the prop, it has to pass it back so that we can get what we need as the right answer, as the right event.
So that is the same thing as this dot prot filter text, just the way we passed it in the other place. Then on change, this dot handle change. So take note of all these. So after this, we're going to be looking at the product form. So in the same way, we get to the product form. So the same thing happens. You're going to initialize this product form like we already know that we had the constructor. But here now we're having to bind these two, handle change and handle save. Very, very important. Then we'll now do the state. So take note, and you have to reset values. So this is where we handled change. So that once you click, you can be having the list that you want. Then set state, taking previous state as an argument and doing the proper saving. Then handle save is another thing. So make sure you take note of this, because handle save is going to affect the form, and all the forms now, all the form elements we have added to them on change equal to this dot handle change, and value equal to this dot change dot product dot name. If it is for name, if it's for category, it's category. If it's for price, it's price. So take note, those are the things we did. And before you start, reset value, this constant reset value is very, very important. So you initialize all of them: ID at empty string, category as empty, price stocked for false, and name as empty string. So take note of all these. So after handling product form, the next thing we'll go to is the product table. So go to product table, really similar thing in product table, knowing that we have sortable column header here. So the same thing, using constructor to bring in the state, super props, sortable, sort by key and order, and destroy, as well as handle sort. So that those are the things. So these are the codes that we had written earlier for sorting. So make sure that all of them follow the same thing. So you have this, after getting, you have to push it in. So, and also take care of the undestroy, so that if you want to delete, you can delete. So after that, the next thing we have here is the sortable column header, and finally the product row. So sortable column header, this is where we have it. So take note, also have the constructor is handling. We binded the handlers, created them here, and did the appropriate rendering, making sure that we use props to take them to affect the parent component. So finally the product row, similar thing, brought in the constructor, then we binded the event handler, then created the event handler here, and rendered it appropriately using making sure that we use props to do that. So once we are done with this and save, we should have our app to be working. If you want to delete beanbag, it should delete. Cheese, it should delete. If you want to add a new thing, YUU with price UU, category UU and price 890, and put it in stock, save. You can see we are having it here. You can sort by name, you can also sort by price. So everything is working perfectly. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at SQL and database management system for our work. I'm going to be using Postgres because we are going to be using Progress for the database. So quickly go to Google and download Postgres. So I will send you the video on how to download it later, but it's very simple. Just go to Google, type in Postgres database. So if you're able to type Postgres, so it will lead you to the you can see www.postgres.org. so you click on it, you download. Make sure you download the pgadmin 4, so you can see. So click on download and get it downloaded and install it. So after installing it, click on the start button and just type pg4, or just you can see it pgadmin4. Click on it. Once you click on the pgadmin4, it will open. So this is the Postgres pgadmin tool where you can work on your database. So we're going to be starting with this very this is the table, the ERD that we are given. The full meaning of ERD is entity relation diagram, ERD, and that is where you get the information that you use in building your table. This is the assignment that was given. So we are going to be building the database known as employee. So we are building employee database, and inside the employee database we have the different tables: customers, products, shops, sales, and vendors. So that is what we are going to be doing. So we are going to be starting that immediately. So as we are starting it, make sure you're following. So let's keep going. So this is what we are building. So I'm going to go to my pgadmin4. This is my pgadmin4, and this is where I'm expected to build the database. So I'm going to build the database immediately now. So once you open up this, you will see this. You might be required to put in your username and password that you used while installing your Postgres. So it's always good you use Postgres. So this is our employee database that is already built here. So I'm gonna quickly going to stop this and delete it. Are you sure you want to drop this database? I say yes. So I want to delete that employee database so that, okay, it's now there again. So I want to create a new database. So how do you go about creating a new database? This is the database. So I'm going to right click on this. You see create, then you see database. So right click on the database, click on create, and click on database. So what is the name of the database we are creating? Employee. So who is the owner? You can make anybody to be the owner. You can type in the name of the owner if you want, or you can leave it like this. So I'll say save. So once you click on save, you are going to see employee database. These are the two databases that are there, Postgres and Wayfarer. I already used it to create Wayfarer database before. So Postgres normally come along with it on installation. So if you did a new install, you might be seeing only Postgres. So on top of this database, that's where you right click and say create a database. So you can see that the employee database is there. If you click on the arrow beside it, it's going to connect automatically. So if you want to create a table, like the tables, these are the tables, so we need to create them there. So if you want to create a table, I can simply click on schema. You can see schema, the arrow beside schema. Click on it, it will go down. You can see table. So this place you're seeing table, click on the table, right click and say create table. So once you say create table, it will bring name of table. You can see the name of the table we are going to be creating. The first one is customers. So once I put customers, that is that for that. I can go to columns and select the columns that I want. So to select the columns, you click this plus sign. So what are the columns there? So inside this first one, I'm going to put the first name. So that is customer number, which I'm going to use as my I'm going to use customer number as my primary key. So you remember how you name fields. Very, very important. It has to start with capital letter from the lesson that we got from Open Classroom. So it has to be customer number like this. So having done that, that is how you name a field. So under data type for this, I'm going to use integer. If you don't want it to have length, you can use integer or serial. It's better you use serial for if you're using Postgres. So I'm going to type serial. As I'm typing it out, it will come out. So I click on serial. So leave this other two blank. Then under not null, click yes, because your primary key doesn't have to be null. Then under primary key, also click yes, so that it will become like this. Click on plus sign to bring in the next field, which is phone number. Take note of how I'm writing the fields. Camel casing, the first letter starting with capital letter, so phone number. Then under this I'm going to write instead of integer, I'm going to be able to use a numeric. Why I'm using numeric is that I want to put some, you can see numeric, I want to be able to give it length, so I'm giving 10 length, so I'll leave the rest, then press plus again. So I'll put the next thing there, which is name. See, in the example that we are giving, the names and all those things are started with small letter, but you have to use the knowledge that you got from the learning, so name has to be in this form. Then what are we going to use? We are going to use varchar, and varchar in Postgres is represented with varying character. You can see character varying is the same thing as varchar, so you can put the number you want. Let me do 255. You can put anything you want. Then finally we have our address. So this is one way of creating table. I will teach you another way of doing it as well. So address, I'm also going to use varchar, which is which in Postgres we'll call it character varying, the same thing as varchar. So I'm also going to put 255. So immediately after doing all this, I can click the enter key. But if I have a foreign key, I can click on constraints and also select foreign key. You can see that a primary key is already customer number. So under constraint, that's where you pick things like foreign key, unique, and other things. So once you're done, click on save. Once you click on save, you see I now have customers table. This is customers table. So if I click on it, if I right click and say view and edit the first 100 rows, so that I can be able to insert new things there. So it's going to bring out something. Okay, you can see this is my table. So if I want to insert under primary key, I can put 001. Under phone number, I can put my phone number 07067162698. Then under name, you can write my name, Emeka Augustine, and I press the OK key. Then under address, I can put any address. So I'm using 2 Manor Street, Abuja, and I press OK. So with that, I have my first entry. So I can click on save here. It will say data saved. So now I have my table with one entry. So I can add more entry as I want by moving straight to this one. But I can also use a script to add entry, which is what we are going to try learning. So let's say you want to create a table and you don't want to create it the way I created it, you just want to use a script. So I'm going to quickly copy a script here and use it and create this table. So this is a script, SQL. So whenever you hear SQL, SQL is a language for the database management, structural query language. So in the course of this lesson, we're going to be learning how to use the SQL. So once you come here, let's say you come to table, you right click, you can say create table if you want to use the other method that was given before. Or let's say you want to use SQL to run your table, which is what we are going to learn now. So if I come to this table and right click, customer, come to one of the tables, right click, say customer. So once you right click, you see a lot of things. So under script, you will see create script. So if you click on this create script, you can be able to use SQL to create a script. So you can see this is the script that was used in creating the customer table. But now we want to create another table, and we want it to be the script for another table known as link. So let's try creating script for link. So take note, here you can also insert using script and do a whole of other things using script. But this is not what we are going to be looking at now. We are going to try to create a new table. So I'm going to click on this table again and right click. Okay, create script. So this create script is gonna open here. So I'm gonna do Ctrl A and Ctrl V to paste in the new script. This is the new script I have for link. So this is a table link with ID, serial and primary key and all this. You can see the varchars and their numbers. So once I finish and I click on run script, this is run script or execute, you can see query returned successfully. So I now have a new table. If I check my table, if I refresh it by clicking on it and right clicking and saying refresh, I should be able to see link. Can you see link? This is the link table. So you can click on it and right click and say view to edit first 100. So you have another table now. You can see this is the ID, URL and other things. So if you want to insert into this, simply I'll go and select this. This is a simple insert query. So once I get back to my PG admin, I can insert into this by simply saying if I click here, right click, I go to scripts, insert script. So I can do a very simple thing by just typing into here and it will insert, or I can paste this the script that I copied, which is the same thing. So once I say run, it's gonna be able to, you see, it has executed successfully. So if I click on this link and also click on view first 100, I should be able to see those two things that were inserted. So you can see the two things that I inserted. I did not insert in the rest of them. So you can use script or you can insert normally. So that's why we're going to be stopping. In subsequent classes we are going to move forward. Thank you. So primary key and other things we'll explain it in subsequent classes, but I hope you already know. I'm simply teaching us how to use Postgres. Yeah, hello, welcome. Let's continue. So we already have our first table, the customers table, and you remember we created this link table using a script. So I want to use it to show you some things. If you want to delete a table, how do you do that? So you click on the table you want to delete, right click and click on delete or drop. Can you see it? Delete / drop. That's the same way you delete a database. So I'm gonna drop this table. You see, I'm now having only one table, customers. So I'm going to try to use scripts to create the next table that we have. So to do that in a very simple way, I just get back to these remember these the code I used in creating the link. So I'm going to just right click, I'm going to select, then I get back to my PG admin. So here in the customers, I right click on it, I go to script and I click on create. So when I click there, it's going to show me the script using creating the customers. So I'm going to simply say Ctrl Alt and Ctrl V, the new script that I copied, Ctrl A and Ctrl V. So you can see this is the script I copied, but I want this table. I don't want to create link. I want to create this exact one that we have here, this products table. So I'm going to be introducing product ID as the primary key. Then I'm going to be putting price, type and manufacturer. So the name of the table is products. So I simply get back to my PG admin. The name of the table is what? Products. So to name the table, this is the table name. Take note, products, capital letter starting. Then the ID is going to be I'm going to be using, instead of ID, I will use product ID, like this, product ID. Check out the camel casing that I'm using. Okay, sorry. So I have product ID. I'm leaving it as serial and primary key. Then the next thing I'm going to be having after the product ID is what? You remember, I'll check here to see the fields that I'm giving in my ERD, my entity relation diagram. So I have price, type, and manufacturer. So the first thing there is price, then type and manufacturer. So I'm going to have price, then I'm going to have next one is what? Type, and the next one is what? Place of description, there is what? Manufacturer. So those are the things we have. This last one is not there, so I'm gonna just delete it. Then a manufacturer is varchar, type is supposed to be varchar as well. Not no means that there must be values in them. Primary key is for this first one. Price is supposed to be integer and not this. So I'm going to simply write this to. I'll just pick 20. Then in place of varchar, I'm going to write integer. So I'm having integer. So this creates what I want. So this creates this very product table that we have. So what I'm supposed to do now is to run the script. This is where you run the script if you're using script. Okay, you can see there is a there's an error. So let me check. Price integer 20 not no. Okay. Okay, let me change this to capital letter and locate where my problem is from. So I have integer. Okay, before I do that, let me try and locate what integer values are represented with. Okay, so you can see this is the study material that I'm using for this. So you can simply get to data types. Okay, this serial integer. Okay, so this is how it is represented. Integer data type, that's what I want to introduce. Okay, and you can also use numeric actually. So I think I can use integer and I can also use numeric instead of integer. So you can see integer is in capital letters. So I believe that what I have here is okay. Okay, integer doesn't have a number. If you want the one that has number, then it has to be numeric. So I believe that's where the error is coming from. So if I run this again, you see query run successfully. So now I should have another table. So if I click on this table and click on refresh, I should have the list of my tables to include products. You can see products. So products is here now. Okay, there's even a mistake here. So I didn't write the products very well, but you can see that it is here now. So I can actually view and edit. So use view and edit to check it out. Okay, so you have product ID, price, type, and manufacturer. So you can see, so that's how you can quickly create a table using a script. Thank you. Yes, welcome. Let's do a couple of things in since we are accustomed to the environment of the PG admin. So let's create the rest of the tables. So let's look at shops, sales, and vendors. For shops, we have address and name. So let's quickly do it. So you just go to any table. Okay, I'm using a script. This is the script I'm using. So I'll just copy it. Makes the stuff very much easier for me. So when I get back here, I'll just go to a table, right click on any table, then script, and go to create script. Remember, that's the way you do it. So once I do that, I'm going to Control All and Control V, Control A, Control V to paste the script that I have. So that is the script. I'm going to quickly delete all these other opt-ins. So I want to create shops. So I'm going to teach you how to quickly create and edit. So shop, we have ID here. So I'm going to put shop ID, serial and primary key. Okay. Then the next thing there, you have a name and address. So these are the two things we have: address and name. So I'll go back. The first varchar is address. I'm using capital letter to start camel casing, but if it doesn't work, I'll also be able to change it. And name, okay, name is already here. So these other two, I'll take them out because they are not needed. So that is it. So I'll just run the script. Bagam. So once I run it, if you come here, okay, there's a problem. Why? Okay, sorry, this I have to remove this last comma. There shouldn't be a comma in the last one. So I'm gonna run it again. You see, query returned successfully. So I now have another table. If I come here and right click and say refresh, I should be able to have my shops table. You can see it here, shops. But if you look at it, it's not following. This one is capital letter, here is small letter. Then you see my stuffs here. I have capital letter, and okay, this one small letter, but it should be capital letter. So what if you want to effect changes? So what you need to do is just click on the very table you want to effect changes to put it in the right format. Then click on properties. This will come out. Click on, okay, you come to this first one. You can now effect the changes by putting capital letter so that it will be the normal thing. Then go to columns, the same thing. Double click here. You can always edit. So the essence of this video is for you to know how to edit, and just use simple copy and paste to quickly create your table so that you don't waste much time. This name here, I'm also gonna change it. You can see. So I can now click save. Then shops is now starting with capital letter. You can see now. So if I now view these shops, view and edit, first 100 rows, it will now come out normally. The capital letters will be normal places. You can see shop is starting with capital letter. Okay, ID is still in small letter, so I have to make this change again. So to do that, I just click properties. Sorry, make sure you hit properties. So this, I want to change this I to capital letter, shop ID, capital letter I. So I will now save. So it's now normal. So even when you go to if you right click on shops and say create query, you will now see that it is written in the normal way. Okay, you can now see shop ID is in capital letter, A is in capital M. So that is what you need. So we can quickly do the same thing for the other one. So the other table is vendor. So I also have vendor, staff number, and so vendors. Let me create vendors. So quickly I can just Control A, Control V, so that I have that script that I had earlier copied. So it's left for Postgres to arrange it normally for you. So I'm going to have vendors. Then for primary key, so I'm going to just simply have vendor ID. So vendor ID. Remember the D has to be in small letter. So under this, staff name, but there should be no space. So staff name. So what's the next thing there? Okay, staff number, not staff name. Staff number and name. So I should have staff number, and I should now have name, but make sure that the N is in capital letter. So those are the things I have. So I'm going to take these two off. Make sure you remove this last comma. Then you run the script. So if you run the script, it's going to show everything in small letter. So you remember this is all in capital letter, but when you want to view this, you see that it will be in small letter. So if you say view row, view first 100 rows. Okay, no, that's not what I did. So I have to refresh table because I'm looking for vendors now. You see, it's starting with small letter instead of capital letter that you created it with. If I say view first 100, I'll also see it in small letter, all my fields. You see my fields are starting with small letter and it's not making sense the way I want. So to make it make sense, right click and just simply say properties. So here you can now put it how you want. So you remember vendors is capital letter V. I go to column, then make my column to be okay. My V should be in capital letter, vendor ID, and my I should be in capital letter. My staff S should be in capital letter, as well as N for the number, Kame casing. Then for name, N should be in capital letter. So once I'm done, I can just click on save. So once I click on save, and then you see vendor is now in capital letter. If I click on it and say view first 100 rows, everything now will now be the proper way that it should be. So you can see now staff and N, you can see they are properly done. So this is how I'll be stopping, and you can see the way I was creating it, just copying and pasting, and it was pretty much faster and easy. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at testing our web interface. Now in doing this testing, we're going to be using what we call test-driven development or behavior-driven development. Behavior-driven development in the sense that we need to know how our application behaves, and through that we'll be able to write tests for them first. That is test-driven before we write the main code. So we are going to be doing this with a project that we are giving about card inventory. And basically what we want our card inventory to do is that it should properly reduce inventory when 20 lollipop are sold. You want to get the proper reduction. And number two is that it should properly add inventory of caramels when 600 of them are added. That means we want to do proper addition. Then thirdly, should properly calculate inventory of one candy type without affecting the other. That means when there is reduction or addition in one, it should not affect the other. So basically a candy inventory, not card actually, candy, we are going to be having things like lollipops, things like caramels and other things, but you are told to just pick out to test that, and we are picking out lollipops and caramels. So you can see that when we run the Jasmine, that it is running, the three specs are all passing. So but I want us to understand how this was built, and to do that I'm going to open up the code. This is the basic folder. This is how the folder should look. You're supposed to have the spec runner, which is actually what is running here. This is, you can see the spec runner. Then you're supposed to have this src file having your code, and you're going to have the spec src folder having your codes, and the spec folder having your test. So we're going to open this test, then look at it, then see how it connects to the src. So this is the file folder you're supposed to have. So to do that, I'm going to open the code using VS Code. So you can see I have the spec here and I have the src, which is the source folder. So in test-driven development, you're supposed to write the test first, and that is why we're going to be looking at the test first. So in doing it, you just create what we call specs, and the specs are gonna, anytime you want to see a spec, it must have this it, and once there is it, then you put the condition that you want. You understand? It should properly reduce inventory when 20 lollipops are sold. Then immediately after making this statement, you now write function, and you now state how you want it to be done. So you're going to be having candy.sol. Candy is what we've already declared here. Here we have candy equal to new candy inventory, and you must have described candy inventory as the object that you want. So variable candy, so that you can now say candy, this variable candy that you've declared is equal to a new object of this candy inventory, and you now write down your test specs. So anything that you're told to check, that's what you put here after this it. Then you put a function that does that, and it's likely that you use a function that has something to do with the object. That's why we have candy.cell. You see, the first one is cell you're removing, so call it, that's why we're calling it cell. So what are you looking at? You're looking at lollipop, say lollipop, and you're removing 20, you understand, from 510. So what do you expect? You now expect the candy.lollipop, which is this candy object.lollipop, to be equal to 490. The same thing with the second one. You say it should properly add inventory of caramels when 600 of them are added. So function, the same thing, candy.buy caramels 600 added to 4. What do you expect? Candy.caramel equal to 4. So make sure you learn how to use these matchers like equal to and before each. They are called matchers, and you can use them to write simple codes. Then here we have it should properly calculate inventory of one candy type without affecting the other. Function candy.buy caramel, the same buy, the same cell. Expect candy.caramel to still be equal to this, even though there was selling happening. So that is what we did here. So with this inventory, we are going to look at the inventory src file that did the actual calculation. So in that one, we declare the card inventory as a function. Then we are giving it these various variables. Together we did this keyword. So we have lollipops initially to be 0, caramel initially to be 0, and total initially to be 0. So this is initializing, just like you're writing a constructor to initialize. Then you now have candy inventory dot prototype dot sell. So it be equal to, so this is the function for this very one. So we have candy type, number sold, and current count, which is actually what we showed in this one, in this inventory. So candy type and the number sold and current one. So that is what was reflected. So there has to be connection between your code and the specs that you wrote in the test. Now you have if candy type is equal to lollipop, this is the actual code you're writing. This dot lollipop equals to current count. Then for let I equal to 0, then the number sold. What do? This dot, you get this. So this is actually how you do the subtraction to get the next one. So s this dot caramel equal to current count. So the same thing you do for the buy, the same structure. Buy is going to be addition, but make sure you have candy type, amount, and current count. So that is what you have there. So that is how you do the measure to checking for the sell and the buy. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be looking more deeper into the next one, which is the comparison. Thank you. Hello, welcome, good morning. Our capstone project is finally here. We are going to be critically looking at this project. Our capstone project is actually called Teamwork. I'm going to be helping us through it. We are going to be able to understand it very well, so that we do the rightful things in time. We don't go about doing the things that are not basically needed. You need to go straight to what is needed so that you can finish in time. And that's what I'm going to be helping us do. Now we're going to be building a project, Teamwork, and it is an internal social network for employees of an organization. The goal of this application is to facilitate more interaction between colleagues and promote team bonding. So that is the goal. And these are the various features that the application is going to have. It's going to last for 5 weeks, and the deadline will be 29th of next month, which is November. You're supposed to have a Git repo. I'm going to actually help you start this so that you know how to go about it. I'm going to help you learn how to create a Git repo and add a README to it. Now create a GitHub project board. This project board is what we're going to be using instead of Pivotal Tracker. This is going to help you manage your projects and make it look much more better, making sure that you achieve what you're supposed to achieve and in time. These are the various endpoints that we are these are the various tools that we're going to be using to create our endpoints and integrate it to the database. This part of the project is supposed to last for 2 weeks. So we're going to be using server-side framework Node and Express. We're going to be using ESLinkedIn to make sure that our code follow best practices. We're going to be using the style guard, core, A, B, and B, which we're going to set while setting up our ESLint. And we're going to be using testing frameworks like Mocha and Jasmine. And our database, as we all know, is going to be Postgres. So we're going to be able to set up all these. I'm going to be helping you do some of them actually using Cloudinary npm package and the rest of it. Then our endpoint should be able to make the success statement as well as that of error. And these are the links, very very important. This is what I want to go straight to. Anything that you feel you don't know how to do from what is given in the requirement, you can always click on any of these links. It will teach you. The resources are so wonderful, so please make sure you use them. These are the expectations that you're supposed to things that you're supposed to have learned, and these are the request spec. So if you're building your endpoints, it should have the following fields. So make sure you check these as you're doing it so that you don't do and come back again. So those are the specs for the various request posts and various things you're going to be doing. So if we go down, then we'll talk about the front end application, which is supposed to last for 3 weeks. The other one 2 weeks, front end 3 weeks, making it 5 weeks. We're going to be using React.js. Take note, we are using Fetch API, not Axios or other ones. So we're going to be creating these various features. The same thing, very very importantly, they say that we must make different repos for the front end and we'll make another repo for the back end. Take note of all these instructions, they are very very important. Make sure we host on Heroku for our API, then GitHub pages for our front end. So take note of all these, and in subsequent classes I'm going to dive straight into it and help you start it up, your project structure and everything. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be starting up the teamwork project. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm not going to be doing the actual teamwork project as it is given by Andela, but I'm going to be doing a mock-up, a demo, something that will give you insight into doing your work, especially for those of us that are newbies in design. Most of these questions pop up all the time, like how do I go about starting? What am I supposed to do first? So I'm going to be able to do this using this mock-up project, but the basic and the fundamental implementations of your endpoints, connection to database and other things are going to be done by you. Then from time to time you're going to ask me questions concerning all those, and I will always be happy to help you straighten them out. So we're going to be starting immediately. So if you check out the project, you're going to see that the first thing you're supposed to do is to create a repo for the work and get it cloned down. So we're going to be doing that now. So this is my GitHub page. I believe that every of you now have GitHub. If you don't have it, please open up an account and make sure you have it. So I'm going to click on the repositories. You can see that once you click on these repositories, this will open. This repo is just like the collection of all the works that you have on GitHub. So to create a new repo, you'll see this place that is written new. So I'm going to click on this new, and as the instruction says, you create a repo and then do a readme. So I'm gonna, what am I gonna call it? I'm gonna just call it team work demo. So it's gonna just be a demo, and it's actually the back end that we're working on now. So under description, I'm gonna say this is a demo to help newbies do their project effectively. So in essence, what I'm going to be doing for you now is what you also expect to see if you're going to be having unblockers from Andelo people. A very similar thing that they are going to be doing. So I don't think is much to do. Then I'm going to click on this, initialize this repository with a readme. I'm going to click on it. Then I'm going to say create repo. So that is the first thing you do on this project. That is what I've just done. I've created this repo. So if you go down, you're gonna see there is initializing with the readme of the description that you wrote. This is a demo to help newbies to do their project. So once you've done that, we are gonna clone this to our system. That's the next thing you do. To do that, click on this clone or download. Then you're gonna see this address here. Just copy it by clicking on this link. So make sure you copy it by clicking on this link. So once you've done that, you will now go back to your VS Code. So this is my VS Code. Make sure that your VS Code is the directory of the desktop or where you want to do your work. So I'm going to simply say cd desktop. I want to be on the desktop. That's where I want to do my cloning. You can see now. So I'm now in the desktop. So what am I going to do? I'm going to just say git clone in order to clone it. Then I'll put the address that I've copied. You can see it there. HTTP GitHub or standard on teamwork demo. So I'm gonna just press enter. So once you press enter, you can see cloning into teamwork. So if I go back to my desktop, I should be able to see the folder containing this teamwork demo, and that is where we're gonna be doing our work. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. If you have a way you feel that we can improve this learning to make it sweet, drop them also in the comment section. Thank you and God bless you. So you can see that we have 100% cloning done. So if I now go back to my desktop, I should be able to see teamwork demo. So please help me find it. This is my desktop. Are you seeing it somewhere? Teamwork demo, where is it? Well, I can't see it, but I guess it's here. So do similar thing on your own, then get it for me. Okay, let me just refresh. And what else should I do? Let me just type T. Okay, teamwork demo. You can see this is it here. So it has been cloned to my desktop. If I open it up, I can now, okay, you can see it has a readme. So that is how we're going to be working henceforth. I hope you enjoyed it. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. In subsequent classes, we're going to be doing other things to make our project work. Thank you and God bless you. Yes, I want to show us our current project board. You know, we are using GitHub project board as the project management tool for this project. And before we continue, I want to let you know what the project board looks like now, and that is how effectively you can start building your own project board so that you can be taking note of all the activities that have been completed. So quickly get to your GitHub account, get to the project that you're working on, then click on the projects. You can see projects here. So once I click on the project, I'll see the project board that I've created here. So I'll click on the project board, the teamwork project board that I'm working on. So once I click on it, it will open. So you can see now that under to do, I have create and making, develop default, installing configuration, all the shows and features that I'm creating, setting up Travis CI, admin can delete comments, employees can flag comments. So those normal things, that all those things, the features here that you're supposed to create, Employees can view all article. Employee can view specific gift posts. Employee can view specific article. All the features, I've now highlighted them there. Then in progress are the things that I'm currently working on now. Working on employees can post gift. Employees can sign in, and admin can sign in. Admin can create employee user account and some setting up. These are things I'm working on now. Then things that I've concluded are initial setup, installing and configuring Babel, connecting Travis CI. So you can see the way it is arranged. So make sure that you have your own done in a proper way. It mustn't be exactly what I have here, but you know you always have features, shores, and bugs. So take care of all those three. And here we are having to do in progress and done. You can have other bots, but those are the three that we are working with now. Now if you want to add up anything here, just click this plus sign and click add. If you want to add up anything here, click this plus and click add. If you've completed anything, click this and click add and write it in. So we are using the manual GitHub project board, but I told you that in my own specific one, when I'll be doing the project proper, I'm going to be using automatic. So this is actually trying to let the people that are new into programming to effectively do their work. This is not the main work, but the leads that I'm going to be giving you will help you to effectively do your work. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. This is Austin. You remember we already started. So we created a GitHub repo for the work and we called it Teamwork Demo. Then we went to project and created a project board. So we did this Teamwork Demo with README and it's already here. And we went to our, this is our Visual Studio Code, and we clone the work to our desktop, and that's why we are having teamwork here. So we're going to continue from here. I hope you enjoy it. So follow up. As you're following me up, everything will be very simple. So from the instructions, we are supposed to create a develop branch. So that's what I'm going to quickly do now. And to create a develop branch, so that we'll be doing our work there, I simply say git checkout. That's the instruction. Git checkout and create a branch for me, B, and call the branch develop. So that is how you create a branch. So that is the instruction for creating a branch in GitHub. Git checkout dash B develop. So once you do that, you press the enter key. You're gonna see, instead of having you see this is master here. Now I'm having develop instead of master. So I've done that perfectly. So the next thing is to npm init to initialize all our work, so that GitHub will now be seeing it and be monitoring it. So I have npm init, press enter key. So once I do that, I should be able to make my backend and front end and continue. So I'm now doing npm init after branching out to develop, so that npm also, so that I can actually create my package.json, actually not initializing. So this is creating my package.json, which is the first thing you do whenever you're creating a Node application. So now I have the name. I will just press enter because I want the name to continue to be Teamwork Demo. Version, I will just press enter because I want it to be one. Description, I'm just going to call it a social network API. That's what I'm calling it as the description. So I'm press enter. Entry point, is it index or server or anything? So I'm going to be using server.js. That's the entry point I'm using. You remember in our lesson that's what we used. I press the enter key. Test command, for now I'm going to leave this blank and just press enter. Repo, the repo is already there, so I'm just going to press enter. Keywords, if somebody wants to search your work, what are the likely things that they are going to use to search? I'm going to simply put API, I'm going to put Andela, and I'm going to put teamwork, which is the name of the project. Now I'm gonna press enter key. Author, who is the person authoring this, you can always put your name, but me, I'm gonna put my name, which is Augustine Emeka. Then I press the enter key. License, you can leave it as MIT or ISIS. So I'm gonna leave it as what it is. So after that, it's gonna ask me, am I sure that I'm done and through? I'm gonna click enter again to say yes. So with that, I can now have my package.json. You can see it is already here. If I click on it, you're going to be able to see all these instructions. You can see name, teamwork, version 1.0, session network, which is what we are building. Everything is here. So that is perfect for now. So next thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to create the front end and the back end, because we are developing a full stack. But note that we are going to be working only on the back end for now. Then later we're going to be working on the front end using React.js. So how am I going to do this? So I'm going to be using a simple command. As you're following this lecture, you're going to be learning a whole lot of new things that I did not put in the previous class. So just pay attention. So to create a new folder, I'm already in my teamwork demo. So to create a new folder, this is the command that you use. mkdir, that's make directory. mkdir, make dir. You're telling the system to make this directory, make dir. So what are you going to call this directory that we make? Call it backend. So I'm going to be making the directory called backend, make dir backend. So you can see now that here, if you look here closely, you're going to see backend. So I'm having backend here now. So that's the simple command to create a new folder. So I'm also going to create my front end, though I'm not going to be using it. So I say mkdir, make dir front end. So I'm going to be teaching you a whole lot of shortcuts. So you see now I have front end and I now have back end. But where are we going to be working? We're going to be working in the back end. So I'm going to simply cd into the back end, cd back end. Yes, so you can now see that I'm now in back end. Perfect. You can see that we're moving very fast. Now, first of all, we're going to create the server.js, which is our entry point. And to create a file, if you don't want to go here and start doing what we did before, since you're already in backend, where you want to do is just simply type torch, then the name of the file. So we are creating server.js. So once you say torch, that's how the command you use in creating a file, torch. But if you want to create a folder, use make dir. So if you look here now, you're going to see the new. If you go to backend, inside it, you will see server.js. Can you see it here? So it's here now. So we are there. So now we've been we've been able to successfully create our server.js front end and back end. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be doing our ESLinting specification. We'll write our first code in our server.js. We'll run it and we'll see how it feels like. So this is basic setup that I just did now. In subsequent classes, we'll move straight in. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome back. We are going to continue now. So you remember this is where we stopped. We are already in teamwork demo and in backend. So we're going to get back to teamwork by just simply saying cd ... So we are back in the teamwork instead of the back end. So here we're going to do some installations that will enable us to work with we're going to be installing Babel CLI so that we can do our ESLinting and other setups that we need in order for us to work very well. So Babel is very needed because we are going to be using import command instead of the normal require to make it work effectively. So to do the installation, I'm going to simply say npm, you know what this means, node package manager, please help me and do what? Install. I simply means install. Instead of writing it full, you can say I. Now I want this to be installed as dependencies. That's what I'm going to say, that's D. I want all of them to be dependencies. So what are the things I'm installing? First of all, I'm going to be installing Babel CLI. That's the first thing I'm installing. And this art simply means please install the latest version of this. or the latest model, Babel CLI. So that's the first thing I'm installing. So I know you can install a whole lot of things in the same line by just giving space. So I want to be able to also install Babel core. That's the next thing I want to do, Babel core. And I also want to be able to install Babel preset environment. So to do that, I'm going to just say Babel preset -env. All these are going to help Babel to work effectively. Then I'm also going to install Babel register. Babel register. Then finally, I'm going to install Babel node. So you can see a whole lot of things that I'm installing. So, and that is how I'm able to write all of them in the same line. So once I see that they were effectively written, I'm gonna just say enter and wait for my node to install all of them. So it's gonna take me a pretty while. So while I want to wait, I may just have to cut the video so that I will continue after the installation. So like I said, we're installing Babel so that we'll be able to effectively run ES6 on our node project. We are going to be using commands like import, and we're going to be able to set up ESLint and every other things effectively. So that's why we are doing this, and it's going to make our work to be very effective, and it's going to be according to the instruction that is given to us, and that is why we're doing this. So I'm going to you can see that the installation is currently going on, so it's fetching data and doing the installation. But like I told you, it's going to take a while. So instead of waiting for it, I'm going to cut this video so that I'll be able to continue later when it is done installing. Thank you, and God bless you. Yes, welcome back. This is where we stopped. You can see that our Babel has completely installed. You can see found 0 vulnerabilities, added 306 packages. So I now have Babel CLI. This is the latest version 7.6. I have core, I have Babel register, preset, and node. So my installations are done. So this is the command that I used to do my installation: npm install as dependency Babel CLI, Babel core, Babel preset, Babel register, and Babel node. So my installation is done, and that is why I'm here. So if you get back to your package.json, you should be able to see all these things that are installed as dependencies. So when you scroll down now under dependencies, now can you see dev dependencies? We have Babel core, Babel CLI, Babel node, preset, and register. You see, so all of them are installed effectively. So we're gonna continue now. Now for our code to recognize Babel, we need to create the Babel script, and for you to do that, make sure you're on the right place. I'm actually in desktop and teamwork demo. That's the initial folder. I'm not inside the backend, so I'm going to be able to create that. And to do that, I told us to create a file. You simply use the word touch. That is how you create a file. So the script for Babel, you just say .babelrc. That is how you create the script, babelrc. So once you do that, you press the enter key. So you're going to see a file. You can see now this is my file. This is my Babel file is here. So I'll click on it so that I can write the script that will enable it to be seen Babel. So to do that, I simply open the curly brace. I press the enter key. Then this is where I type. So I'm going to simply type presets. That's the command. That's how you write the script, preset, but make sure you put it in double quote or simple quote. So I'm gonna first of all put this quote, then I'm gonna now write presets. You see exactly the way I wrote it. Make sure you write it like that. Then I'm gonna write the colon, then I will now tell you what to look at. So to do that, I'm gonna use this assign the block quotes, then single quotes, then I'm gonna say add Babel, the one I installed, which is what, Babel slash the very preset environment that we did, preset env. Remember this? So that is the code. So with this, Babel is going to be able to see our code and do exactly. So I did Ctrl S to save. So with that, I'm done with Babel. Babel will be able to see our code and be able to compile every ES6 code that we are going to be writing. Isn't that interesting? So after doing that, I'm going to be able to install NodeMon. Very, very important. And for you to do installation, as you know, you're going to simply say npm node package manager, please help me and install. And while you're installing, please let it be a dependency. And what am I installing? NodeMon. So NodeMon, you know what NodeMon does. It watches and runs the server very easily for us, instead of us having to stop and start it. So once I do that, I'll wait for NodeMon to install. Yes, so I'm gonna keep it a little while. I would have actually installed both NodeMon and Express. Okay, but let me do it one by one. So when I install Express now, then I'll start writing my code immediately in my server.js. So you see the steps I'm taking, very discrete steps that are very, very good, which will enable you to do an accurate work. So let's do it that way. So I'm gonna wait for NodeMon to complete its installations. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Like I told us before, this lecture is all about getting newbies started, so that they don't get disappointed and stop halfway. I'm gonna do it to an extent where you're supposed to now continue by yourself and complete it. So basic things like Babel and all these things, maybe you are not very good at it during the lectures that we had. Maybe it was not explained this way. That's why I'm taking our time to do it, so that when I do it, you can now complete the rest by yourself. So you can always ask me questions as your mentor. I'll always be there to help you pull through them. So we'll be taking it line by line. The short videos are very short because my system will not be able to contain very long video without having problem synchronizing what I'm talking with what you're seeing on the screen. So that's why we are having it as short videos. So okay, NodeMon is almost done installing. So you can see it added 75 packages. If you now check our package.json, you should be able to see NodeMon. You can see NodeMon is also added. Now finally, I'm going to install Express. You know, Express is very needed. That's what is going to help help us to build our server easier. So I'm going to say for me to install Express, I'm going to simply say npm, just notice what I'm doing, node package manager, please help me install and save. Install now and save. I want you to save, install and save what? Express. So that's how I'm gonna install Express. Very, very important. So once it installs Express and save, I should be able to start writing my code. But before I write my code, it will be good also if I install debug and .env, things that will help me do my work effectively. So I'm gonna do all that. So once I install debug and .env, I should be able to start working immediately. But let's get Express installed. Once Express installed, I think we can actually, okay, without debug and .env, I can do it, run the server first so that you see the way it works. Then henceforth we can continue. So Express is being installed. Once it's done, we are going to go to backend and open our server.js and write our first code. So while it is being installed, I want to sign off, but very soon it's going to be completely installed. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Let's continue. So before I continue, I'm going to quickly create the git ignore file. Very, very important. And to do that, I'm going to simply say touch.git ignore. See the way I wrote it, git ignore. Touch.git ignore. Simply create the git ignore file. So once I do it, you can see my git ignore is already here. So I can simply tell it, what do I want it to ignore? I actually want it to ignore the node model so that it will not be jam packing my stuff. Node models. So that is what I'm ignoring, node models. So once I say that, I can say Control S. So you can also say slash node models. So git ignore is now gonna ignoring node models. So next thing I'm gonna do is that so if I like everything we've installed, you know them, the bubbles and the node. Then under normal dependencies, we are having Express, but under dev dependencies, we are having all this because you use D as you're installing. But if you don't, it will come under Express. So those are the things we have, and with that done, we can simply start coding immediately. So I'm going to try and do the first code. I'm going to write the first code. I'm going to be able to do it inside our server.js, and with time we're going to create our app.js, and with time we're going to work effectively. So I'm going to simply go to the backend. You can see it here, and I'm simply going to go to server.js. So this is where we write our first code, and like I said before, we're going to be using import commands instead of const require because we are using ES6. So to do that, I'm going to first of all bring in Express because that's where I want to work with. So I'm going to say import, and the name of the variable is Express. I'm going to be using Express as the name of the variable. Import Express. So where am I importing it from? I'm going to be importing it from the Express that I had earlier installed. So import Express from the Express that I installed. You remember when I installed my Express? So that's the first thing I do. So you can see that as you're writing, you're going to be seeing error something to enable you to know that you're doing the right thing or the wrong thing. So after this, we are going to be able to do the ESLinting setup. But I want to write the first code first so that you see the way it works. So after that, I'm going to bring in, I'm going to create an app by simply saying const app equal to Express. So I'm going to create an Express app. So const app equal to Express. So that's the first thing I do. So you can put your semicolon or not. So I've created the const Express app. So because we needed Express because we want it to be faster and much more effective. So I'm going to create the first endpoint by saying app.get. You already know stuffs about endpoint. So app.get, what am I getting? I'm actually gonna, I just want to get slash empty something. That's gonna be my first, the first thing I'm having. So I don't want to have a specific endpoint. I want, once you get to the teamwork demo, I want you to see this. So what do you want? What do I want you to see? So what I want you to see is gonna have the rec, as you all know, the rec and res objects. And once it has this rec and res object, it's gonna have a callback function, and this callback function is gonna do this. This is what the callback function is gonna do. It's gonna be able to respond, and when it responds, what is it gonna be able to respond with? It's gonna be able to respond with a simple instruction, and that instruction is gonna say hello world or hello API. So let me use hello API because we're actually creating an API. So that is the first thing we are writing. So I'm going to close this up, and I'm going to finally come here and also close it up. So that's the first thing, the first route we are writing. But after writing, I want it to listen at what port. Very, very important. So I'm going to say app.listen because I want it to listen at a specific port. I want it to be able to listen at port, which I'm going to create later. So I'm going to just write ports. Then I want it to take a callback function so that when it's listening to this very port, it should be able to tell me something. So what do I want it to say when it's listening to this port? It should be able to tell me that, say simple things like, I'm going to be able to use template retry to write this. I'm going to simply say, okay, let me use console.log. Let me use console.log. Console.log. I hope I'm right in the spelling. So what do I want it to console.log for me? I'm going to simply console.log. Let me use backtick and simply say server running on port. It's going to tell me the name of the port where it is running. So because I'm using template retry, I'm going to be able to write this port. So that is what I have there. So I'm going to simply close this up with this quote. So with this, my it's listening at this port, but I've not written the port. So on top of these my app.get, I should be able to write the port. So the port to write it, I'm gonna simply say const port. So what port do I want it to be listening to? The port is going to be the process, the one provided by the environment, and that's why I'm going to say process env dot port. So it's either is listening to the one provided by the environment, very, very important, that's how you write it, or it is listening at port 3000. So that is the way to write it. So with that, I'm good to go. So after writing this, I can simply say Ctrl S. So that is the port it's listening. This is my first server.js, and with this, I can simply run my node daemon and see whether it's working. So you can see I'm in under teamwork. I can simply say, okay, after write, make sure you do Ctrl S to save. So I can now say node daemon or nodemon, please run my server.js. So let's see whether it can console.log server running on this very port. So if it does that, then we'll know that our code is effectively running. Then we're going to now set up our ESLint and continue working. So you can see what I did is very simple. App.listen, okay. Wow, it crashed. There's a problem somewhere. So it's starting node server, node server server.js, okay. Okay. There's an issue. I should be able to. Okay. Okay. Restart starting node server server.js. You see. So we're having double commands here. Okay. I'm supposed to actually cd into backend first. So I do Ctrl C to stop this from running. So I'm gonna simply cd into backend first. So inside backend, I can now run nodemon server. Okay. So I believe that was the problem issue I had. If it's not the issue, then I have to cut off. Okay, it's not still the issue, so I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna stop this, check it out, and come back. Thank you. Yes, welcome back. I'm gonna quickly send everything to my the develop branch. on the GitHub. So I'm going to show you how to do that, so that you can, if you're following my lecture, you can easily access my GitHub page and look at these codes, practice them and study them very well and effectively, so that you see the way they work. The error we saw in the last class, I think if you play it on your system, you will not see that error. So try it out and tell me back whether we still have error. So you remember, this is the code we have for our express. We are using import command instead of const require, because we are using ES6. So do it to this point and tell me what's happening. But before then, I'm gonna quickly be able to branch out, so that we can see what we want. And for me to branch out, I'm gonna first of all cd into the main work. That's cd dot dot. Make sure that I'm not in the backend, I'm in the main project, because that is where I want to branch out from. So I'm gonna simply say git branch. So if I say git branch, I'm gonna be able to see the branches that I have. You can see I have develop and master, but I want to branch the develop out. I'm already in the develop already, so no need to do other things than simply to say git. That is the command to push what I have in my system to my GitHub, so that everybody in the world can see it. So git follow up push. As you're pushing, please make sure you push it to the origin, not origin master now, but to develop. So I want it to simply push this for me to develop. That is the develop is the branch that I had created. So the current branch I'm working on. So we're also going to be able to set develop to be the major branch on the GitHub, so that we don't make mistake and match the master. So that is the command. So I'm going to press the enter key. So it's going to put all the codes that I've written so far to the develop. So when we get back to GitHub, you should be able to see all my codes there. So you can access it, check it out, play with it, learn everything that has been done, look at the project structure, and be able to put yourself in the right place. So you can see it has already done that. So if I now go back to this is my you remember, this is the folder the team works. So I'm gonna click on it again, so I should be able to see my the files now. I'm having only readme as of the time I worked the last time. So I'm supposed to be able to see that. So I'm gonna go back to my Tostino, then I come back and check it out. Hello, good morning and welcome everybody. It's a beautiful morning and we're gonna continue. Remember the last time, this is where we left off. We were able to create our server.js after configuring our Babel and doing git ignore and so many other things. Now we tried to run the server.js using Node server and it was not working. So why is it not working? It's working because it's not supposed to work. Why? Because we did not point to the start script to compile using Babel. So if you look at the code, if you check it very well, you see that it is seeing the import command as an error because Babel is not compiling it yet. So how do we take care of this? We can simply take care of it by going to package.json, so that we can write our start script. So if you go under scripts, you're gonna see that the only script you have here is you have test, which is not actually showing us what we want. So in order to bring in another script that will do the that will make Babel to see our code and compile it, I'm gonna simply put a comma and come down once, so that I'll put the script. So I can actually write the script as a start script. Make sure you put it in a double quotation, so I can have a start script, and then I can now write the code that I want to happen, and that is gonna be, if I want Node to do the to spin up my server, it's gonna be node exec. Very, very important. Node, please help me and execute Babel, because Babel is gonna make our code, our engine to understand ES6. Please help me to execute Babel node, and you know we installed this Babel node. So where is it gonna find the code that is gonna execute? It's gonna find it inside the back end. And when it goes to the back end, what code am I executing? Server.js. So that is how you do that, and that is if you want Babel to do the work for you. But do we want Babel to do the work for us? Node to do the work for us, or do we want NodeMon? You bear with me that we actually want NodeMon, so that we don't have to keep restarting our system at all times. So we're going to write a start script that will do that for NodeMon, and we're going to call this one start dev. So we're going to be using start dev to start our system. So what do you want whenever we say npm run start dev? What do we want to happen? So we simply want, instead of node, we now want NodeMon. You can call it NodeMon, or you can call it NodeMon, depending on what you want to call it, provided you write it well and it does the function. So NodeMon, instead of NodeMon exec, NodeMon, please, I now want you to execute Babel node for me this time around, so that my code can understand ES6. So help me and execute Babel node. And where am I going to be finding this code that I want to be executed? I'm going to be finding it inside the back end, and the name of the file is server.js. So having done this, I will now do Ctrl S. My code will now work. So if anytime I want to spin up my server and I run my Express server, I simply say run. I simply say npm node package manager, please help me and run start dev. You know I'm using start dev because I want NodeMon to run it. I want NodeMon to run it. So I press the enter key. So with this, the code is supposed to run effectively, and we are supposed to see our first endpoint that we built. You remember the endpoint is in server.js. If you open it, you see app.get hello API. That's what we're supposed to see, hello API. You can see starting Babel node, backend server.js. So I put server.js inside backend already. So that's why it's backend / server.js. So it's inside here that we're going to see our work. So once it completes running, you see this statement that I say console.log server running on port 3000. You can see it's server running on port 3000. So this is effectively working. So I'll simply get to my localhost 3000 and check whether it is working there. So localhost 3000, this is it. So I'm going to click on look. You can see hello API. So it's working effectively. Hello API, that's what I have here, hello API. So let me change it so that we can see. So I can say Andelans, or I can say prospecting Andelans hello API. So I'm going to now Ctrl S to save. So whenever you Ctrl S, automatically the server will run. So once you see this server running on port 3000, you can check it back. Then you should be able to see this. Okay, it has finished. So I'm gonna go back here and refresh. So I'm now seeing prospecting and the lance hello API. So this is working perfectly. So I hope you understood this. We are importing express. Instead of saying const express equal to require express, we are now saying import express from express. So this is the variable name, and this is the module that you are importing from. So this is the new way to do it, and the better way, using the import command, because we are using ES6. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be setting up our ES lint, and we're going to be moving forward and courageously. Now, you remember in the last class, I tried to push my code to the GitHub so that you can access it and look at the structure and the way it works. But I wouldn't want you to push to GitHub yet. And also take note, before you put to GitHub, make sure that you make the develop your default, which is what I'm going to do in the next class before I continue. Thank you. Hello, welcome. We're going to be continuing from where we stopped, and in this very lecture we're going to be able to install some very important models and packages needed for our work to go well. Then after doing the installations, we are going to set up our ESLint, and to do that I'm going to quickly stop the server by doing Ctrl+C. You see, this was where we stopped. The server is running on port 3000. So I'm going to do Ctrl+C in order to move out, and so that we can continue. So what are the things that I'm going to be installing? I want to install debug. Instead of using console.log, just the way I used it to log out server running on port 3000, currently there's this new model known as debug that will help us to do this more effectively, and that is why we're going to be using it. So we're going to be using debug. So I'm going to install that. Then apart from debug, I'm going to install .env. .env is very, very important if you want your login credentials to be hidden, so that people cannot easily access it, whether through GitHub or other means. So you need something like .env, and it will allow our work to move smoothly. Then I'm also going to install cookie parser and Morgan. I'm also going to install Mocha, which is going to be the automated testing environment, and Chai as well. So I'm going to be making all these installations, and I want you to follow through and understand how it works. So quickly I'm going to start. You know how we do it. npm install. You can use I for install. So I'm going to be installing a couple of things. So debug is one. Then .env is 2. You know you can install a lot of things together. Then Mocha is 3. Then Chai is 4. And finally cookie parser, okay, cookie parser, and then finally Morgan. So those are the things I'm installing, and I've given the command that will do them together. I'm just going to press the enter key, and I will relax until all of them are done installing. You know it takes quite a time, so I'm going to maybe sign off and come back and do the ESLinting setup. I'll install the ESLint and set it up together. So take note of the things that we are installing now. Do them while you join back in the next class when we'll be doing the ESLinting. Thank you.
Good morning, boss. Moza.
Yes, welcome. Let's do the ESLinting immediately. Let's do the ESLint setup. So to do that is very simple. We simply say npx. We use that command so that we can install and set it up. nps ESLint init. So let's use that. You can also do the normal npm install ESLint, save our dependency, it will still work. But I just want to use this npx ESLint init so that I can install and set it up immediately. So most of these things, there are many ways you can do it, okay? So it will start popping out these questions. So you can use the arrow key to select. So you can see now, to check syntax only, to check and find problem, to check syntax and find problem, and force code start. So let me use the last one. And the next question says, how do you like to use ESLint? I've check that one. Now, what type of modules does your ESLint use? Do you want JavaScript mode import and export, Common.js require export? None of these. So I'm going to use the first one, JavaScript mode import and export. And ask you another question. What framework does your project use? Is it React, Vue, or none? So I'm going to be using React, but for now I'm going to just use none. Does your project use TypeScript? No, I'm not going to be using TypeScript. Where does your code run? Is it in the browser or Node? Me, I'm running my code in the Node environment. Use a popular style guide. So which style guide? Answer questions about your style guide. Inspect your JavaScript. So are you going to use a popular style guide? Yes, I want to use a popular style guide. And the style guide I'm using is ABNB, as is given in the project that you well know. Now, what format do you want your config to be in? Is it in JavaScript, YAML, or JSON? So I want my config to be in JSON format. Now, checking dependencies of ESLint latest. So it's going to install and configure our ESLint. So that's the easiest way to do is using the npx ESLint --init. That's the best way. Now, would you like to install them now? So I'm going to say yes. So it's doing the installation now. So after this, our project is set up to use ESLint. And we are going to continue from there. So you see, ESLint is very, very important. It's one of the first things you have to do as you're setting up your project. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. After this, we are going to start using the debug and the other things that we had earlier installed, so that we see the way our code will look, and we're going to enjoy it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yes, welcome. Let's continue. So I'm going to quickly stop this server by doing Ctrl C. So once I've stopped it, I'm going to cd into the back end. Cd into the back end. So once I'm in the back end, I'm going to create some directories that we are going to be using. I'm going to be creating the folder known as model. I'm going to be creating the controllers folder and the routes folder, as well as the middleware folder. These folders are going to contain the various codes that will help us to do this work effectively. And you know that to create a folder, you simply use the command make dir. That is make directory. That's the command. So first one I'm going to create is model. And after creating, you can see now inside backend I now have model folder. So I'm going to create controllers, make dir controllers. Good. So I'm now going to create routes, make dir routes. So you're going to have the routing files. Then finally I'm going to create middlewares. So I'm going to say make dir middlewares. Good. So those are the directories that I just created. If you look here, you can see them: controllers, middlewares, model, and routes. So inside them we are going to be writing the various code that will enable us to effectively work. Now you remember I created the ESLint RC. This is it here. You can also put more rules if you want, but I didn't put any rules now. During the unblocking from Mandela, you're gonna get to know more about putting rules and other things. I don't want to bug us with plenty things, so I'm gonna be stopping here. So in subsequent classes I'm gonna be putting files into these controllers, middlewares, and models, so that they can effectively do what we want. Thank you.
Hello, welcome this morning. This is Austin, and today we are going to be making our first push to GitHub. Now to do that, the first thing we are going to do is to make sure that our default branch, you can see the default branch here, make sure that it is developed. I've already made mine developed. And if your own is master, there is a simple way of doing it. Make sure that you're on the Git repo that you're working on. You know, my own is Teamwork Demo. So I'll simply click on Settings. That is if you want to develop your default branch. So once settings open, you can see branches here. I'll click on branches, and once it's open, you will now see default branch. So you can select anyone you want. Here I have develop. If I click this arrow, I can make master my default and click on update. It will work. But me, I want develop to be, so I click on develop and update. So it will ask you, do you understand that you want to make this? You say yes. Once you say that, develop becomes your default branch. So your default branch is now develop. So you go back to your Teamwork Demo. Now it's time to make our first commit. Now I'll go back to the code. So I'll add a simple thing. So I might just add, this is hi, prospecting and Delance hello API. So I'll just add this is dev C. So that's the only thing I'm adding, and I'm gonna just say Ctrl S and save it. So now I want to push this to the GitHub. So my whole file, I want to push it. So you can see I'm already on Teamwork Demo. That is the directory that I'm in. So to do that, you simply say git init. That's the first thing you do. You press the enter key, git initialize, git init. Then the second thing you do is git add all. You want git up to add all. Git add all. Actually use dot. Git add dot. That means add all. You press the enter key. So everything is going to be added. Then the next thing you do is say git commit. But as you're committing, you want to commit with a message. And the message is going to be, for me, I'm going to put initial push to GitHub. So that is my commit message, and I'll press the enter key. So you can see commit has done. So next thing now is to push. So how do you push? You simply push by saying git push and update origin. Git push and update origin. And which are you looking at? Which origin are you looking at? We are looking at develop. That is the origin we are looking at. So we are updating develop at develop. So that is how you push. Then you press the enter key. So once you do that, everything is going to be pushed to GitHub. So subsequently, we are going to be creating branches. You can see it's pushing now. We are going to be creating. It might ask you to put your username and password for your GitHub. So make sure that you put your username and password. So you see it has pushed everything to develop. So when I get back to my stuff now, when I get back to my repo, you can see my repo, everything is now here. So if I refresh, I might be able to see the command that will tell me to merge, so that everything on your own, because I've done push severally on your own. If you see any notice here telling you to merge, or maybe it's still coming up, you just click on it, then you click confirm merge, and everything will be merged to your website, to your Git repo. So make sure you do that, and once you do that, everything will be alright. You can see my own is already merged, because here I have initial push to GitHub 1 minute ago. That's what I just did. So please push your GitHub push to GitHub like that. And if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section for me. Thank you. Hello, welcome. If you look at the instructions for you to create the various features for the project, you're supposed to branch out each time you want to create. So we're going to be using the checkout command in Git to branch out so that you learn how to do branching. But I'm not going to start creating the features yet, but I just want to teach you how to create more branches, check out into them, and start working on them. So instead of working on the develop branch, we want to create a new branch where we can work on, learn how to check out. But whenever you want to create another branch for the features, you do the same thing. And when we create this branch, we are going to be able to make other directories for tests that we need. So to do that, I'm going to simply say git git checkout branch. You already know that was the way I did the first one, git checkout branch. So what do I want to do? I actually want to create a branch that where I can do my other installations. So I can simply say test installations, because I want to be able to install everything. Okay, let me call it more directories. I want to create more directories or more folders. So let me call it more folders. So with that, I'm gonna just say enter. So you can now see that I will have okay, you can see now I'm not having more folders. I don't know whether you can see it or whether my face is blocking you, but I'm no longer having develop as my branch. I'm having more folders. So inside these more folders, I'm going to be able to cd into backend now. Cd backend. So once I cd into backend, I will now make the various directory that I want to create. So I'm going to first do make dir. I'm going to be creating a folder known as test, because I want to be running tests. We want to do coveralls and Travis CLI and everything. So we want to have a folder known as tests. So I've created that. I'm going to have another folder, make dir, and that folder is going to be known as helpers, where I will be putting all my helpers. Okay, so those are the two folders that I've made. Now I'm gonna cd into test, the test folder. So if you see now, you see that I'm having plenty folder. I have helpers, test, and the rest of them. So I'm gonna cd into the test folder by saying cd test. So you can see I'm now in the cd test folder. So I'm gonna write the first test. And to write a file, you know what you do, you use touch. So I'm gonna say touch, make sure the spelling is correct, touch, and the name is gonna be users or admin. Okay, let me create admin first, because we need admin. So the name is admin dot test .js. That's the name I want to use for that. So I'm going to have a new file. So once I do that, if you go into test and open, you're going to have admin.test. So that's going to be the test that will run my admin. We are doing this because we want to be able to do our use coveralls and be everything to make sure that our code is written very well and the test is running. I want to put our Travis CLI and everything. So that will be what we'll be doing in the next class. We're going to be writing a test case, and we're going to be making sure that everything works effectively. So what I've just done now, you can also put it, branch it out into, or push it to GitHub, and you already know how to push to GitHub. So I don't know whether I should do it now or whether I should wait a bit before I push this to GitHub. But if you want to push it to GitHub, it's still the same way, so that you can push and merge. So if I want to push this to GitHub the same way, I can still say my git init. If you can start with git init. Okay, please make sure that you're in the teamwork folder. So I'm gonna cd dot to go out one bit. Then I'm in backend. I'm gonna also cd .auth to go out of the backend. Now I'm in teamwork, so I can simply say git init, I can also say git add all. I can also say git commit. And I say what I just did is more. I just created more folders. That's for test and all the rest of them. And with that, I can now push. And to push simply, I can either push to my push. You now use the initial command. I hope you know you can press the arrow key to get to. I can push to develop, or I can push to the to what I had before. So if I want to push to develop, that's the command I will give. So once I push, I can now go back to my create a pull request and attach everything. So everything is up to date now. So I can simply go back here, click here, and I will check. The last update was in 21 minutes. So I'll wait a minute, then I should have the new commit that I just made. So if I refresh, I should be able to see it. If I don't, I'll wait a bit, then it will be there. So that is how you check out branch and you install your test and other things. So when I get back, we are going to continue from here. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Today we're going to be integrating Travis CI. Travis CI is a hosted continuous integration service used to build and test software projects hosted at GitHub. So we are going to try to use this. So the web address I'm using is this. If you just type Travis CI on Google, you're going to see this too. So me, I'm using the second one, travis-ci.org. So if you click on it, it's going to open up this. You're going to see sign in with GitHub. So it's always good, instead of creating any new account, you just sign in with GitHub. Once you sign in with GitHub, you can easily see your account there. So once I clicked on sign in with GitHub, because I already had an account since I've been using Travis CI, that's why I'm able to see some of my projects, the Wayfarer project, the Way Test. These are mock-up projects that I used in learning. So so I already have a repo with them because I did just sign in with GitHub. So if you click on your own sign in with GitHub, you might be seeing some authorizations and permissions. So you just click on them so that you can get signed in. So for you to be using this, that means you already have a GitHub account, which I expect all of you to already have. So this is my Travis CI. I'm going to try to bring in this the very project that I'm doing now, so that I can see it here. So these are the two major repos that I have here, Waytest and Wayfarer. But I'm going to bring in the teamwork into this place. So take note of the address travisci.org. So to do that, I'm going to simply go and click on my repositories, because I want Travis to be seeing the code that I have in my teamwork. So you can see this add new repository very close to my repository. So I'm going to click on it because I want to add a new one. So now once you click on it, because you signed it with GitHub, all your repos are here. You can see all my repos. These are all my repos. So I'm going to look for the repo that I want, which is my most recent repo, and it is called teamwork demo. So if it is not in the first line, I'm going to click the next one, which is number 2, so that I will see it. You can see this is a teamwork demo. So I'm going to click on this. If you see something like a scroll here where you can pick out, you see it's now green, showing that it is now added. So it is now green, and that is how you add. So I actually synced my account, so I can click on it again, so that everything in my GitHub will also be in my Travis CI. So that is how you make your repo in GitHub to be linked up with what you have in Travis. So I just linked it up. These other two, I'm gonna just close them, two of them, because I don't need them anymore. So I'm having only Teamwork demo as the one that is linked at the moment, so that I can be following up. So I can go back to my dashboard, and now I can only see Teamwork demo as my only repo here. So I can click on trigger build, and if everything in my GitHub repo under this is working well, it's going to successively tell me that this is okay. You can see it said hooray that I did the right job. So because now, for now, my code is still working. So anytime I make any push, I should be able to come back to this Travis CI and see whether it is working effectively. So that is my active repo, Teamwork, and you can see that it is working effectively now. So that is how we're going to be doing it. And most times, whenever you do anything on your Travis CL, if you add any email, it might just send you an email telling you that something has gone on. So that is what really happens, in case if you see any email. Okay, you can see this one failed to build. So whenever you're having any issue in your code, you're going to be able to easily see it from Travis CL. So we're going to go back to the code and check out all these. Maybe we've not even written code for build and all those things, but I just wanted to just connect Travis CI to our work, so that any much improvement that you make from the other side, we should be able to see it work over here. If you have any questions and concerns concerning this very Travis CI, you can simply drop them in the comment section. Thank you. Yeah, welcome. Let's quickly create the Travis YML, so that Travis can know the language that we're using and be able to track our file and do the right thing. We know that Travis CI is a continuous integration tool that helps us to effectively make sure that our codes are being written well while we integrate. And in the previous class, we looked at how we could get to it through GitHub, then into Travis CI, and then we connected it to our repo in GitHub. So I'm going to make sure that I'm in Teamwork demo, which is my root directory. I'm going to create a new file, and to create a new file, you already know the command is touch. That is what we use in doing it. So I can simply say touch dot Travis dot YML. So that is the Travis YML file. Then I press enter key. So once I do that, I should be able to see it here. You can see it now, Travis YML file. So I'm gonna quickly open it and write into it. I want the language that I'm using. That's what I'm going to specify. Language. Sorry. Make sure you're writing on the right place. So I'm going to specify the language used. And the language we are using here is, or the platform we are using is Node.js. So that is how you indicate that you're using Node. So I'm going to simply say Ctrl S to save that. So that next time you push, when you get to your Travis, you should be able to see the difference. So we can also take note of the version of the Node.js that we're using. So there are a couple of things we can write here. And as our development continues, even when we put our database, we are going to specify it here. So this file will get bigger with time, depending on what we are having at the moment. So you continue to put things. If you did not specify what you're supposed to specify here, Travis will not get the real picture of what you want. So it might keep failing your integration. So it's always good that you specify everything that you need. But for now, we are starting with just language Node.js. So in subsequent, as we move forward, we'll specify more things and we'll make it work better. Thank you. Hello, welcome again. This is Augustine. Today we're going to be learning how to use GitHub Project Board. And GitHub Project Board is a project management tool. It's free. It's actually from GitHub. And if you're going to be using agile methodology to do your software development, you're supposed to need some kind of project management tool that will enable you to achieve that. And that's what we're going to be using GitHub Project Board. Remember, this is where we stopped the last time. We cloned our application, which is the teamwork. We cloned it to the desktop. So once you get to our desktop now, if you look closely, you're gonna see the project on the desktop. And this project that we clone, we can see into it from the Visual Studio Code. So I'm gonna quickly check where the project is. I'm gonna type T. Once I type T, you can see it here. Teamwork demo. That's the work. So because I'm in the desktop directory, I can simply say cd into teamwork demo. You can see I'm now into teamwork demo, and you can see master because I actually cloned this from GitHub. So next thing I'm gonna do is to quickly get to my GitHub account. Once you click on repositories, you're gonna see all your repos, and you can see here teamwork demo. So I click on it. That is the repo I created and cloned to the system. Now I want to create the GitHub project board. To do that, I'll simply click on projects. Can you see projects here? It has to be inside your repo. That's where you create the project. So I'll click on projects. So once I click on projects, you will see this place new. So I click on new project, very important. Then I'll put the name. So I'm gonna simply call it teamwork board. So that's the name I'm giving it, teamwork board. So this will teach us how to use GitHub project board to practice agile methodology. But you know, in your own description, it has to do with, it should do with something that has to do with your project. You should actually be explaining your project, but I'm putting this because that's what I want to use it for. Now, templates. There are a couple of templates. You have the basic that is not automated, the automated, and the automated with reviews, as well as the bug triage. I'm going to start with this basic Kanban, but in your actual work, you might want to use the automated Kanban. So I click on the basic Kanban. Once I'm done, I click on create project. So check out the way I did it. Very, very important. So once you click on create project, you're going to be able to see it comes loaded with the following bots to do, which should contain what you plan to do, all the things you plan to do. And how do you know the things you plan to do? Once you check the project description, you are going to see the endpoints that you're supposed to do and all the things. Apart from the features that you're supposed to create in your project, you also have other things like setting up that you want to do. So all of them should be in the to-do. Now the things that you're currently working on should be in progress. Then things that you're done with should be in done. So you can also put more bots. These are not the only bots that you can put. You can scroll. Once you scroll like this, you can see add more columns. So if you want to add more column, you can add. But we're gonna start putting in things. So I'm gonna start with this to do. You can put cards, you can put on plenty things. But I'm gonna start by clicking on this, add node to this column. So that is how you add to any column. So what are the things you want to do? I want to do setting up. I have to set up my environment. So I'm gonna add it up. So what else would I want to do? I want to if you want to create a user sign in or employee, you can sign in, or admin and employee, all those things you do it here. So I can say employee can sign in. That's one thing. Employee can sign. Another thing, employee can see gifts. So it has to be something like looks like those your endpoints. I'm gonna add, then I'm gonna click on cancel now because I'm done. So I added employee can see, the employee can sign in, setting up. So what are the things that I'm currently doing from the things that I'm to do? So that is what you add in progress. So I'm gonna click plus. So what I'm doing basically now is setting up. So if you're using something like Pivotal Tracker, this would have been in shorts, because they divided it into three. The user stories, it can be shorts, it can be box, and you understand. So setting up is what I'm currently doing. So I'm gonna add it, and I'm gonna click cancel because that's the only thing I want to. What have I done completely? So when I'm done setting up, I can now push it down to done. So very simple. You can see it's very simple. So even I'm done with setting up, I can now write it here. So that is how you also put something here. So that's how you create your project board. So you continue working on them as you're achieving now, so that each day you log in, you can be able to see what you're currently working on, and you should be able to finish them and put them up here in the done. Then if somebody is reviewing your work, you should be able to see what you're doing. So if you want to add more column, like I said, you can come here and click on add column. So what is the name of the column? So I can call it reviews. Can be anything. So what is the preset? Is it none, to do, in progress, done? I'll leave it at none, and I'll create column. So we now have reviews. You can see it here now. So you can actually add a whole lot of things. You remember when we launched the Trello Kanban method? There are lots of other things apart from to do, in progress, and done. So you can actually use it to add more to that. So that is how you create your teamwork, and just take those in to-do list out all those features you want to create and other things that you want to do. Even though maybe sometime later you decide not to do them, list all of them here. Then list the ones you're currently doing. Then once you're done, put it here so that somebody can easily access that you've been able to accomplish some tasks. So that's where we're going to be stopping. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you, and God bless you. Hello, welcome. You remember the last time I tried to make a push, but when I got back to my GitHub, I could not see the pull request in order to merge it. So we actually did it the wrong way. So let's do it the right way so that we can move on. So first of all, I'm gonna simply check the branches that I have, and to do that, use the command git branch. So with the command git branch, you see all the branches that you have. So you can see I have the develop branch, the master branch, and the more folders branch, and that is the folder I'm in, the more folders branch. You remember the last time we were here, it was the folder. So after creating all the folders, which I believe you've already done, it's only that you didn't see it in GitHub. So you can still do the git init to make sure that everything is still working. You can still do the git add or and finally we can do the git commit. And you know, whenever you're committing, make sure you commit with a message, and the message I'm going to do, I'm simply going to say more folders added. So that's my commit message. So after committing, the next thing will now be to add. Okay, you can see it has committed these changes. So the next thing will be to push. That's the next thing. So it's actually in the push that we made the mistake.
So I wouldn't want us to make the same mistake, because we actually push to develop branch from more folders branch, which is a very wrong thing to do. So we're going to try to do it the right way. We are pushing to the right branch. So how do we do that? We can simply say git push. It does the same command. Make sure you're monitoring and updating as you're pushing by using -u. Then put origin. But this time around, instead of saying develop, we are supposed to say more folder, because that is what the branch will just work to. More folder, colon, more folder. So that is how you push, and with this one you can be able to see more folders. Now, make sure you put the spelling right. It's not more folder, it's more folders. More folder, colon, more folders. Okay, so with this we are supposed to have the push done and done effectively. So wait for it to do the pushing. Then when we get back to our GitHub, we should be able to see what has been pushed. So you see the command. Make sure whenever you're pushing, the two things you have in here has to be the name of the folder or the name of the branch. Okay, so the pushing has been done, you see, to HTTP demo, and it's been set to track it. So you can see that it was done successfully, total 8, blah blah blah. So when we now get back to our GitHub, you can see immediately more folders. This is it, more folders. You can now click on this compare and pull request so that you can add it up to the branches. Okay, more folders is already in here. So I can simply say we just added more folders. Okay, we just added more folders. So I can now click on create pull request, and because I'm still the owner of the GitHub, I can merge immediately. So it's checking to see whether merging is possible. So once there is no conflict, you can now click on merge pull request, which I believe is the case. So I click on merge pull request. It will ask you whether I want to confirm merge. I say yes, confirm. So it has been merged. So I now have everything on this. So more folders, you see it here. So it has been merged successfully. So I can get back to my teamwork. So you can see now I'm having 3 branches here. So 3 different branches. But I can now continue with my work. So this is perfectly done. So you can check this out if you're still having that same error. So just make sure that when you're pushing, this is the note we took, that will still write more folders, so that it can effectively happen. And you can see that we are actually merging to develop here, but when you're sending it from there, before the merging, you have to send from the branch, more folders branch, and that is how it works. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. I delayed a while before making this one because I was a little bit sick. I guess it's fatigue. So we're going to continue. Thank you. Hello, welcome. This is Austin from the DevC training. We are currently working on our project, capstone project, and I want us to write our first test in order to improve the outcome of our Travis CI. Remember that our Travis CI is not yet building well or running the test well, so we're going to work on our first test and then connect our database in subsequent class and look at our Travis CI again and see whether the build is working well. Now if you check the last video that I put, you can see that what I was talking was not synchronizing with my actions. So I'm gonna from henceforth write some codes down so that it will not take longer, because once it takes longer, my processor is now very powerful, so it doesn't take well. So we're gonna be doing it like that for now. I hope you understand. So let's get started. I'm gonna start first by showing us how to branch out using the standard way of branching out, because we've been doing Git stuffs, but we've not been doing it the right way. So I want us to be able to do it the right way. So I'm gonna create a branch now. We're gonna be able to do our commits the right way, do the branching the right way, in the standard way that is given in the. If you check out the material that you are given to read, you're gonna be able to see those ways of doing things recommended by Andela, so that when our results come out, we'll be able to do the right thing. So if you're ready for this, let's just get into it. So first of all, we are going to be branching out. We already have our develop branch and other branches. Even me, I've been working on my own. I've been working on several other. I've been branching out and be doing some works off camera. So in case if you get to my YouTube, to my GitHub, and you see a variety of works that I've done there, just know that I keep working and I keep preparing a very good lecture for you. I keep testing several other things to make sure that once we code, that we'll do the right thing. So that is how it takes a lot of work from my side to put in these lectures together. So once you check out my GitHub page and you find out that the place where I am at the moment is not where we left off, then you know that I've constantly been pushing and been doing some work. But that does not mean that the videos do not follow. The videos actually follow. If you follow the videos line by line, you will definitely be able to get to where you want to be in, because the video that I drop, I make sure that they all follow in sequence, so that if it is the video that you're using to read, you will always be able to follow up the right way. So if you keep following, you're gonna be just fine. And I will be, just like I said before, this video in particular for the capstone project is for people that are very new to the game, want to make sure that they are carried along. So I'm gonna simply say git checkout, and I'm creating a new branch. So what am I gonna call that new branch? I'm gonna call it, it's gonna be a show. And it's gonna be a test for, it's gonna be a test, okay, test for the server. So I'm gonna be testing our server.js to see whether it's working well. So once you press enter key, you see I've switched to a new branch, test the server. So now in order to do this is our server.js. We already know this is our server.js. That's the first code we wrote. Now we've also created some folders. You can see our test folder. Inside your test folder, I want you to create this server.spec.js. You already know how to create a file, server.spec.js. So inside this is the code I want you to put there. So I'm going to scroll it gradually so that you can get it. Const expect require chai. You know we already installed chai. Const server require server. This is how we brought in our server.js inside the test. Then we'll say describe test. It should return a string.
you know how we wrote the test during our practice section. Now expect, this is what I want you to expect. Hi, prospecting Adelans. Hello API, this is Dev C. I expect it to be equal to also hi, prospecting Adelan. Hello API, this is Dev C. So this is our first test. If you get to my GitHub, you also see this very code. So save this. Like I say, you must save it inside the text file. Now after doing that, go to your package.json. This is my package.json. Now I have a start script that I've written. I hope you know that. I also have a start dev script. Now under test script, I want you to put this Mocha, because Mocha is what we are using. I hope you've installed Mocha. If you've not, do npm install as dev Mocha. Then it's going to be viewing this from backend to the test folder, and it's going to be testing all the JavaScripts that are there. And it's going to be using Babel to do that. So once after doing that, you should be able to do npm run test. So that is our first test, npm run test, because once you press run test, it will see this test script and it will run using Mocha. So once it runs well, it will tell you whether the test is passing or not. So this is one of the things you need to do in order to let your Travis CI to work properly, because your test has to be working, because the Travis CI actually is a continuous integration that checks all these things. It will check your test, it will also check your build process. You can see one test passing because I'm just having only one test in my server spec.js. This is my server spec. We are just having only one test, so you can see it's passing accurately. So subsequently, we are going to connect to our database, and we're going to ensure a good build. So once we ensure a good build and connect well to our database, our Travis CI should be building well and should be working well. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Thank you and God bless you.
Hello and welcome. This is Austin for the DevC training. Today we're going to be looking at alternatives to your downloading the Postgres, the PG4. Most of us are complaining that they cannot download the PG4, and even if they can download it, cannot work. So there's an alternative to that. It is known as Elephant SQL. So quickly type elephantsql.com on your browser so that you can get to this website. So once you get to this website, you have to sign up. Me, I already signed up and I use my GitHub account. You can also do the same thing. If you click on sign up, now I'm clicking on this login. So I'm going to be able to use my GitHub account and login. But in case you're for the first time, you can also click login. But instead of creating a new account, use your GitHub. Use GitHub to log in. So you can see it has just opened. And here is sign in with GitHub. So that's what I'm going to use. If you also have Google account, Gmail, you can also sign in with it. For me, I'm signing in with my GitHub account so that I don't have to be, having different accounts and everything on my head. So I'm going to click the first one, my email. This is my email with my original email, whereas this is the email that GitHub automatically creates. Then I'll click on login. So I'm going to teach us how to create a database in so it has opened. You can see here I have Wayfarer. This is for my Wayfarer, the one I use for bootcamp with Andela. These are Appraiser and Reflect. These are some of the databases that I've created earlier. So now if you want to create a new database for our project teamwork, so I'm going to click here. You can see here create new instance. That's what they call database here, instance. So once I click on create new instance, I'm going to see a couple of options. Name, what is the name? So I'm going to simply name it teamwork. Plan, I'm going to leave the plan as this tiny turtle because that's the free one and we are using a free version. Tags, under tags, you can leave it open or you can type in something. Then I will now click on select region. That's the next thing. So very, very importantly, if you do this, it's going to solve a whole lot of problems for you. So which region am I taking? I'm going to leave this region that is here. You can also click on this to see other regions. Okay, let me check and see whether I can see Africa.
If I can see Africa, I'll pick Africa. If I cannot, then I'll leave it as at what it was. I don't know why they are not having Africa. Are we not part of the world? Okay. I can't actually see Africa, so I'm gonna leave it at US East North Virginia the way it was. Data center, I'm gonna also leave it like that. So I'm clicking on review. Okay, so these are Elephant DB, just like Postgres in the cloud, just the way we have Atlas, MongoDB Atlas, that is MongoDB in the cloud. So it makes connection and everything very easy. So you can see summary, teamwork, Amazon Web Service, AWS, that's the provider, just the way you have it in Atlas. So I'm going to now click on create instance. So once I click on create instance, my instance database is going to be up. So I have teamwork now in my elephantsql.com, which is Postgres in the cloud. You can see instance successfully created. You can see it here, teamwork. So that is what I have. So I'll go here on teamwork, click on it so that I can copy the connection string. So with that connection string, that's what I will now use as my URL for my database in the Mongo connection. So you can see the URL. So once you click on this I, it will open very well. So you now copy this very URL. That's what you put as your database URL. And with that, it will work perfectly. So we're going to be stopping here. In subsequent classes, we're going to be showing you how you can paste this in your connection so that you can have what you want. Thank you and God bless.
Hello, welcome. So I'm gonna put us through using Elephant DB as our Postgres database in the cloud to do our project. And I had earlier done a video on this, but I found out that what I was talking was not synchronizing with my actions. So I'm gonna pick this up again. So please kindly go to Google and type in Elephant SQL Postgres. Then you'll be led to all these options. Choose this one, www.elephantsql.com, so that you can get an account. So Elephant SQL is just like Postgres in the cloud, just like you have Atlas MongoDB. So I'm going to click on login. If you don't have an account, you'll be asked to create an account. But me, I'm going to be using GitHub login. Okay, they just logged me immediately in, because I was already logged in before. So if not, you would have clicked the option of GitHub so that you use GitHub to log in. So you can see all the databases that I have already. So to create a new database, when you are logged in or you've created an account or you've logged in using your GitHub, if you don't have an account before, they will ask you whether you want to log in with GitHub. Click on GitHub, use it and log in instead of having to create a new account. So just click on create new instance. That's how you create a new database. So you'll be led to this. Under the name, type the name you want. Me, I'm gonna type as the name I want. I'm gonna type teamwork demo. Teamwork demo. That is the database name. I'm gonna leave it at Tiny Turtle because it is free that I want to use. I'll leave this tag open. I'll click on select region. So I'll leave the region as the way it is. I'll click on review and I'll click on create instance. So I'm not changing anything. So once I click on create instance, you see it here, teamwork demo. That is the new database. So click on the new database that you have that you want to use, and you can see the URL. So click on this I display, then copy. So once you copy this string, that's what you need. So if you want to connect your database to your code, you can simply get to this documentation here. Click on it. Once you click on it, you can click on Node.js because you're using Node. Then you see this code. This is the code that you're supposed to use to connect. So inside here, you put your string. You can see where they wrote it. Insert your string here. So I copied this code and I came to my server.js
this is my server.js. You remember my server.js, so I pasted the code here. I just copied that code I showed you, pasted it here. Then in place of that place they say insert your this thing, I inserted my string. This is my string. So once you do that and you do your normal run, you are going to see server running on port 3000 as well as connected to database. So once you see this connected to database, then you know it is working well. So remember, I just pasted the code I copied from here, this same code. That's what I used. So I make sure I declare this and pasted this. So I copied it and pasted it here. But you can use, you see that here they are using var. They are not using ES6. So I just changed it to use my import instead of var. So you can use it, put your let here as well, or const, it will still work. But this is the string that I copied. So that is how you connect, so that you connect to database and you still have your app route running. So once you see these two things, that means it is working very well, because you can see connected to database. Be careful in your own. If you copy exactly what is here, you will get time, because their own is console.log, is consoling time out. You can see it, console.log results time. But me, I changed my own console.log to, I changed it to connected to database, so that I can relate to the information. So that is how you connect to your database. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at how to integrate Cloudinary to help us for image upload in our projects. Now, Cloudinary is a cloud-based service that provides an end-to-end image and video management solution. So we're going to be integrating Cloudinary to our Node application in order to make seamless our use of images. Now, for us to use this, you have to sign up for free. Just go to Cloudinary.com, then you will see where they wrote sign up for free. You click on this sign up for free, then you'll be asked to create an account. I already have an account, so I will not be asked to do that. I will just be logged in. So this is my dashboard, but you'll be asked to create an account, put your your email, put a good password, and go on. They will ask you some few questions like what are you going to be using this for. You can pick that you're a developer. Once you're fully done creating your account, make sure you go to your email and verify. Then you'll be led into this is your dashboard. So in your dashboard, as you are filling, you actually put a cloud name. They are going to suggest a cloud name for you, or you can change it to what you want. So my cloud name is Ostino. This is my API key, and this is my API secret. So you can click on review API secret in order for you to see the API secret. So you copy these three things. Those are the things you are going to be using. So this is a basic simple code that can help us to integrate Cloudinary into our work. So you can put this in your server.js, which is not advisable. In big projects, you have to have a Cloudinary .js file that will have this. So what you do basically is to, for the example that we are doing now, we're going to make sure that we enable file upload using temp file by importing our express file upload. Then this is how we enabled it. Then we are going to bring in Cloudinary by saying Cloudinary equals to require Cloudinary.v2. Then we're going to configure it, and configuring it simply means bringing in your cloud name so that they know, Cloudinary will know where it is looking at. So this is my cloud name, this is my API key and secret. Then this is the basic code I'm trying to post, make an upload to my Cloudinary. So it's gonna, just like normal endpoints route / upload. So it's gonna have this function that has rake and rest object. This is actually a middleware. So the file is going to be saved at rake.files.photo. Then I'm using the uploader function of Cloudinary to get this into a template file, and if it works, to say success. So to bring this in, I'm gonna just copy this whole of this code and bring it into my server.js. but you can actually bring it in a separate file. But just to experiment, that's why I'm bringing it here. But before I continue, I'm going to npm install Cloudinary. And how do you do that? So simply say your npm install Cloudinary. Hope I got the spelling. So that's the first thing you do. So once you finish installing your Cloudinary, you can copy the code I just showed you, put it here. You can copy the import first and put here. The declaration, put them down here. Then after this first code that we wrote for connection to database here, you now put the body. This is what I mean by the body from this side, from here. So from here to here, put it here. Whereas this upside from here to here, you can put it up here. So that's what you do. So once you do that, then you can go to Postman and actually try these endpoints. Try these very endpoints /upload, and you tell me what the result is. So I would like you to do that by yourself. It's an assignment to you. Do it while I wait for my Cloudinary to finish uploading. Then I'll check it out. But I want you to do it and tell me what it is like. So that is how to bring in Cloudinary. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Thank you and God bless you.
Hello and welcome. This is Austin mentoring you for the DevC training. In the previous class, we looked at creating an account with Cloudinary and trying to post image through it. We said that Cloudinary is actually a cloud-based service that provides an end-to-end image and video management solution. You remember where we left over, I told you to try it and see whether you will see error in the code. So when I left you, I actually tried it and I saw a whole lot of errors because there are some things I was using that I didn't import. So to make it simpler, I just clicked on if you get to the documentation, then you click on Node SDK, you're going to see an example of where it was used. So you see sample projects, you click on it, it will lead you to GitHub where they had a project. So when we get to the basic project, you can see this is a simple code that does the same thing. So it imports FS and Cloudinary that you already installed, then made an object of declared an object of uploads, then the connection that you have, then if it works, it's gonna console.log uploads. And this is how you actually do the uploading for just simple file upload. If you're uploading from your folder, this is the code. So I just copied this code just the way it is, just from here down up here, except that I didn't put .m because I'm not using .m for now. So I came to my server.js, I put it, you can see it, var Cloudinary require Cloudinary.v2, the v2 version of it. Then var fs equal to require fs. We are using this because I'm taking this this very image from the folder. So what I did was that I just copied an image and put here. You can see it, pick one, that's the name. This is my teamwork demo folder, the whole of the folder as a whole. So in the root directory, I just put pick one. So this will make it able to read it. Then I declare this object of uploads. Then this is my Cloudinary configuration, my cloud name, API key and secret. You already know from the previous video how to do this. Then if it works, it's going to console.log uploads. But how is it going to work this? Now I want to do an upload using the upload method of Cloudinary, and I'm uploading pick one, which you are, as you already know, I put it here. This is it, pick one. The function is gonna, if it is either does the image uploading or shows error. So if it works fine, it's gonna say console.log file uploaded. You can see it here, file uploaded, and it's gonna console any warning if there is error. But if there is no error, it's going to console file uploaded, and it's going to console public ID. You can see it, public ID, and it gave me the ID actually. This is the ID. Then it's going to also console the image URL. This is the image that if you copy this and go and paste it in your browser, it will take you to my image. So once you do this, you run your code, it should work. So if it's working now, you're going to see things that will come out. First of all, it's going to show this to say that we are doing the right thing for the upload. Server running on port 3000 to show that our server is working. Connected to database to show that our connection is working. Then it's going to show all this to show that the upload is done effectively. So if you copy this and paste it on your browser, you're going to see the image. This is the image. Then when you go back to your Cloudinary, you're going to be seeing the image now in your account. If you log into your account, you're going to see 3 times. I've done it 3 times. That's why I'm having this. So if you do it again and refresh, if you do it 4 times, you're going to have 4 of these. So I just refreshed so that I can show you the number that it is there now. So if I go and run my server again, it will upload as well. But you know, the uploading that we're going to be doing is going to be from a form, so it's going to be different from this. It's not going to be by FS. And all these codes that we wrote in here, they are just jump packing our server.js. That's not the right thing to do. But I'm just teaching us component by component how we can make all these things work. So we're going to be writing another statement to make sure that it posts to our database. This is going to be different from this. So please, I want you to understand all these various things: Travis, Cloudinary, ES lanes, configuring Babel, before we start the actual work. So this is actually for teaching us, and in subsequent classes when we start the work proper, it's going to be a little bit different from this. All these files, we're going to use .env to bring in all these cloud name and API secret key and the rest of them. Even our connection string, we are going to be using .env to bring it in. So take note of this, and if you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section. Thank you, and God bless. Hello and welcome. I had the privilege of helping other techies to learn today at the Andela DevC meetup, grand finale meetup today in Abuja branch, Abuja developers cycle. So there were some resources that I shared and I would like all of us to get to know about. And so this is the presentation. You can see I actually made a presentation on it. This is Andela DevC capstone project. The teamwork is an internal social network for employees of an organization, and the goal of this application is to facilitate interaction between colleagues and promote internal bonding. So basically I worked on the API. So you can see these are some of the pictures that were snapped while we were at the venue. You can see this is me delivering the anchoring the unblocking. Basically what I did was unblocking. I didn't go there to form any guru or to do guru things. I just did basic unblocking, picking out questions, people that we are having problems with connection to their database, people that we are having problems, anything Postgres problem. So I was able to take on these questions, and I also give us some materials that will help you complete your project very fast. So I'm going to show you that. So these are some of our pictures at the venue. The venue was actually plenty of people turned up very well. People really turned up. So this is me here. Okay. So this is during the class. So it was a very fruitful one. So with that, I'm gonna go through what I actually presented. So this is just the description of what the API is all about. And I went on to like basic important points to note: creation of repo, git clone. After creating the repo, you clone it to your system, cd into the repo, create your the branch, the develop branch, then do your npm init and follow up, create the directory, the front end, back end, and so. Then install Babel to help you to do the compiling. Then create the Babel RC file and configure it. Install nodemon, create the git ignore, then do your basic server.js file. Also do the GitHub and project board. Then do your npx slint that init that will help you to do your ESLint. So when you start it, you can take on the various questions that they are going to ask. Then the server.js file upgraded. Then install some modules that will help you, like .env, mocha, and chai. Then how to do the commit and do your first your first git push. And these are my contacts. You can in case if you want to follow me up and get more information concerning this. So those are the things I shared during the meeting. So that is the first introductory part. Then after this, we now went into details. Where is the file? We now went into full details. So there's this material that I actually gave out on how you can actually finish your project, so step by step, and I'm going to drop it on the comment section of this video. So check the comment section. You are going to see all these files so that you can also use them and upgrade yourself. How you do the ESLinting and everything is going to help you to approach your project and finish it up in time and very fast. So apart from that, I also give them another material on how to do your git push, commit, do your PR, that's your pull request messages and everything, your test, connection to database, all the materials that you need. So I'm going to drop it on the comment description section, not comment section, description section of this very YouTube video now. So if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section so that you can follow up well. Thank you.
Hello and welcome again. We are going to be starting the front end of our application today, and it's going to be a wonderful series. I'm going to be allowing us to finish up the back end. I wouldn't want everybody's back end to look similar for those of us that are following me up. And so for the few things that are left undone, making sure that the Travis is building our the backend very well. A couple of other things, extra features that you want to add, I would want you all to add it by yourself and get it fixed up to show our abilities in some things. But we're going to be laying the foundation for the React front end app, showing how we can work with Redux to get things done. And that is what we're going to be doing today. And to start, we are told to create a different repo for that. So this is my GitHub page. If I click on repositories, I should be able to click on new, then type in the name of the project and create with readme. So that's what I did, and I have this teamwork front end, which we are going to clone now, and we'll start working. This is just a fresh repo that was created yesterday. I also created for Juice Search because I want to be working on Juice Search in order to enable the people in foundation class to get little graphs of how to go about doing their project for their own benefit. So I'm going to be clicking on this teamwork front end so that I can git clone it and start work immediately. So having clicked on it, you can see that it's just having only readme. It's open, it's still very open. One branch, the master branch. So I'm going to be able to git clone it and create the develop branch and start working immediately. To git clone, I'll just click here and copy these and copy the address. So once I copy the address, I'm going to go back to my VS Code
Okay, you can see I'm already in my backend, so I'm gonna make sure that I'm back to the desktop. So I'm gonna cd dot dot. This is the back end of the the back end. So I needed to get back to desktop. Here I can clone. So I'm in the desktop now, so I can simply give the command git clone. Then I'll put the address that I just copied and hit the enter key. So you can see that it's cloning Teamwork front end. So after the cloning, I should be able to get to work. If you have questions and concerns on all these, you can always drop them in the comment section so that I can help you to look at them. Okay, so it's already cloned. So since it cloned, now I can simply cd into my front end. So cd into, you can see the name Teamwork front end since I'm already on the desktop. So I can simply say Teamwork front end, Teamwork front end. So that's the folder you see. So I'm now in the folder. I'm in the master branch, and I always like to reopen my the folder directory so that they will be here, so that anything I want to do, it will be easier for me to do. So I'm gonna simply say file, open folder, file, open folder. So I'm gonna select the folder Teamwork front end, and I'm gonna say select folder. I just want to open it up on the folder pane so that anytime I want to see it, it will be much more easier for me. Okay, so I'm gonna close this and I'm gonna do control backtick in order to bring it good. So this is the readme that I have, and you can see this Teamwork front end. Okay. Yes. So I'm gonna quickly start now. So I'm gonna do my normal create React app and put the name of the app and continue. But I'm gonna be doing some little setting up, which I'll continue in the next class. Please, if you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. So in the next class, we'll start from here. Thank you. Yes, welcome. So let's continue immediately. We are going to quickly create another branch develop. This is the master branch, and you remember this is where we left up in the last video. So to create another branch, we're going to just use the command git checkout b develop. Git checkout b develop. So this is gonna be the new branch. So it's gonna create a new branch and it's gonna switch to it. So you can see now we have develop branch instead of master branch. And it is in this very branch that we're gonna create our React app and start working. Just like I said before, there are many ways you can always do the same thing. But I'm gonna try this way, and we'll see if it works. And I believe that it's gonna work. And we are going to be using React. React is the front end library that we're going to be using for our Teamwork project. And we all know that React is a JavaScript library created by Facebook. It's a tool for building UI components, and that is what we're going to be using. React creates a virtual DOM in memory. That's how it works. It does create virtual DOM in memory. It only changes what needs to be changed. That's why it is very good. It makes the work to be faster because it concentrates on the things that are needed to be changed, and it changes it. So we're going to be doing that, and we're going to be using an important command known as npx. npx creates React app to create a new React app. React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. It is used to build a single page application, and it allows us to create reusable UI components. So we're going to be seeing how we can use React to create reusable UI components. So that's the essence of what we're going to be doing today. So let's start immediately. So much talks. So we're going to be doing npm install globally create React app. We need this create React app tool in order to create our new React app, and that's why we're going to be installing it first. So that's the first thing we're going to be doing, to install create React app. So to do that, I simply say npm. You remember in our open classroom lectures they used yarn, but here I'm going to be using npm, please. So I'm going to say npm install globally. I'm installing globally, and what am I installing? Create React app. That's what I'm installing globally. So you can see the command is very simple, and that's what we're going to be using. And after this installation, I'm going to be able to run npx create React app and put the name of my app. Several ways you can do the same thing, but we're going to be doing it in a way that is more universal, the way that plenty people are doing it, so that we can get our work done in a simple way. I don't know whether I'm going to wait for this to finish installing or hit it over. You know, my memory is not very strong, so I don't want to be saying something whereas my actions will not synchronize with it, and that is due to my memory. My memory is small and it's not up to what I want. I'm working on it, so please manage me for now. So we're installing create React app, which is a tool that we'll be using to create our React app. So after this installation, I'm going to be able to say create React app teamwork front end, or anything I want to call the React app. I can call it just front end, so that I can have the difference. Okay, it's still installing. Sorry for the delay. Takes a while, quite a while. I don't know whether I should be explaining what React does, why the installation is being done, or maybe I should be talking about some other things. There are other front end that we can use, libraries or frameworks like Angular or Vue, but okay, it's done. It's done installing. So I'm gonna give the next command. npx, that's the command, npx create React app. So I'm using that to create React app. Is a tool, so I'm using it to create. What am I creating now? So I'm going to be creating my app, and my app name is teamwork front end. So I'm going to simply call it okay, let me just call it teamwork. Teamwork, I think teamwork should be okay for the front end. You can call it teamwork front end or anything. So let me leave it at teamwork. Yeah, let me leave it at that. So I'm creating my React app now. So after creating it, I should be able to run it with npm start and look at it in the browser. Okay. So why you use create React app is because the create React app will set up everything you need for you to run your React application. So it's very important. It's very important. So this create React app is actually officially supported way of creating React applications. It's very good. It sets up the React environment for you, makes things very easy. So you're going to be seeing some inbuilt too. Once this thing finishes installing, you're going to be seeing most things that you need. The build tool, you know, these it comes with Babel. You know, we are going to be writing ES6 codes for this React. That's what React is. So this create React app comes in packed with both Webpack and Babel that will help you to do the compiling of the ESs. So it makes things so easy for you, and that's why we're going to be using it. And that's why we're using Create React App. You can see that here it is written installed. Okay, React DOM, and it's installing React DOM and several other things. So by the time it's done now, when you click on this our teamwork now, you're going to see a whole lot of things inside it. So let's keep going. Let's wait for it to finish installing. Yeah, this video is gonna take pretty long time. Not because we are coding much, but because of the installations that are taking time. But it's good. Now, one might ask, what are the prerequisites for learning React? You need to have known HTML, you need to have known CSS, and you need to have known JavaScript, basic JavaScript, and also some ES6 JavaScript commands like the array, higher array functions, and other things. Let const, this object destructuring. Those are the basic things that you need to know before you start getting into React. They are very, very interesting things, and it will be good you know them so that you can really enjoy your React. You can see it's taking quite a while. Because it's going to be doing the scaffolding for your React to work properly. All the scaffolding are going to be done by this Create React app, and it's creating the app. I don't know whether I have to just cut down this video and come back. I just wish no problem is already encountered yet. So let's wait for it. Some people, maybe when you will be doing this, you might encounter one or two problems. I hope you know that the Create React app, all these things are working with the internet. Make sure that you have good internet connections, because that's what your app is going to be using to get all these models in. So make sure you have good internet connection. Maybe I'm going to just sign off here and continue later when the Create React app must have finished creating my app. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. You remember in the last class we were able to create our React app known as Teamwork using Create React App Teamwork. That was the command. Immediately after the creating, you will see where they wrote happy hacking, and they also said that you can do yarn start. So that was where we stopped in the last class, and because we did that, that's why we're having this our React app now, Teamwork. So once you click on this our Teamwork, you'll be able to see a whole lot of files and folders that the Create React app have already done for you. You see this public that has the favicon and other things. You can also see the SRC, which is the source folder. Here is where you're going to be having your application. So we are going to be creating a folder here known as components. You know that React is component based. Please hit the subscribe button by the right hand side of your screen so that anytime I release any video, you'll be able to see it, be the first to see them. Also hit the bell icon so that you always get an alert as I'm dropping all this video. My channel Tclassified is specifically for learners in Africa. If you want to learn ICT, if you want to learn academically inclined subjects and courses, we'll drop them here in this channel Tclassified.com. So please hit the subscribe button. Always like and share my videos. Give them thumbs up. I will appreciate if I see you sharing my video and giving me thumbs up all the time. Thank you. So we're going to continue. So the SRC is going to be where we'll be putting our components, and we'll be using it a whole lot. This is the readme that comes with this. The yarn lock and the package.json. You already know what package.json is for. You see, it was automatically did all this for us, unlike in Node where you have to do the npm init for this. So you can see the start script is React script start. it also has a build script and a test script, so an eject script as well. So that's why create React app is very, very important too, and that's why we're using it to create our scaffold for the React application. So we're going to continue. Having created this React app, I'm going to cd into this very teamwork so that I can run this our React app that we've done. So I'm going to say cd into teamwork. Okay, so I'm now in teamwork. You remember we are in develop. We are working with develop now. Let me open this very well so that you can be seeing it very well. So we're in develop. So I've just cd'd into teamwork. So once I'm in teamwork, I can now run my first my React app, the first running. So we're gonna do that with simply saying npm start. That's how you run our app. So once I do this, I should be able to see in my browser at port 3000 my React app. So when that happens, we can now start building our components and developing our React app, and it's gonna be wonderful. I'm gonna try to finish up this by weekend or early next week. In case if there's delay in bringing out videos, just know that I want to be working alongside creating the geo search for the foundation class. I want to be working on their project as well, giving them insights and background on how to go about their work. So so don't feel bad if the videos don't come as quick as you want. And you remember that I'm also making research before I bring out any video. These videos, I don't just pop them out like that. I have to do some homework, do some research, and make sure that what I give you is something that will be helpful to you with regards to your improvement. You can see it's the starting development server. Okay, you see automatically it launched my Chrome. I didn't have to go to Chrome. It automatically launches your Chrome to the port. You can see this localhost 3000. So I'm still waiting. You can see that it's loading. So that's what React app does. So whenever you do npm start, you wait, it's gonna automatically launch to the very port that a React app is using, and it's actually using port 3000, and that's why we are in localhost 3000. So if we wait a minute now, we're gonna see it. And this is the React app. Create React app is very important because the application does hot reload. So anything you're typing inside your code, your source code, is automatically coming out in your browser. So what a wonderful way of doing things. So, and that is why it's very good you use the tool Create React app. Okay, in this class I'm also going to be doing the first what's it called, git push. Okay, it's fully out, you can see. So this is our React app, is running perfectly well now. You can see it here. You can view your teamwork in the browser at port 3000. You can see, so it is clearly working. So I'm going to make the first GitHub push so that we can continue from there. You know, we created another branch known as develop. So I'm gonna be able to make the git push so that we can walk along with it. So if you look at our front end, I'm gonna refresh it once. So this is our front end. We are having only masters branch now, but we want to have our develop as the default branch. So I'm gonna quickly go to my code here. I'm gonna do Ctrl+C to get back to my to stop the server momentarily so that I can get back to writing other codes. So just do Ctrl+C and you wait so that you can. So basically what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be doing git add for this, so that I'll add up everything that I've done so far, and I'm going to push it to GitHub. So after pushing it to GitHub, I should be able to go to the GitHub project board and create my use the project management tool and create my GitHub project board for this work. So you see, we are trying to follow all the processes that we are highlighted for us, so that we don't make so much mistakes and start coming back. Okay, yeah, so it's up now. So I'm gonna quickly do git init. It's not actually necessary, but git add is very necessary. Git add all. Okay, it's adding up everything here. You know it's very big, so you have to wait for it to add. So it has added. So I'm gonna do the first git commit. So I'm gonna say git commit with message. Git commit with message. I told us how to do all this. This is just a sure. So I'm gonna note this as a sure. And this sure is basically setting up the project. That's what I just did now. Setting up just setting up project. That's what I just did now, setting up project. So I'm going to explain what I did by saying setting up the project. That's the first thing. So I'm going to press the enter key so that I can now explicitly explain everything. So I'll say I did what did I do first? I created a repo. That's the first thing I did. Then I installed create react app. Then I also I created the app. Those are the things I've done so far. So I'm gonna go down. Then inside this I'm gonna say finishes because I've finished doing this. Then I will now put this last code and enter. So I've done my commit. Having done my commit, the next thing is to now push. So to push, I simply say git push, and as it's pushing, I want it to be watching and updating. And I'm gonna, where am I pushing to? I'm pushing to origin develop. Pushing to develop. So that is how you push. Then you press the enter key. Okay, I'm having an error. Git push u origin develop fail to push reps to origin. Oh, sorry, I'm in the, let me make sure that I'm back in teamwork front end. So cd dot. So make sure you're in the general folder. Okay, I'm back in the general folder. So I'm going to now do git init again. Git init. Once you're now using your up arrow, it will bring out the commands since you've used them before. So I'm going to use git add. Okay. So I'm going to now do git commit again. Good. So I'm going to now push finally. Okay, so you see the steps I took, very important steps. Okay, so it's pushing now. So make sure that you're in the main folder. That was the mistake. Okay, it has pushed, and you can see it said branch develop, set to track branch develop. So when I get back now to my you can see now we already have a pull request here for this. So if I get to my settings, don't know, I should do this first, I think. If I get to my settings and I get to branches, okay, you can see develop branch. Make sure you click on the develop branch and click on update, because make sure you say and click here, I understand, to update my develop as my default branch. Make sure you make develop your default branch before you start merging. So I'll go back to my teamwork front end.
Today we're going to be starting off the foundation class GeoSearch. We're going to be looking at how we can give you the basics on how to develop this application. And in order for us to start, you need to have a repo created for it on GitHub. Now I hope and believe that you already know how to create a GitHub account. You need to have a GitHub account and you need to be logged in. So this is my GitHub account and I'm logged in. I'm going to quickly click on repositories. Once I get into, okay, this is repositories, I can click on new and type in the name of the repository that I want. But I already created a repo, GeoSearch, and I expect you to create yours. Maybe you already have one. But if you don't have, just click on new. You will see a screen where you can type in the name and initialize at readme and click on create. It will create this. So when you create on the newly created, when you click on the newly created repo, you see I have just readme, nothing else. So I'm going to clone this to my desktop by clicking on this. If I click on clone or download, you see this icon here, so that you can copy the URL. So I'll click on it. So once I've clicked and know that I've copied it, I'll now get back to my Visual Studio Code. This is where I'll be working. So make sure that you're on the desktop, the directory that you are in, make sure it's the desktop. So I'm going to cd dot to make sure that I'm on the desktop. So I'm now on the desktop. Once you see this, that means that you're on the desktop. So because I'm on the desktop, I'm going to now do my git clone here. So I'm going to say git clone space, then I'll Ctrl V to paste the URL that I had earlier copied from the GitHub. Then I press the enter key. You can see cloning GeoSearch. So I'm going to get this cloned to my desktop so that I can be working from my desktop and be pushing to the to GitHub whenever I make substantial amounts of changes. I'm gonna be doing this is gonna be for GeoSearch, and if you have any questions and concerns, always drop them in the comment section. Make sure you subscribe and hit the bell icon so that anytime I drop a video for GeoSearch, the foundation class people, you'll be able to see them. If you have any questions and concerns, always drop them in the comment section. I always give my video thumbs up if you think they are good enough for you, and also share them if you want to. I would like you to share them as well. So the cloning is done. So once the cloning is gone, I can simply cd into GeoSearch. So cd into GeoSearch, which is the new folder that I just cloned. Okay, it has said it. You can see now I'm having a GeoSearch master, and anytime I'm working on a program, I want in the Explorer, I want the folders to be shown here. So to do that, just simply click on File, click on Open Folder, and select the folder. This is my desktop. I'm going to look for GeoSearch that I just cloned now. So under J, this is it. Okay, this is the GeoSearch. So I click on it and click on Open, select folder, so that it will open up, so that any other thing that is not of GeoSearch will not be there. Things about the call track teamwork, I don't want it to be confusing us. Okay, see, it has just opened. This is the project GeoSearch, initialized with a readme. This is welcome tab. I'll just close this, then I'll press Ctrl backtick in order to bring out my tab, my console. So I just did Ctrl backtick so that I should be able to see what I have here. Okay, so now I have my GeoSearch. So I've done the creation of the repo and cloning to my desktop. In subsequent classes, we're going to continue. We're going to create the yeah, I don't know whether it's proper. I just branch out to develop immediately. so that we don't have problem later. So let me branch out to develop by saying git checkout b, git checkout b, develop. So that's the develop branch that we're going to be using. Okay, so I'm now in develop branch. Hello and welcome. Let's quickly do okay, let's do a quick one. I'm gonna refactor the code that we already have so that we'll do something very tangible. So this is where we have our remember we did create React app and we created our React app and it's inside our teamwork. So if you open this, you're gonna see all this. So what I want to do is that I want to copy everything that is here and put it outside here, outside the root folder, which is teamwork project. I don't want us to have a double folder like this. So in order to do this and do it better, it's better I just minimize this and get to where I have it on my desktop. Let me look for it. Teamwork front end. This is back end or front end. Okay, front end. So I'm gonna open this. It's always good whenever you want to do a heavy copying like this. You have to do it in the folder itself. So I'm gonna go inside this teamwork, and I'm gonna Control All to fetch everything. So I'm gonna copy it, then go to the main folder, which is teamwork front end, and I'm gonna paste. So when I paste, it's going to replace the readme that I already have there. It might want to replace the readme, but I will not allow it to replace the readme because I want the readme that I already have to be there. Or still you can replace it later, you can work on the readme. So let me get everything since I'll be working on the develop branch. So let me get it replacing everything. So it's copying now. So that I want now my teamwork front end to be my team or my app. I don't want this extra teamwork. So once it has finished copying into this, I'm going to delete this teamwork folder, the small teamwork folder. So the copying is happening now. It's gonna take a little while. So once it's done, we'll continue. Yeah. So before I continue, in case if you follow the last class and you got stuck at the Git at the place where I got to trying to push to GitHub, just don't do anything further there. Come back to what I'm doing now and do exactly what I'm doing, so that when you push again it will work. Don't worry about anything. Just do what continue from where I am now. Just from your doing the normal create React app and now refactoring as I'm doing now. So once you do it, everything will be fine. Don't worry about anything. So this copying is gonna take a while. It will take a while. So maybe I'll stop now and continue later. But that is what we're going to do. So I want us to note what I'm trying to do now. You see, it's pasting now. I'm copying from inside the app here back into the folder. I want my root directory to be teamwork front end and not the teamwork that I created using the create React app. So that is the essence of what I'm doing now. So after doing that, I'm going to branch out to a new branch, a refactor branch that will enable this to happen well. Then we'll now continue from there. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to wait for the copying to finish, then we'll continue later. Thank you. Yes, let's continue. The copying, it's done now. So this folder teamwork, I'm going to delete it because I've copied everything that is inside it and it's now in the root directory. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say delete. Move to recycle bin. So by so doing now, I have all my folders, including the readme and the package.json, in my teamwork front end, which is the root directory that I have. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for the delete to finish happening.
the folder is no longer responding. Do you want to reopen? You can actually delete it from here as well. I think this should have been the best place to delete from. So let me reopen this. So I hope you understood what we just did. We simply tried to make sure that front end is our okay. So it has gone now. So I'm gonna just close up this welcome. Good. So I'm having the Teamwork front end as my main app now. So I'm gonna quickly branch out. You know how to branch out by simply saying git checkout b. So I'm gonna say git checkout b, and I want to create another branch known as okay, let's try refactor rf. You know, that's what you use in creating refactor. So I'm gonna say just the whole project refactor. Press the enter key. So it's gonna okay. So it has switched to refactor the a branch. So I'm gonna simply say git init. Again, in case if it was not noted, then I'm gonna say git add all. Yeah, so after adding I'm gonna say git commit, and it's gonna commit with a message, and the message is gonna be so what am I gonna have? I'm gonna have refactor. See, as we are doing all this, you're gonna be learning how to do git commit and the rest of them. So I'm gonna say call it project refactor. You mustn't call it what I'm calling it, by the way. Project refactor. I'm gonna have something like this, and I'm gonna say make teamwork front end the React app. You know, that's what we did. So I'm gonna press the enter key and say copy the whole content copy the whole content of the React app into the root folder. And after doing that, we deleted the teamwork React app. So that was what we did. So we started it and we finished it. So I'm gonna say finishes, and I'm gonna close up and commit. So that's how you do a commit. Then after committing, I'm gonna push now. So I'm gonna say git push, and I'm gonna watch as I push origin, and the branch I'm having is rf. If you write rf and you don't want to complete, just press the tab, it will write the rest for you. I hope you learned this during Git versioning in the open classrooms. There are many ways you can do stuffs, and it can actually be very, very easy. So I'm gonna say project refactor. Okay, so I'm gonna push now. I hope everything works fine, so that when I now go to my GitHub, I will be able to make a pull request and merge immediately. So I believe it will work now.
So if you tried it the first time and your own is not working, try this one. Okay, the pushing is done now. So I'm gonna go back to GitHub. So this is Teamwork front end. This is where we're working. Okay, you can see now, compare the pull request. So I'm gonna click here. If you actually follow this my methods, you find out that everything is easy. So when I'm doing, I'm gonna take this out. So I have make Teamwork front end the React app. That is my pull request name. I'm gonna just take this one out. So this is the description of the pull request. I'm gonna say create pull request, and once I do that, they are gonna tell me to merge pull request. So I'm gonna click on merge pull request, and I'm gonna click on confirm merge. So once you click on confirm merge, it is merged. So if I go back now to my Teamwork front end, I'm gonna see that all my files are at this point that I want them. Okay, so everything is perfect now. You can see my public src. So it's actually looking now like a real React app in the gate. So instead of having extra folder Teamwork again, this is how it's supposed to be. And this is the normal readme that came with it, which we are going to work on later. So this is where I want us to get to, so that when I start creating the components, you'll start enjoying them. So in subsequent classes, we are going to dive into creating the components, the login pages, the landing page, the navbar, and the rest of components needed for React app to function very well. Thank you and God bless. Please hit the subscribe button immediately, so that whenever I release any video, you'll be the first to know. Click the bell icon. The bell icon will always inform you on what will always notify you whenever a new video is there. Give me a thumbs up, share the video so that your friends can see and they can make use of these videos. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Let's continue for the foundation class immediately. So you remember we did git checkout branch develop, so that we can create this branch develop. So let's make the first push to GitHub. So we can simply say git init, and we can say git add or git add all, and we can now say git commit. Before I continue, let me make sure that I this is the readme. Okay, just search is a tool for this was what I had initially. Okay, yeah, let me continue. So let me do git commit with message. I'm gonna just say initial commit. So I'm now gonna say git push, and as I'm pushing, I want to make sure that it's watching it origin. So I'm gonna say develop. So that's how I make the first push. So once I make this push, I'm gonna quickly go to GitHub and check it. So I'll wait for it to push. Okay, it's pushing. Okay, it's done. So if I get to, so this is like my GitHub. This is GeoSearch. I'm gonna simply go to, you can see branches are now 2. Once I refreshed, I saw that branches are 2 now. So I'll get to settings, then I get to branches. I want to make default branch the develop. So you can see here we have master. I'm gonna click here so that I have develop. You can see this is develop. So I click on this develop, so that, and I click on update, and I click I understand to update the default branch. So this is going to make develop our default branch. So you can see now default branch is now developed. So I'll go back to GeoSearch. So I'm having 2 branches now, but the default branch is now developed. So once you have developed at your default branch, you can now continue working. So quickly, I'm going to create another branch by saying git checkout b, and the name of the branch is going to be I'm going to have a show by saying ch, because I'm going to be setting up. So I'm going to simply call it project setup. So that's the first branch I'm having, project setup. So under this project setup, I should be able to create some folders here. So under your geoset, you can see here, let's click on this new folder. We are going to be having a CSS folder. So CSS, press the enter key, that's the first folder. So under this geoset also, we are going to be having another folder. We'll call it JS, where we'll put all our JavaScript. So I press enter. We're also going to be having another folder, and we're going to call it img for image. All the images, press enter. Good. So those are the folders that we're going to be having. But we're going to be having also our index.html. So I'm going to have index.html. I'll press the enter key. So I'll put our index.html file here. So, but I'm still also going to have another one known as about us.html. About us.html. So those are the HTML files that I'm going to be having. So under CSS, I'm going to be having a file known as main.css, which is the main CSS file. Whereas under the JavaScript folder, I'm going to create a file and I'm going to call it main.js. That's where I'm going to be having my JavaScript file. So you see, I've created all the most of the files that I need. So I want you to do the same. So I'm going to now push this to GitHub again. So to do that, I'm going to simply say, just like we did before, I'm going to just say git add all. I'm going to add everything. Okay. So after adding all, I'm going to now do, but they are virtually empty folders, empty files. So let me still do okay, let me just write a simple HTML inside the HTML index.html. Let's simply have a simple HTML file. So HTML, okay, and let's have the head. Sorry. So let's have the head. Then inside the head, let's have the title. So the title is gonna be Joe Search. Okay. So that is the head. Now here I'm gonna have the body tag. Then inside the body I'm gonna have this is our Joe Search app. I'm gonna do Ctrl S. So this is our first this is the first HTML that I've written. So with that, I'm gonna do Ctrl S to save it. So after saving it, I'm gonna be able to also do git init again. I'm gonna initialize again. So I'm gonna, so that I can do my git add all. Good. So having added all, I'm gonna say git commits. So I'm just using the arrow key so that I can bring git commit. So instead of having initial commit, I'm gonna just write initial project setup, and I'm gonna now so I'm gonna now push. So I'm gonna push, but we are not pushing to develop this time. We are pushing to ch. Once you press the tab, it will come out fully. ch setup, and you're pushing. Make sure you also put another ch project setup. Okay. So I press the enter key. So I'm gonna allow it to push. So while it's pushing, I want to quickly show you you are going to click on this project board. Make sure you do that. Project board. Once you click on project board, you see this you create new project. So click on create new project, put the name as JavaScript. Then when you enter inside the project board, I want you to create the following. Under to do, this is your to do. Use customize mark, all the things that the features that you want to create, do all of them. So you can check out this my GitHub page. Check out under JavaScript so that you see the things I put here, so that you can do the same for yourself. So this is the project board. Make sure that your project board is okay like this. So let me still go back to my JavaScript so that I can make the pull request. You remember that I pushed here, so it has completed pushing. So I'm gonna come here. You see here we have compare pull request. I click on it. So once I have it, it's okay. Initial project setup. I can just copy this and paste it here. Then I click on create pull request. So once I do that, I'll be led to this place so that I can click on match pull request. You can see it here. Then confirm merge. So once you click on confirm merge, your project is okay. So if I click back on this JavaScript, you'll be able to see all the new files. You can see all the new folders I created: CSS, IMG, JS, and all the rest of them. So these are the files. So make sure that you have it like this for now. So in subsequent classes we'll move on. So make sure you go to these projects, click on it, so that you can do your project hub, project board, create new one. I've already created one, JavaScript. That's why I have it here. If you don't have one, you click on this new so that you create one. Make sure you use basic Kanban so that you can create all the features that are inside your book, the book that you are looking at, your project specification book. Make sure you write all those features here, so you can hook up to my own and check out so that you see how it is done. Please, if you like this, hit the subscribe button by the right hand side. If you have any questions and concerns on this, please drop it on the comment section. In subsequent classes, we are going to start creating our index.js, the real files, and we'll start seeing how they look. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome back. For the foundation class, this is I think we're here now. If you check the last video, you find out that I made a mistake. I put the index.html files inside the image file. Very important. It shouldn't be so, because I was trying to check it on my GitHub and I found out that I was not able to see it. So this is my geo search in my GitHub. I'm supposed to see index.html and about us here. So I then found out that when you want to create a folder, and any folder when you want to create a file, any folder that is still highlighted, any new file you create will be created inside that folder. So to avoid that, just click on the readme, this one that is on the open place. Then you can now add the file. So you're supposed to have index.html. Okay, yeah, it's in the nice place now. So I click on the readme again, click on this add new file, and I'll have about us.html. Press the enter key. Okay, so everything is fine now. So I have the CSS folder, image folder, JavaScript folder, then about us and index. So this is perfect. So I'm gonna go to this is the new index and about us that I created. I'll go to the previous index where I wrote the code. Make sure I copy all the code that I had written earlier, then go to my new index, paste it, and I'll do Ctrl S. So all these other ones, I'm going to go inside that image file, image folder, and delete this about us here. Delete, I don't need to have it here. Move to recycle bin. Then I also go to the index.html inside the img folder and delete it as well. Good. So my img folder is now empty. Okay. Inside main I have main css. Inside img I don't have anything, whereas inside js I have main js. So this is what I have now. So I can actually send it to GitHub. Oh, okay, no need to send it for now, but in subsequent classes I'm gonna be able to. Okay, let me create a new branch and send it. So I'm gonna say git checkout branch. I'm gonna call this is gonna be the feature, and it's gonna be the index.html page. So this feature is gonna just be the index page. This is this index that I just wrote here, so that's gonna be the first feature. Okay, so you see I've switched to index page now. So I have this new page. So I have GeoSearch is the title. This is our GeoSearch app. So I'm gonna just create a paragraph tag. I'm gonna just have a p tag, and I'm gonna call it, this is where we can search. This is where we can search for specific geographical areas and get the weather conditions. So that's what I'm going to do. Ctrl S to save. Okay, so that's what I have now. So after writing, I did Ctrl S to save. So I'm going to do git add all to add everything that I've done so far. So I'm going to do git commit, and it's going to commit with a message to say and now I just created a new feature. So I'm going to write feature, then inside the brackets I'm going to write the name of the feature is index page. So I'm gonna close the brackets, put this colon, then I'm gonna say create the index page. I'm gonna put the enter key. So I'm gonna say create an index page. So that's basically what I did. So I'm gonna put another enter, then I starts, because this index page we are still gonna work on it, so that's why I say starts instead of saying finishes. So I'm gonna put this quote and then hit the enter key. So it's gonna make this commit. So after the commit, I'm gonna just push by saying git push. As you're pushing, I want you to watch it and update origin So which branch am I pushing to? I'm pushing to feature index. Once you press the tab, it will write the remaining for you. Go back, put the colon, and still repeat this again. Fit index page. So once I hit the enter key again, it's gonna push this to the GitHub. So I can now go to my GitHub, create a pull request, and once I create the pull request, I should be able to merge. Okay, you can see it's pushing very well. Okay, it's completed pushing. So quickly I'm going to the GitHub. So this is the GitHub. You can see it's already here. This is the pull request. So I click on it. So once I click on it, I'm gonna take out this side so that I'll just have create the index page. I'm gonna also take out this starts. So I'm gonna click on create pull request. So once I click on create pull request, I will see this place merge pull request, confirm merge. Yes, so once I confirm merge, everything is okay. I can now go back to my geo search. So inside my geo search, I should be able to see, okay, you can see it's now written where index.html, about us.html, readme, the JS folder, and CSS folder, and my image folder is not showing because there is nothing inside the image. So it's perfectly okay now. So this is what I'm having now, and I believe that's what you should be having as well. So please hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon so that anytime I drop any video, you'll be the first to see. If you like this video, please hit the like button, like it, share it so that your friends can see them. If you have any questions and concerns, please drop them in the comment section of this video so that I can attend to them. Thank you and God bless you.
Hello and welcome. We are continuing for the Geo Search Foundation track. We stopped here in the last class. We created the folder for the CSS, and inside it we have main.css, the img folder. I just put a new folder here, a new file, mapbanner.jpg. So I want you to put any picture that you like inside your img. Then in the JavaScript JS, I have main.js. So I'm going to quickly populate all these files. And I already told during the meetup we had the last time, I promised the foundation class people that I'm going to be putting up something very close to what I did for the call track. So I already have it now. So this is where I'm now gonna, you see the processes: you create a repo, clone the repo, branch out to develop, just the way, create the folder, CSS, JS, and IMG, which I've already done. But I'm not gonna give you this yet because I want you to follow the class and be able to understand the process the way it goes. So I'm gonna just follow through the lecture the proper way. So I want you to follow up, and whenever you check my video, always check the description part of the video down. You might see a link to this very work, which I'm not releasing now, but just be checking so that you can always get it. So we're going to start properly. By the end of today, we must have done a whole lot in our JavaScript to make it work. Please hit the subscribe button immediately. Click the bell icon so that anytime I drop any video, you'll be the first to see it. Always give my videos thumbs up, share them so that your friends can see them. I've been seeing a whole lot of people sharing my videos, and I appreciate that. And if you do, I will also appreciate that. Give me a thumbs up, and if you have any questions and concerns, always drop them in the comment section. So let's get started immediately. So I put a file, mapbanner.jpg, inside the img folder so that I can have an image there, so that when I get push again, I want to be able to see it. So this is my folder for the Geo Search, the one that I opened with Visual Studio Code. So if you see, look, this is my image folder. So if you open it,
just paste your image here. So I paste this image, map banner. I called it map banner because I want to use it in the code that I finished. I did some research and I have this code. So this is the code I have now for my index.html. I'm going to replace the former index.html with this code. So I'm going to just get it. You are going to see this in my GitHub, so don't worry about having to get this now. So you can always check the GitHub and you see all this. So I'm going to copy this. This is my image.html now. So I'm going to update this index.html. This is my index.html. This was what was here. You remember, this is what we typed before. So to see what is showing here, I'm going to quickly run this because I've not run any code. So I'm going to say open with live server. Please, if you can install an extension known as live server, click here. This is where you install an extension. Click here and type inside the search live server so that you can always run your code from using live server. So I'm going to click on this live server so that it will run this code. So this was where we stopped the last time. So you can see I just created a new website and I called it GeoSearch is the title, and I say this is our GeoSearch app. So those are the little things that we wrote in the code. So this is the code. Okay. This is our. So those are the things we have, and I also have. This is where this paragraph. This is where we search for specific geographical area. So this was what we had first and the one I wrote. So I'm going to just Control A to select everything, Control V to paste the new code that I have. So this new code is something that is going to show the search and everything that is required for our project. So I'm going to do Control S to save it. So when I come back to this place, you see it has refreshed. So this is the index page I'm having now. There is about all the research. Then there is this map. This is the banner that I put there. This is welcome to GeoSearch. You can search for any state. You can put any state you want to search for. They click on search. Then it will show you the information of the place. So this is our new index.html. But you see there's no CSS. So that's why it's not looking fine. So I'm going to pick up a CSS file. So before that, let me get the about us. This is the about us HTML. So I'm going to copy the about us because majorly I'm having index and about us. So I pick up the about us by copying it. Then I get back to this place. Then I click on about us. Then I paste the code. Then I also do Control S to save. So I now have index and about us. So I can simply if I refresh, the link to about us should be working now. Okay, let me go back. So I'll check the link and I'll work on the link so that I make sure that both the about us and this thing is working. So if I get back to my index, I'll get to where I have the link for the about us. Let me open this well so that you can be seeing it very well. Okay, so you can see the image banner is img/mapbanner.jpg. So I'll go down to where I have the about us link. So this is the about us. So I have about. So I'll quickly change it to about us by putting us. Control S. So that when I get back here, I can refresh. So when I now click on my about us, I should have it linked. So you can see this is my about us page. So I have both my about us page and the other page working. So to make this to look better, I'm going to put in my CSS file. So I'm going to go back here. This is main.css. So I'm going to copy this code. This is my CSS file. All this will be in the GitHub, so you can always check them up. So I'm going to get this code for CSS. Your CSS must not be the same as the one I'm giving now. So make sure you build your own CSS, but you can use this as a reference point so that your work will look differently. So if I click on main.css, I can now do Ctrl V and Ctrl S. So I now have my CSS file here, very importantly. So if I go back, you can see my stuff has changed already. So it's looking different now. So if I click on search, this is my home page, this is my index page. You can see GeoSearch, you can see the map that I put here. So you can see welcome to GeoSearch. You can now type in any state you want, click on search and you see it. So you can see other things here. So I actually wanted to echo a map here. So in order to echo the map, okay, before I continue, let me just git push this. Let me git push it so that I don't put everything in one listing. So let me just call it, let me do git checkout branch, git checkout B. So I'm gonna call this, is gonna be a feature branch. So it's gonna be FT and it's going to be the about us. So FT about us. So this is the branch, about us branch. So I'm gonna click the enter key. So I'm in the branch now. So I'm gonna simply say git add all. I'm gonna add everything. Then I'm gonna say git commit with a message. And the message is gonna be, this is a feature, so I'm gonna write feature. Then in brackets, I'm gonna say about us page. That's what I just did. Then I'm gonna say about us page. Now press the enter key. I should be able to say create an about us page. That's what I did, but that's not the only thing I did. I also created the main.css file. Maybe apart from that, I also created the main index.html file. So those are the things I did, and that's why they are inside the about us. And I also started them and finished them. So I can write finishes. Then I close this and I commit. So that's how you make a commit. So I'm using this medium to teach us all this. So after committing, I can now push. So I can say git push, and as you're pushing, I want it to be updating. And it's gonna be pushing and updating to origin FT about us. So once you say FTA, it will tab, it will complete the writing for you. So I'm gonna also write another FT about us. So with this, it's going to push now. So when it's done pushing, I should be able to get back to the GitHub and create a pull request merge, and you'll be able to see it on the GitHub. So those are the things we've done now. So in subsequent class, we are going to be creating the JavaScript that will make us to have a very effective work. I might want to finish GeoSearch first before I get back to the core track work. So I want to give GeoSearch people all the foundation they need so that they can complete their work by themselves. So after today, I'll just concentrate on the core track, React front end. So what I'm going to give you is basic foundation. If you're in GeoSearch, make sure you make your own research and complete the work, make it look the way you want. So you can see the push is complete. So I'll go back to my GitHub. So this is my GitHub, this is GeoSearch. So if you refresh, you should be able to see the pull request here after refreshing, so that I can merge it. Okay. So let me refresh. Okay, you can see it here. It's here now. Okay, this is it. So I'll click on compare and pull request. Okay, like I did before, I'm going to take out this. I'm also going to take out this last one. So I'll click on create pull request. My network is a little bit slow. So once I click on that, it will bring out merge pull request. I'm going to click on merge pull request, and I'm going to click on confirm merge. So once you click on confirm merge, everything should be merged now. So you see, so it's merged now. So once I click on my Joe search again, I'm supposed to have the new work updated. So you can go check it out on your own and see the way it works. So I just clicked on this Joe search. Okay, so I now have 7 commits and 5 branches. So you can see everything is now here: CSS, images, and everything. So please hit the subscribe button immediately so that you can be getting my videos. Give me a thumbs up, like and share these videos so that your friends can see them and make use of them. Thank you for your subscriptions and support. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you and God bless you. Hello and welcome again. Let's continue our React front end app. And to do this, we are going to be doing a little cleanup. We can see that inside our SRC, we have the app.js and every other thing. We're going to be deleting some things that we don't need so that we can start writing our components. But before we do this, I'm gonna do some little things that are very, very important. So I'm gonna install. This is where our app is running. This is it. It's running. So I just did npm start. Once you do this, it's gonna launch you into this. So I'm gonna install some modules that we'll be using to write our front end. That will be the first thing I'll do. So I'm gonna do Ctrl+C in order to stop this server so that I can install some things. And those things those modules I'm installing Redux, because we want to use Redux as the state manager for this. I'm installing React Router DOM. I'm also installing React Redux. I'm also installing Redux Thunk, also Redux DevTools extension. I'm installing Moment, and I'm installing React Moment. So all these modules are going to help us in writing the code. You can use Axios or Fetch API if you want to connect to API that you've written in your backend. But in the project, we are specifically told to use Fetch API and not Axios. So take note of that. So instead of using Axios, we are going to be using Fetch API for our fetch. So because of that, I might not just be installing the Axios at all. So I'm going to install this. I'm going to do npm install. So I'm going to be bringing in, if you had wanted to use Axios, you would have just said Axios. Axios, you can use it to fetch if you want, but we are not going to be using it. So I'm going to be installing React Router DOM because we are going to be using it. React Router DOM. I'm also going to be installing Redux. That's the state manager that we're going to be using. App level states Redux. I'm going to also be installing React Redux. React Redux is what connects our Redux to the React, because you can also use Redux on its own without using it in React. So we have React Redux. We also need Redux Thunk. Very, very important. Redux Thunk. We also need Redux DevTools extension. We are going to see how we can use this DevTools extension. It's very, very good whenever you're developing with React. So we need Redux DevTools extension. Very, very important. Redux DevTools extension. Then we also need Moment for time. And we now, to connect our Moment to our React, we also need the React Moment. So these are the modules that we need to install. that will enable our front-end building to work effectively. So I'm going to hit the enter button. So all these are going to be installed. It's going to take quite a while, so I'm going to just stop this video and continue later. So subsequently, after this installation, we're going to do some cleanup. I'm going to remove some of the files that we don't need here, so that we can start creating our components. So follow up on this. If you're just seeing this video for the first time, we've been doing a series already in the project, so check out the project. If you're using this video to learn and you're not giving it a thumbs up, or you are not subscribed to my channel, or you're not sharing it so that other people can see it and use it, I don't know. So please hit the subscribe button immediately, click the bell icon so that anytime I release any video, you'll be the first to see it. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you. So I'll come back when the installations are done so that we can continue. Thank you. Hello and welcome. Let's continue. You remember in the last class we tried to install some of the modules that we're going to be using, like React DOM, React Moment, React Redux, React Router DOM, Redux Tunk. So these are the things that I installed. You also remember I installed Axios, even though we are not going to be using it because we are told to use the fetch API. Now, very importantly, if you're trying to do this, you might be seeing error because I put T here in this extension, the Redux DevTools extensions. This should be S, not T, so it might not agree to get installed with that. So let's move forward. We are going to do a basic cleanup so that our code can work effectively. And in order to do that, quickly get into the CR folder, SRC. This is our very SRC folder. Delete this service worker.js. We just want to start creating our components. So I'm going to right click and say delete. So delete service worker.js, move to recycle bin. Also delete logo.svg. You can see it here, logo. I'll click on it. Logo.svg. I'll click on it and say delete. Good. And also delete index.css. You can see it here. Index.css. I'm going to right click. I'm going to delete. I hope you're taking note of the stuff I'm deleting. Then finally, I'm going to delete app.test. Here is app.test. Okay, I have app.css. Okay, there's no app.test here. So those are the ones that I'm gonna index.css. I thought I deleted this now. Let me Control Z. In case I deleted the wrong things. Okay, let me make sure that I delete this index.css. Good. So having deleted all these app.css, I don't need to delete that one. Good. So now, what I can do now is to go to my index.js, because you can see my CRS is now SRC is broken. You see, it's showing error. So because of the files that I've deleted, I need to go and remove their references. So I'm going to quickly go to index.js. Now I'm going to take out some things. This index.css, you know I deleted it, so I'm going to take it out. So once I take it out, I can Control S to save. It's still reading error, so I'm going to also delete. I'm going to remove service worker 2 because I deleted it already. So I'm going to do Control S. So there's no error again because I've deleted all the things that I needed to delete. So still in this index.css, all these other things, register service worker, and all these comments. I'm going to take them out. Good. So this is perfect now. So this is the initial cleanup we need to do in order to get our app to work. So I'm going to go to app.js. Here's my app.js, and I'm going to get rid of logo, the import of this logo, because I had earlier deleted logo.svg. So I'll take this out. Then we have the function app. This is the app that we have as our stuff. So this app, I'm going to just change it a little bit so that it will be nicer. I'm going to use an arrow function here. So this is function app. So instead of having something like this, I'm going to just remove this function and put const app equal to, and I'm going to put the arrow function here. Okay. So inside this return statement, I don't really need to return much. So I'm going to take out just from here. I'm going to take out everything here. So once I take it out, I'm going to just bring in fragments. You know, instead of using div, you can always use fragments. So I'm going to bring in fragments. So I'm going to have a simple h1. And this h1 is going to just say app. So this is what I have now. So I can put a semicolon here if I want. Or I can leave it without semicolon. So this is what I have now in my app.js. And you know that app.js is the parent app. So having this now, I can simply run my npm start and see what I have now. So you take note of the things I removed, the things that are not needed, and those things are the service worker, the index.css, the logo.svg, and the app.test if you have app.test. So you can see it's starting my the app. So it's going to launch it to the browser. So I'm going to wait a little bit. So in place of this app, now any new component that we develop, we are going to be putting it inside this fragment. So if we have our landing page and other pages, we'll be putting them here. So, but we're going to see when it finishes launching, we should be able to see this app. We will no longer see the background, the former background that we had before. So let's continue from where we stopped. This is the our app.js. Please, in the last code I wrote, I did not put this return function. Please make sure that you put this return function, this return method, and inside it, that's where you have the fragment and h1 element containing app, so that when you now do npm start to run the server, if you come here, you can easily see app. You see that every other thing has been cleared. And that's the essence of cleaning up. So we have our app here, so that when we create our components, we can simply put them inside here, and we'll get them to show up in the other side. So you remember the things that we deleted from here. So we are having only app.css, app.js, and index.js. Those are the only three files we are having inside our src. So take note, the three files you're supposed to have is just app.css, app.js, and index.js. So you remove other ones so that we can create new ones as well that can help us. We can also start creating our component now. But first of all, I want, if you look at this place, you see that we still have React app here as the title.
So to take that out, we can simply go to public and okay. I mean, you can just go to index.js. I think that's where it should be. I should have HTML. Okay, index.html inside the public. Sorry. So that's where I should take care of the title, because I need to make sure that the title is representing the project that I'm creating. So I'll just scroll down small. You can see title React app. So inside here I can have my title. So the title is gonna be teamwork. So I'll do Ctrl S to save. So once you save it, the browser does auto reload. The server browser does auto reload. So you now have teamwork. This is what I have now, teamwork. So I can now conveniently start creating my components, which is what I'm gonna be doing. So I close this back. So I have this. So inside the CRC, I'm gonna create a folder, and I'm gonna call this folder components. So that's the name of the folder, components. That's the first thing I'm doing. So I have components folder now. So this folder is going to contain all the components that I want. So inside these components, I'm going to create another folder inside the components, and I'm going to call the folder layout. So this folder is going to contain all the components that has something to do with layout. Okay. So inside this layout folder, I'm going to have two files, JavaScript file, navbar and landing page. So I'm going to go to new file this time around. So if you want to create any component, it's always good that you start it with a capital letter. So I'm going to have navbar.js. So that's the first I'm having. So I'm going to also have another file, and I'll call it landing. So I'm going to use it for the landing page, landing.js. So those are the two files that I have now, navbar and landing.js. So if I come to navbar.js, that is where I'm going to start up my creation. So I'm gonna just write RACF and press the tab so that it will create a function component for me. So this is a shortcut. You can just use it to create anything you want. If you do RACF tab, it will create a function based component, but if you do RACC tab, it's going to create a class-based component for you. So you can see now that I have a function-based component. Export is going to take the name of the name that you gave it, and that's why I say you must start the name with capital letter. So that's what we'll have. You can see this is a complete function. So I can simply come inside here and just write anything I want. So let me just write a h1 tag and call it my navbar. You know what navbar does? It's going to contain your links, how you navigate through. So that is what is here now. So I'm going to simply say Ctrl S. So I've created the first component, the navbar component. So I'm going to quickly go to landing page and do the same thing. I want to be using function-based component, not class. If you wanted class, you would have just done arrow, very, very important, ACC. So this is RACC. If you press the tab, you also have a React component, but this is not what I want actually. So I want to have arrow, ACF, arrow ACF. So I press my tab, so I have another component. So this is my landing. So I'm gonna also call it I'm gonna use h1 and I'm gonna call it I'm gonna say my landing page or my landing section. Control S. So I have two components now. All of them are inside the layout folder because they are layouts. They are going to help me lay out my website. So having them now, I can simply go to my app.js, which is the root component, and bring them in. And that is what I'm going to try to do now. I'm going to bring them inside my app.js. So to do that, I'm going to first of all import them here. So to import them, how do I import them? That's what I'm going to do first now, to import them. So I'm going to press the enter key and I'm going to say import navbar. That's one of the components I just created, and I'm importing it from. I now have to give the path, which is dot. You know, it's just inside the component folder in the src. So I'm going to say dot slash components slash. You know, when you get to the component, you have to get to the layout folder before you see it. Slash layout, then slash the name of the file, navbar. So that is how you get to it. So I'm gonna put this. So that's for the component. So because it's similar to that of the landing, I'm gonna just copy this, then I'll come down one bit and paste it. So instead of navbar here, I'm gonna be having landing. So inside here too, I'll put landing because that's the landing page. So that's what I'm having now. So please, this fragment, it has to be capital letter, and if you want that to be, then that means you have to import fragment as well. So I'm gonna just put comma and try to import the big letter fragment so that it can work efficiently. So this is what I'm having now. It's gonna break for now, but I'm gonna try to put in those two things. So before I do that, I'm gonna first of all change this to big letter fragment this time, since I've imported it. Okay, so once I do that, I should be able to now put in these navbars inside here, and to put them, so instead of having app, remember that what I was having before is just app. So I'm gonna take out this and bring in the components inside the root component, and the components are navbar. So that's how you bring them in. You see the way you bring components in. Navbar, that's the first component, and I'm bringing the second component as well, and that is what landing. So those are the two components, so they are all in now. So I'm going to Control S to save. Okay, so I hope everything works fine. Okay, before I continue, let me just take this back to small letter f. I'll work on it later, but let me make sure that this is compiling and running fine first. So I have okay, failed to compile, does not contain, landing does not contain default export, imported as landing. Okay, so I have landing.js and navbar.js. Okay, so let me make sure that the landing and the navbar are having default export. Okay, they are not having default export. So to make it to have, I can simply get back to my app.js, copy this, so that it can look exactly the same. This is the landing. So instead of having all this, I can take out this export in front here so that I can put it here. Control V. So instead of app, I should have landing. So Control S. So that is the way it should be. So in the same way, inside navbar, I'm gonna take out this export and make sure that I put it at the end here. So in place of app, I'm gonna have navbar. Control S to save. Okay, so it's working now. So fragment, I can now put it back the way it should be by going to app.js, because it's saying that it has not been used. So I can now have capital letter F, capital letter F. If it doesn't work again, I'll take it out and take out the. Okay, so it's building now. It's working perfectly. So when you get back here, you can see now we have my navbar and my landing page. So these are the two components that I just put inside my parent app.js. So when I change this now to real navbar with CSS, you are going to see the two of them will be better now. So that's what we're having. You can see the fragments are working very fine because it's in capital letter, and that's what I put in here. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be developing this our landing page and this our lab bar, so that when we echo them here, it will make this website to look much better. Please, if you like this, give me a thumbs up, like, share my videos. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you, and God bless you. Yes, so let's try and git push what we've done so far. You remember we just created the nav and the landing page components. So let's try and do git push them. So I'm gonna simply say git add all, so that I'll add all of them up. So having added, I'm gonna say git commit, and I'm committing with the message. So I'm just gonna say that I created a feature navbar, though you know we did a couple of things. So I'm gonna say ft navbar. So that's what I'm gonna have, ft navbar. Ft, okay, no, I'm gonna have okay. I think it's better. Let me create a new branch. I just added that. Let me do git checkout B. So let me create this branch, git checkout branch navbar first. Good. So having created this branch now, so let me still add all to this branch. So let me now commit git commit, and I'm gonna be committing with the message feature, because I just created a feature and I'm gonna call it navbar. So navbar, that's what I created. So I'm gonna just say create navbar, then I press the enter key. I did a couple of things. I would like to get them here. So those things are create navbar component. Apart from that, we also created landing page component. So created navbar component and landing page component. So let me put create in front.
So these are some of the things we did. What else did I do? I was also able to modify the app.js file. I did that. I also changed the title. So those are the things I did. And the creation of the navbar just started because they are not complete. So I'm gonna just say starts. Then I'm gonna make this commit. Good. So once the commit is made, I'm gonna push. So I'm gonna simply say git push. As you're pushing, I want you to be watching. You're pushing to origin ft navbar. That's the branch ft navbar ft navbar. So that's what I'm pushing to. So I'm gonna press the enter key. So once I press the enter key, this is gonna be pushed to the GitHub. So I'm gonna go to GitHub and make a pull request and get it to my GitHub so that we can continue. So we're gonna try to create the login page and the register page. Very, very important, two features. So those are the things that I'm gonna be doing next, because we are supposed to be able to log in. We are also the admin is also supposed to be able to register. So those are the things that are in our project requirements. So it's done pushing. So when I get back to my GitHub, you can see it is here already. So I click on compare pull request. So I'm gonna take out this. I'm gonna take out this. So I'm gonna click on create pull request. I'm gonna click on merge pull request and confirm merge. So once I click on confirm merge, it will be confirmed. And if I click on my Tclassified front end again, I should be able to see them here. So you see, it's very clear now. Everything is here already. So if I get to my SRC, I should be able to see the other files. Okay, so that is good now. So in subsequent classes, I'm gonna be creating the other the login page, the register page, and our website is gonna very quickly look like what we want. Okay, you can see inside the layouts folder, you can see that we have these two, app.js, app.css, and index.js. So our website is gradually looking like what we actually want it to look like. So please, if you've not subscribed yet to my channel, hit the subscribe button so that you always get whatever I give at the right time. I might not be able to share them on Facebook and other places. So make sure you subscribe and hit the bell icon on in YouTube so that you get notifications anytime I release any video, so that you can follow up appropriately and do the needful. If you have any questions and concerns, always drop your questions in the comment section of the videos so that I can always take care of them and other people can as well learn from them. So like, share my video, give me a thumbs up. Thank you. God bless you. Hello and welcome back. This was where we stopped the last time, and we're gonna continue. Now I want to tell us something. If you get to the SRC and you get to these layouts where we created our navbar, note that what you're going to be putting inside here, this place I have my navbar, you're going to be putting the HTML that can give us a navbar. So I don't know whether it's proper I do it, or I'll let you guys to just get your
HTML that is in form of JSX and put it here. Just get your own, put here. You will see your navbar. So I'm just trying to lay the scaffold so that everybody can actually do the right thing by him or herself. So because the websites are not supposed to look similar, so I'm going to put my own navbar here, but the basic way of creating this in React is what I've shown you. So here now you're supposed to put your HTML that is going to show a navbar. In this landing page, the same thing. You're going to put the HTML that will show a navbar here, a landing page here. So in this class, I'm going to be creating the login page and the register page. The same way, once you copy once you have your HTML, you know how to write simple HTML. It will do, but it has to be in form of JXS. Maybe I'll try 1 or 2 pages, maybe the navbar and the login page, so that you learn how to use JXS to write such components, so that they will now, so that when we run our code now, we'll be able to see those pages. But I'm just laying this scaffold. So you see the layout. Inside the layout folder, that's where I have landing and navbar. So I'm going to create another folder inside the components, and I'm going to call this folder auth. I'm calling it auth because I want to put the authentication pages like login and register inside it. So you see I have another one now. So inside this auth, I'm going to have a new folder, a new file, and I'm going to call this file register. So register, I told you that any component you have to start with capital letter, register.js. So I have it now inside auth, and I'm going to also have another file, and I'm going to call this file login.js. So this is going to be the login page and the register page. So I have those two now, and you know the way I told you to write components. I can simply say arrow ACF. Once you say arrow ACF, you press the tab, it will automatically populate it for you. So you see it's logging and it's writing the normal way. So like we said, we always remove this export here so that we can put it here. If you want to see the already done one, you can just check out this one. So export default, you put the name of the file. So I copy this and go to that my login and paste it here so that it can export, so that other components can see it. So this is under login, so I'm gonna just say login. So that is it. So the same thing I'm gonna do, so I'll just copy this so that I also put it in that of the same thing I'm going to do in register. So once you say arrow ACF and press tab, it will write the component for you immediately. You know, basic component has the name and the return function. So the same way, I'm gonna come here and paste the export default, but instead of login now, I have what? I have register. It's exporting it. So make sure you take out this other export here because you're putting it down there. So it's inside here that I'll write anything that I want. So if I want to have I can have h2. So inside the h2 I can have, this is what? Register form. You know we are going to develop this later. This is our register form. So I'm going to simply say Ctrl S. So I'm going to go to login and do the same thing. So if I do Ctrl S to save, I have I'm going to have the same thing. I should be having a return what? Return let me still use h2. So this is login form. So I'm gonna be creating all this. So I'm gonna be creating all. So we have our login now, and we have our register. So to push this to GitHub quickly, it's good I create a git checkout branch, and the branch is gonna be, it's gonna also be a feature. So feature register. So this is the register page. So let me start with register page first, then I would also do for login page.
So I'm gonna say git add all. So I'm teaching us how to do both the git push and everything. So I'm gonna have git commit. So I'm gonna just use arrow bar so that I can bring up a commit that I had earlier. So you can see this very commit, I can actually use it. So I can just go up. So in place of where I had navbar, I'll just change it to what I have now, which is a register page. So that's what I have. So here that I have navbar, I also say create register page, because that's what I did. So create register component. So that's what I had. Create so these other ones I'm gonna just take them out because I don't need them again. So create register component, that's what I have. So I'm gonna leave it as starts because I'm just starting it. I've not really put what I want to put there. So I'm gonna make this commit. So once this commit is made, I'm gonna push. So I'm gonna use the arrow key to be bringing out all the commands that I had before, so that I can select the one. Okay, this is the push command. So I'm gonna take this out so that I can have I'm pushing to register page. So I have feature register page. So that's how I push. So I press the enter key to push to the GitHub. So if you're a programmer, you always have to push your codes. You see that we both wrote a script for registering and logging, but I'm just trying to make this it has to be done where you're supposed to do register first, then you do login subsequently. But since you are starting, we are not yet done, so we can still follow this. But I want to be making git push immediately so that it can be reflecting, since we don't have much time for. Okay, so it's done pushing. So I get back to my GitHub. So I should see it here if I refresh. So if I refresh now, okay, it's showing here. It's telling me to compare and pull request. So I click on the compare and pull request, take out this side of it, take out the stats, click on create pull request, and click on match pull request and click on confirm match. So once I do that, I can now go back to my Teamwork front end. I should be able to see okay, so it's now updated. If you now go into the SRC, you will see the component folder, and the component folder should have both layout and auth. You can see layout and auth. So if I click on auth, I should be able to see the other login and register. So you can see the both of them here. So that's how you do it. Please hit the subscribe button if you've not subscribed. Always give the video a thumbs up, like and share so that your friends can see and use them. Thank you and God bless you. Hello and welcome. Let's continue. Let me quickly run the server. npm start. I want us to write the login, this login page. I want us to develop it and write it. So first of all, let's do npm start, so that we can see how our website is looking as at now before I start writing it. And I told you that you can simply write simple HTML here and it will come to pass. Remember, I told you that whenever you want to bring out a component, you just do RACF. That RACF will work if we have what we call ES7 React Redux snippet extension. EX7 React Redux snippet extension. I told you how to install extension the other time. You click on this extension, you will see a search bar. You just type in ES7 React Redux snippet, install it, so that once you give small commands like RACF,
it will populate the snippet for you so that you don't have to be typing all this by yourself. So that extension is very, very useful. Okay, so our development server is starting now. So our app is going to show here now. Let me clean up this first one. So it's going to show here. So I want us to add a login page so that we'll see how we can actually physically bring in a login page. So I'm going to be coding this from scratch. So I would like you to follow up as I code it, and you will learn. And that is how you're going to be bringing in other components that you want. If you want to bring in a register, that's the same way you bring in a register component. If you want to bring in a navbar, the same way. So what you simply do is that you just come inside this return method. That's where you put your HTML. You can see this is pure HTML. HTML inside JavaScript is simply known as GSS, and you can see this is the website, my navbar and landing section. Those are the only two things that are put inside the parent app.js. This is the app.js. You can see I have only navbar and landing. So I'm going to be bringing in the other ones, the register and login, but I'll bring in login first. So let me quickly code login. Okay, before I start coding login, let me bring it in. So let me go to the app.js, just the same thing I have here. You can just copy it, come down here and put it. Okay, no, this is what I copied. Copy, then I'll put it here. So in place of landing, I can just say login, because I want to bring in the real login now. Control S. So it's gonna break, but I have to import it as well. If you don't import it, it will break. So I'm gonna just copy this because it's the same thing. So in place of landing, I'm gonna just have login, because login is one I want to bring. Under components, you see, it's not inside layout, it's inside auth. So I'm gonna have auth. Then here I'm gonna have login. Control S to save. So you see, it's working now. So if I go back here, you can see I now have login form here. But this login form, I don't just want to have a login form, I want to have the real code. So that's what I'll be trying to do here. So I'll get back to login. So let me write a code that will really bring in a form here. So I'm gonna start with I'm gonna clean up this, and I'm gonna start with H1. Let me just leave it at H2. So instead of login form, I'm gonna have here sign in. Okay, that's the first thing I have. Then I'm gonna have a p tag. Then inside the p tag, I'll simply have sign into your account. You can see that this is just basic HTML that I'm writing. Then I'm gonna have a form. We always use form to log in, and this form is gonna have if you want to style it, it can have class name instead of class. I hope you know, instead of class, what you use in React is class name. It's gonna have class name, and this class name is gonna be let's call it class name. Let's just call it form for now, but we've not styled it yet though, because we don't have CSS for this now. So it's gonna have an onSubmit, so that whenever you submit it, you want it to do something. So it's gonna have onSubmit, but we've not written the onSubmit function yet. So since we've not written it yet, let me just not have it. Since we've not written any code like that yet. So when you come down now, inside the form, let's have a div. Let's have a div that will contain everything.
So inside this div, let's have an input. We all know what an input is. If you want to have something where you can put type in something, so we have input, and that input is gonna be of input type. This is just normal HTML. Input type, you all know input type text, input type text area, but this one we're going to have input type email. We want to be able to use email to log in, so input type email, that's what we're having. So once you write that, we can also have a placeholder, and the placeholder is going to have the value of email address. So that's the value. Please make sure you put equal to this input type. You have to put equal to here. Okay, so the placeholder is going to have the value of address. Then name, since you are connecting it to database, make sure you add name, and the name is going to be very simple, email. So that's what you're having. So that's the input field. I just brought in an input field, so you can put value, you can put unchanged or any other thing you want, but I'm not gonna put any of those. So I'm gonna close off this by closing it up like this. So with this, I have my input closed off. So if I do Ctrl S to save, it will arrange this for me. Okay, having div here. So let me check out where my errors are in. So I started off this div here, so I'm supposed to close it down here. Okay, it's closed. Then after the div, I have h1, p, and then form. So this form, I'm supposed to close it off here, so it's closed off. Then I have another div and I closed it off. Okay, so I think this is okay. So this quote, make sure you remove it here and put it here. This is where it should be. Yeah, so there's no error again. So I'm gonna just Ctrl S to save. So you see that I just brought in an input. So if you go back to your text, you see I'm having an input here. This is what I have: sign into your account, and the input input type text. So that's how you bring in stuffs. It's very, very simple. So I'm not going to bring only the email, so I'm going to have other things like password and other things. So I'll have to bring them in. So I can simply copy this very one. I can simply copy this div, copy, and I'll come down here, Ctrl V to paste it another div. So instead of type email, I'm going to have type password. If I want to have password, type password. Placeholder email address. So placeholder is going to change to password. So I have password. Then name is also going to change to password. So you see the way we bring all this in is very, very simple. So this is what I have now. So I can simply say Ctrl S to save. Once you save it, if you get back, you see, okay, you see password is now added. So you have email and we have password. So this is the way you bring in using JXS. You can bring in your HTML into your React. I'm going to be stopping here. So I want you to use this same method to populate both your navbar, your landing page, and everything, and get them inside your app.js. You know, once you did not import it here, it will not show up in the browser. So having done this now, I'm going to quickly push this to GitHub so that I'll have it there. So I'll do Ctrl C to stop the server first. So once the server is stopped, I can now say git
checkout. I want to create the branch git checkout B, and the branch I'm creating is it's a feature, git checkout B feature, and that feature is what? Login page. That's what I worked on. So having created this, I'm gonna say git add all. This is the routine thing that I do all the time. So having added, I'm gonna commit. So I will use the arrow key to fetch my commit. Okay, so this is the commit. So I'm gonna simply go back. It's a feature, and the feature is a login page, not register this time around. So I'm gonna just change this to login page. So I'm gonna also change anywhere I have register. I'm gonna simply change it to login. So I'm gonna simply say created login component, because that's what I created. Login component. I'll also leave it as starts. So I'll press the enter key so that this commit will be made. Yeah, the commit is made. So I'm gonna push this to GitHub immediately. So this is git push. So I'm gonna simply change this to login page, and also ft login page. So with that, I can push to GitHub, so that inside my GitHub now I'll be having a fully developed login. But it's not yet done. My login page is not complete. I'm supposed to have a submit button. If you look here, we are supposed to have a submit button, so that once you put your email and password, you can click on submit so that you can get logged in. But this is the basic way of creating React components, and I wish you know that, so that you can simply do your own. Apart from having the components like here in my login, we are going to be using Redux as the state manager to put in a whole lot of things. So take note, I'm going to be this place we are going to be putting the Redux and other things. That's in subsequent classes, but I want you to understand how we can simply put in some form elements, and that's what we've been able to do. So if you go back to my GitHub under Teamwork Frontend, I should be able to see what I just posted. Okay, you can see it here. So I'll click on it so that I'll merge it and create a pull request and merge it. I'm gonna remove this and also this, and I click on create pull request, and I click on merge pull request and confirm merge. So once you confirm merge, everything is already merged into your folder. So if I click on Teamwork Front End again, so I have everything merged here, and everything is also working perfectly on this other side. So we have our login for sign-in form now, though it's not complete, but I want you to know how you can do it. So that's where we're going to be stopping. Please, if you've not subscribed to my channel, hit the subscribe button immediately. Click the bell icon so that any time I release any video, you'll be the first to see it. Thank you, and God bless you. Hello and welcome. I've done some things already, and I would like to show you. You know, we have lesser time now to submit before the career fair, so I'm writing a whole lot of code offline, and I'll show you once I'm done. So first thing I did was that inside this my src in the app.css, I removed the CSS that was there and pasted my own CSS, which you will see on the GitHub. So you can just copy it and use it like that. Now after that, I created a new folder inside src and called the folder img. So it's inside there that I put my own image. Make sure you're not using my image. My image should be only me that is using it, so that my site will not look like yours. So I put this showcase.img JPEG because I want it to be on the landing page. So after that, I now went inside components under layout. So I have my navbar. I have my navbar and my landing page now. So this is my navbar. So I just put simple reference tag. So this is my navbar. So you see them also in my GitHub. Then I have style.css that I use in styling the landing page. This is the landing page. You can also see it there.
So if you create a new folder, call it style.css and paste some style inside it, it will help you to style the landing page. So similar thing I did inside my auth, where I have my login. You can just use any, I extended this is not the auth that I have before, the login page, but this is much more better now. So I styled it using this style.css. So the register page, I've not done it yet. So when you run this very code now, you are going to see that your site will look like this. So you can see that my site is looking very mature now. So this is what I have as of now, which I'm going to push to the GitHub so that you can see the code there. So I'm going to say Ctrl C to stop the server. So once I finish stopping the server, I'm going to just say git add all. So after adding all, I'm going to say git commit with message, git commit with message. So I'm gonna just put a simple message because I want to quickly rush and do something. Added CSS. This is not the way it should be done, but this is just what I'm doing now. Added CSS. So I'm making this commit, but before that, let me quickly check out. Let me do git checkout branch, and the branch is show. So I'm gonna just call it show CSS. So I'm gonna do the same thing I did before, so that I make sure that it's reflecting here. Git add all and git commit, so that I can now push. So I will say git push, and as you're pushing, please be watching origin. So I'm pushing to show CSS, and I want it to be watched under show CSS. Okay, so I'm quickly gonna post this because I want you to be able to see it in your see it on GitHub when you go to check. Please, if you've not subscribed to my channel, please do that. Always give my videos thumbs up if you feel that they are good enough for you. Also share them so that your friends can see them. So it's pushing now. Good, it's done. So I'll quickly go to my GitHub. Where is GitHub? GitHub. So I'll go to my GitHub and make the pull request there, so that anywhere you are, you can easily see it. So this is my front end. Okay, this is it. So I'm gonna click on this compare pull request. I'm gonna click on create pull request, and I'm gonna click on merge pull request, and I'm gonna click on confirm merge. So once I click on confirm merge, you should be able to see the whole. So I'll simply click on the front end teamwork. So once I click on the front end teamwork, you can easily see the okay. So if I click on SRC, you can see the image file and every other file. So please hit the subscribe button. Thank you, and God bless you. So this is how the website is looking as at now. So in subsequent classes, we are going to improve on this. Thank you, and God bless.
Hello and welcome. You remember in the last lecture, this is how our app, this is how it looks at this moment. So we have the landing page, we have the register and the login buttons, then we have the nav bar. So we should be able to click on any of these to get registered or logged in, and In subsequent classes, we are going to be able to make our navbar to look the way it has to look. But in this class, we are going to be looking at how to implement Redux. So quickly get back to our code. Because we have lesser time, I've been able to write put together some of these codes. So for us to implement Redux, we need some basic things like store, the provider, the Redux stonks, and other things. And that is why we made this import. We imported create store and apply middleware from Redux. Before I continue, Redux is an application level state manager that will enable us to manage our state, so that instead of having component based states, we're going to be having app based states, so that we can always manage our state in Redux, so that every component can always access this state and use them the way they want. And that is why Redux is very good. There are other state managers, but Redux is the most popular of all of them. We're going to try to understand how Redux works in this very tutorial. So first thing, we created a file, and we'll call this file store.js. So inside it, we imported create store and apply middleware from Redux. You remember that we installed Redux initially. We imported compose with DevTools from Redux DevTools extension. Remember when we imported this as well? We imported Stonk from Redux Stonk. We also installed all this when we started. If you check our previous video, you should be able to see it. Then we import root reducer from reducers. This is a reducers folder which we also created. You can see it here, reducers. So when I upload this code to the GitHub, you should be able to look at the code and see what really happened. So we did constant initial states, because this is inside the store. Everything is going to be working from the store to the reducer to the actions, and be affecting the new state that we want. So through practical means, you'll be able to understand it much better. So also constant middleware func const store. So we created the store. So in creating a store, it's gonna take the following arguments or parameters: root reducer, initial state, and any middleware that we have. In this case, we are having compose with DevTool apply middleware. Then we export the store. So that is what we'll do in these stores. So subsequently, we are going to be having the once you create the store, when you get to your app.js, it's always good that you now wrap everything with the provider. And that's why we imported provider from React Redux. You remember we installed this React Redux earlier. So these are the imports that we made before. You already know them: landing and navbar. Then these routes, because we are going to be using the React router to do our work, we also imported browser router as route and switch. So all those are going to be helping us in routing. That's moving from one page to the other, or from one component to the other. Then under Redux, we were able to import provider from React Redux. We imported store from store. You remember I just showed you the store. We import load user from actions. And all these ones, we are going to create the actions and reducers, which are actually going to help us manage the states. So we imported them. This is the app.css. We already know this. So that when we now get to this our app, this is our parent app, we have to wrap up everything with provider. And that's why we have provider here. And it's taking this attribute store equal to store. Then when you come to the end, you also have provider. So once you wrap up your app with a provider, then it's gonna be using the Redux to manage the states. We also have the router that will help us to move from one route to the other, together with this switch. So as we move on in this tutorial, we're gonna be explaining all this much better, but I want you to understand this now.
because we don't have much time. We really need to finish, but I'll be going through them one by one and be explaining them to you. Please, if you've not subscribed to my channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button so that anytime I release any video, which are going to be coming out very fast, you'll be the first to see them. Thank you and God bless you.
Hello and welcome once more. You remember the last time we met, we stopped at we checked out the store. We are implementing Redux. So we said that in our app.js, if we want Redux to be seen and we want to implement Redux, we need to wrap up the whole of the parent app with this provider, and it's going to take as a parameter a store, or this property store. And we created this store earlier. If you go to our SRC, you're going to see store. So we imported several things like the apply middleware, the thunk, and the root reducer. So we declared all this, and this is the basic store. And in order for our application to implement Redux, we need to get to our app.js and wrap it up with the provider which we imported. You can see we imported the provider from the React Redux, which we had earlier installed. So that is basically what we did, and we explained what the provider does as well as the store. So today we are going to be looking at the reducer as well as the action. So whenever you're talking about implementation of Redux, these basic boilerplates are always there. You need to know how to build them. So just like the store, you need to know that this is the basic way to build the store, and you need to know that once after building the store, that for your app to implement Redux, you need to wrap everything up with this provider, taking this store here. It's very, very important. So but actually what is going to be working on our state is the reducer, and the reducer is going to be able to do this because of the action that has been fired off. So we're going to be looking at the reducer. You can see the reducer folder and the action folder. So once you get to the reducer folder, you're going to see the root reducer, which is the index.js inside it. Then you're going to have reducers for the article and every other thing, that any type of action that looks to the state. So in this root reducer, we're going to be having the combined reducer, where we have all the reducers that we have, the auth and every other thing. All of them are going to be imported here. So we can now combine them depending on what we have. I'm still going to add article to this combined reducer. So now when you now get to the separate reducers, then you know what they do. So once any action is fired off, is this reducer that will actually work on the state and make such state modification and send it back to the component that needs it. So this reducer is for article actually. So it's going to get a lot of the other things that it will work with, and it's going to be getting them from the actions, which I'm going to open now and explain to you. So it's gonna initializing the initial state and doing a whole lot of things. Most of the things that you're going to be doing will be on this reducer. So it's going to be doing the work of deleting and every other thing. Now if you get to the actions, you can have the types for the basic things that could be done in the application. But now when you get to them one by one, like when you get to the article action, this is where you're going to contact the fetch API. So I'm going to be replacing this with our normal fetch API. You're going to be replacing this with the API that you had earlier created in your backend. So that is actually what happens. You remember that I installed Axios, but we are instructed to use fetch, basic fetch API from Node.js. So this is how it should be written. So you have to take note of how these boilerplates are built upon. Redux can be discouraging at some point,
But once you understand these three basic things that I just explained, first of all is the store. Secondly is wrapping up your app in Reducer. Then thirdly is noting this action, and you know that all the components are going to have their action, provided there is state change in any of those components. They are going to have their own actions, as well as this action is going to fire off something which the reducer is going to now work on. So you can see that most things that we have under actions we have under reducers. But remember that we have the rate reducer, the index.js, where you combine the whole reducer, and we also have the type.js, where you also reference the whole types. You can see all the types we are just listed here. So those are the four components of every Redux implementation. You talk about the store, the provider, the actions, and the reducers. And always make sure that you know that whenever you want to implement the API that you've done in your backend, it has to be done in the actions. So each of the components that needs this change has to have its own actions, and for articles this is what it is. So you replace this API call to the backend API that you had earlier designed. So these are some of the things that I'll be doing. I just try to explain them now so that when I push the code, once you get to the GitHub and check it out, you will understand how it works. So those are basically what we need to know. Using Redux, you need to use a whole lot of boilerplates, and those are the way that they've been designed. So you better have to just look through them and understand them. Please, if you've not subscribed to my YouTube channel, please hit the subscribe button immediately. Click on the bell icon so that whenever I push any video, you'll be the first to know. Always give my videos thumbs up if you think they are good enough for you. Like and share them as well. From Monday, I'm going to be releasing some likely coding interview questions, which might help you in your preparation to any coding interview that you would want to go for in future. Thank you, and God bless you. Yeah, you remember where we left off in the last class for our geo search. So this is how it looked the last time, and I recently added main.js under the JS folder. I added a jQuery folder. So inside the jQuery folder, I pasted some jQuery inside it, and I also have main.js. So this is the main.js. So this is the JavaScript that is actually supposed to help us do the search. So I will indulge you to check it out and correct it so that it can work the way you want it to work. So with the jQuery and the main.search, we can see some changes already. So our app is now able to view this Google map. If you check in the last code, we didn't have this. So check it out now. You're gonna see that we have this now. So with this, the site is taking more shape, but I would like you to work on the JS to make sure that the search is now working. So I'm gonna leave this at this for now, and the other things that we're supposed to do is to do the normal npm init. Because we're doing npm init because we're supposed to have a package.json file here, and we're supposed to do our gulp because we're supposed to host this site in the end. So we have our package.json. We'll do the gulp tags, and we also set up our Babel RC so that this can be the total website that we want. So that's what I'm going to be doing in the next class, doing the gulp and setting up the Babel RC. But let me first of all do the npm.init. So I have geosearch. I'm going to leave the name as geosearch version 1.0. I'm going to leave a description, I'm gonna just say geo search. Okay, geo search for it's actually for weather. So entry point index.js, is that gonna be my entry point? I don't really have index.js here. Okay, I can modify this later. Test command, nothing. Repo, it's already there. Keywords, I'm gonna just geo search and Andela, and what else? Dev C. Okay, author, you can put your name. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the license at ISC. I'm gonna click on yes. So you can see now I have my package.json. Yeah, inside my package.json I can now fix in other things in order to enable so with this now I can install GUP and other things. So those are the things we'll be doing later, but I'm gonna quickly push this to the GitHub so that you can always access them. And to do that, I'm gonna say git add or okay, before that let me branch out. I think it's good I branch out. Let me say git checkout branch. So I'm gonna call this branch the feature. Yeah, I'm still gonna call it feature. I'm gonna call it search. It's gonna be the search feature. Okay, search, I'm gonna just call it search. Okay, so here now I'm gonna do start git add all again. So I'm gonna now do git commit, and it's gonna commit with a simple message. Simple message is this is gonna be a feature, and the simple message is gonna be your okay, search the search box or anything. So I'm gonna simply say search. So I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna say search feature. Then when I press the enter key, I'm gonna say added a search feature. Okay, because I didn't complete it, it's not working properly. Now if you check it, it will not be working as you want, but I will have you do that to complete it. So I'm gonna say start. Then I'm gonna close this up and have it committed. So once it's done committed, I'm gonna say git push and update origin, and it's gonna be ft search ft. Once I put search, I can press the tab, it will complete for me. Then pushing from ft search to ft search. So that's what I'm gonna have. Search. Hope I'm getting the spelling of my search. So once I post this, I should be able to see it on GitHub so that I can create a pull request and merge. So I want you to check out what I have so far and make your own improvement. The last code I'm going to be committing will have the GUP and other things. So it's left for you to make changes and make sure you're getting the right thing. So I'm going to go to GitHub. Search, compare and pull request. So I'm gonna click on create pull request. merge pull, confirm merge. Okay, so once you check the GitHub now, you'll be able to see the code. It's already here, so you can see the package.json that I just created. Okay, so you can continue from there. Please, if you've not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button immediately, and I always give my videos thumbs up if you think they are good enough. Like and share them. If you have any questions and concerns, drop them in the comment section. Thank you and God bless you.